Testing, 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick things off here today with the junior heats, and welcome along. And of course, welcome to everyone watching this at home. A big thanks to the team up there for live streaming it for us here today. And we'll get heat number 1 on the board. George Taylor on stand 1, Jaden Mahaki on stand 2, Emma Martin on 3, Robin Krause on stand number 4. Those guys and girls can take your stands.
Am I? Oh yeah, cool. Alright.
Kushla Abraham and Jesse Sullivan, if you could pop down to the office please. Kush and Jesse Sullivan, just pop down to the office and see Dave. Bert, can you count, Bert? How many sheep have we got, Bert? Do you? 2. 2. 2 sheep for our junior shearers. I beg your pardon? I can't hear. I could hear you last night. A couple of beers in you. You're quite loud. Not so loud this morning, are you? Yeah, not so clever this morning. You the referee, are you? Could they not find anyone else? Okay. Mr. Robert McLaren, our referee here this morning of the junior.
No names.
You ready to go?
I'll come in when he clears the belly.
Yep.
Okay, we've had the thumbs up from the referee. Shearers at your door, please. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away on day 2 of the Canterbury Shears. We had all the woolhandling events yesterday and we found some winners. And we're going to do the same here with the shearing today, starting with the junior right now. A couple of sheep in front of our junior competitors. And young Jaden's got himself a ticklish one. But away we go. George Taylor, stand number 1. I'm guessing that young fella's from Mighty Coorell. Home with the Red Devils. Jaden's having a little bit of an argument with that one, but he'll get on top of it. Emma Martin slides into the first hind leg. Robin Krause on stand number 4. First hind leg as well. Up the undermine, sheep number 1 of 2 in the second heat will be Lydia Thompson, Cody Waihappy, Caleb Brooking and Sky Herbert. Just the 2 heats of juniors. And we'll let you know very shortly if there's going to be a semi-final for these guys or whether it's going to go to the straight final. Jaden just having to turn his handpiece off and keep that one under control, but he'll get going. The sheep will sit for him and he's away into the first hind leg. Cost him a couple of shots, but not too bad. Just keep it together, Jaden, and just work your way around that sheep slowly. Don't panic. You're not too far behind at all, just a couple of blows. So up the undermine for Jaden. Into the top of the head. The rest just on that first front shoulder. They're a bit lively this morning, these wee girls. The ones that are getting shorn, of course. Robin just having a bit of a ding-dong with that one, but she'll settle it down, get it back into position. She'll be able to start her handpiece and carry on. And away she goes. Well, Des, welcome along to the Canterbury Shares. Good to have you here again.
Yeah, thanks
of
very
course,
much.
A voice of wisdom and knowledge, years and years of experience. And a bit like Kerry behind us, he's given us a hand as well. Kerry Desi's, he can tell a rough job from a good job up there on the shearing board. He used to mainly do a rough job, but that's how we can tell which is a rough job. But good to have you here, and we're going to work through the junior. We'll find out a few things about the program as we move forward, because a lot of it depends on entries. So just take the front socks off, you junior shearers. You'll get penalised if you leave them on, so take the front socks off, please. That's the story.
Robin Krause made a good job of getting the front sock off on that one, no doubt, as she comes down the last side. Emma Martin just gone in for her second sheep. George Taylor on stand number one, he's got his second one out there, just about to remove the belly. As Emma takes the front sock off. Front sock's got to come off these Corriedale sheep, and the back ones as well. Otherwise you will get penalised, and it will count against you. So they seem to be coming off pretty good. The Marble Point station up near Hamner. So Jaden's just coming down the last side on his first one as Robin goes in for her second sheep. Made a good job of that one, Robin. Keep it up. That's all you got to do when you're in the junior is make a good job. It's not about speed so much. The speed does come into it, but it's a lot more to do with quality when you're in the junior grades. So what do you reckon, Kerry?
Yeah, morning everyone. It's great to see these young competitors here at Christchurch, sharing these beautiful Marble Point Corriedales.
Yeah, you don't see many Corriedale sheep around nowadays, but when you do see them, they are presented in pretty good condition. And these ones are no exception to that rule.
The young Jaden here on stand 2, Jaden Mahaki. Bit of a challenging sheep on that first one, but you just got to hang tough, keep in there. Emma Martin there on 3, of course, competed in the wool handling here yesterday. It's great to see you having to go in the shearing too. George Taylor there on 1, finishes his long blow. And of course, down and over the brisket he comes.
Yeah, they've all got sheep number 2 out on the board now. And Emma Martin just working her way down the last side. George Taylor's already there. He's got to take the sock off. They're both working their way on the sock. fair bit of work to be done on these corridors. They got wool from the tip of their nose to the end of their toes. And that's what the corridor breed's all about. Mainly the wool. They do produce a very good lamb, there's no doubt about that. But Emma Martin on stand number 3, she's about to finish off. Come off first, the juniors. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Done pretty good. George Taylor just working his way down the last side now. 3 or 4 more blows and he'll be finished his second sheet. You might see him later on today in the junior final. There he goes. Puts it down the porthole.
So down there on stand number 4, of course, Robin Krause. Under the final shoulder, she'll come. Of course, taking the front socks off. So down the last side, she'll come. Finishing touches there for her. Jaden Mahaki there on stand 2. Working his way around that long blow. But finishing touches here for Robin Krause, ladies and gentlemen. And well done there, Robin. So just a bit of a heads up to all competitors. When you have finished shearing your heat, please go out the back and tip up. So all competitors, after you've finished your heat, please go out the back and tip up. So young Jaden coming down the last side. He goes. Couple finishing touches here for him.
So heat number 2, if they could get ready as well, Lydia Thompson, Cody Waihappy, Caleb Brooking and Sky Herbert. So Lydia's on 1, Cody on 2, Caleb on 3 and Sky on 4.
So finishing touches there for young Jaden. It's good to see these young junior shearers up. Having a go. And finishing touches there. There we go, Jaden. Oh no. Hang on, hold the phone. And there we go. All good, buddy. Let her go. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Takes a lot of courage for these young shearers to get up. Okay, just a heads up to those shearers that are just shorn. Please go out the back and tip up. All shearers need to go up. Out the back, tip up for their the next heat. Okay, moving right along. Heat number 2, Lydia Thompson 1, Cody Waihappy 2, Caleb Booking will take 3, and Sky Herbert will be on stand number 4.
How you going there, big fella? Good to see you, mate. What was he entering the blades today? No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not a couple of days breaks. You've been featuring, I see. Oh, yeah, creeping back up here, yeah. I had elbow. Only 2 years ago now. So I think quite operated the last one. It's not quite. It's working. I've got no nerves here anymore. I took the nerves down like a monster. So everything down here just feels cold. But it works. So
Okay, once the competitors have had a quick look at their sheet, How are you? And we'll get into it. Heat number 2 of the junior Christchurch A&P show, sharing the marble point sheet from Henna. And this is part of the national shearing circuit here today. So it's quite a big show on the circuit. It's in the top 6 anyway. Probably number 3 or 4 on the agenda. All right, I've had the thumbs up. So they've had a look at their sheet. They're all set to go. Timekeepers ready. Shearers set, go. So away in heat number 2 of the junior. Stand number 1, Lydia Thompson. Stand number 2, Cody Waihappy. On stand number 3 is Caleb Brooking. And on stand number 4 is Sky Herbert. So they've all had a go before, they've been here before. Lydia's had a win at the Rangora show a few weeks back, so she knows what to do. Cody comes from a very famous shearing family. Caleb and Sky, they're following the stands on 3 and 4, 2 sheep to shear.
Move on when the belly. Only 2
Okay, so out the back, the junior shearers are out the back, hopefully, tipping over. It's quite important that you do that. And if you don't do that, if you want to keep shearing, you have to pay another entry fee. So it's in your best interest to go out the back. Righto, so these 4 shearers are up there now on their sheet number 1 in the second heat of the junior. Lydia Thompson on stand number 1. Cody Waihappy on stand number 2. Caleb Brooking heading up the neck on his first Corridale. Sky Herbert just taking the top notch off.
Okay, as we make our way through heat number 2, of course, just a reminder to all shearers, please go up after you've shorn, please go at the back, tip up for the next heat, please. Okay, so we're working our through heat number 2. Stand number 1, of course, we've got Lydia Thompson, Cody Waihappy there on 2, Caleb Booking on 3, the Sky Herbert on 4. The first of 2 competition sheep on the board. The Sky Herbert. First one down into the long blow. Shearing along pretty well. Finishing touches there. And, takes the cheek one down and over the brisket. On come. Booking finishes the long blade for him. Takes the cheek ball down and over the brisket. Lydia Thompson rolls away around that, around the long blade. She'll finish that long blade, take the cheek ball and down over the brisket she'll come. Cody Waihappy finishes that long blade. Hang on, Sky. Take a little bit more off. A little bit more off the back. Some of these young hoggets are definitely a bit of a challenge for these junior shearers, but a lot of take their time, they get it under control again. And finishing touches there. Caleb into the pen, he will go. for his second and final sheep. Of course, there's some of these sheep are a little bit challenging, aren't they? But these junior shearers are rising to the challenge very well.
Yeah, well, they probably want to get back out to the paddock and have a feed. Would have come in this morning on the truck all the way from Hamner. So they've been in the shed overnight over in Hamner, put on the truck this morning and trucked here. It'll be shorn all day, and they won't get a feed until they get home tonight. But sheep can stay off the feed for a good 24 hours, a wee bit longer, as long as they got access to water. It's no problem at all. Lydia Thompson's made a beautiful job of that one. She's about to head in for sheep number 2. So is Cody Waihappy. Nothing separating those two shearers on 1 and 2. Caleb Brookie just working his way on the undermine and about to take the top notch off. As the belly comes off for Sky Herbert on stand number 4. So they're just working away nicely, these 4 junior shearers. These Corridales are a wee bit niggly. You've got to have the right gear on them. They don't like it if you pull the wool or give them a little cut. They take exception to that. We've got 2 heats of the juniors and then we're straight into the intermediates. So those intermediate shearers, they need to get themselves ready, find out what order they're shearing in. And as soon as these juniors are off the board, they need to get up there. We've got to keep things moving along quite nicely. We'll get a sweat up eventually.
Of course, big thank you to our sponsor of this junior machine shearing heat, Leach and Partners. Great to have them on board once again this year. Big thank you to Marble Point as well. Of course, Marble Point been supplying the sheep here in the New Zealand Corridale Champs for a number of years now, so it's great to have them as return sponsors. And of course, without our sponsors, we don't have a show. So we'll make our way through the second and final heat of the junior Corridale shearing. Caleb Booking got a little bit of a niggler there, but down the last side he'll come. Finishing touches there. And right out to the tips of the toes. Once again, doing a pretty good job there. Young Caleb, well done, my man. Well shorn.
No doubt about that. He looked like he made a beautiful job of that Corridale. The Corridale Hoggets. So they're only young sheep. Probably maybe the first time they've been shorn. They might have been shorn as lambs. Not quite sure. Yeah, it looks like they have been. Nice bit of wool coming off there. Nothing wrong with the Corridale wool. Sky Herbert just working her way down the last side. Got the sock off nicely on that last shoulder. Last leg. Second to last leg. Nice big blow there. Managed to get the sock off at the same blow. That's pretty good going for a junior shearer. These socks do have to come off today, otherwise you will lose points out the back. Just part of the fine wool show. There you go. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Done pretty well down in stand number 4.
So that leaves stands 1 and 2 to finish off on this Leach and Partners junior shearing. Lydia Thompson, down the last side she comes. Looking good too. Doing a good job, the girl. Finishing touches there for her. Young Cody under the final shoulder, he'll come. Finishing touches there, right out the tips of toes. That's a pretty well shorn sheep, that one too, actually. Well done, Lydia, good job. Well done. So that leaves young Cody Waiapi. Down the last side, he'll come. Finishing touches there of this Leach and Partners Junior Machine Shearing Heat, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be taking the top six through to the final. And well done there, Cody. That does complete the junior heats. Okay, Des, we're looking for some senior shearers. Can the senior shearers Ed Harrington, Blake Crooks, Alex Clapman, I think that is, and Josh Quinn. Alex Clapman. So those senior shearers, Ed Harrington, Blake Crooks, Alex Clapman and Josh Quinn. You guys please go to the office and confirm your entry. Just a heads up to all shearers, please. Please, after you've shorn, go out the back and tip up. All shearers, out the back and tip up, please.
Okay, heat one in the intermediates. Stand number one will be Jacob Taylor. Stand number two will be Justin Anderson. Stand three, Will Sinclair. And stand four, Savi Taitaku. So they can get ready to get up there, please. 3 sheep to shear, I would say. Yeah. And then heat two will be Drew Roberts, Jess Sutherland and Kushla Anderson. Drew Roberts, Jess Sutherland and Kushla Anderson, heat number 2. Sorry, Kushla Abraham, not Kushla Anderson.
Okay, just a heads up to those senior shearers. Ed Harrington, Blake Crooks, Alex Clapman and Josh Quinn. Make your way to your office and just confirm your entry if you've done that. Thank you very much. Okay, as we're making our way on the first heat of the intermediate, of course the intermediate sponsored by Dale Taylor Shearing. Once again another return sponsor here at Christchurch. Was Dale Taylor out of the Chevier ways. Okay, how are we looking on the board? How are we looking? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, first head of the intermediate. My timekeeper ready, competitors set, go. Okay, 3 competition sheep for these intermediate machine shearers. Of course, thank you to Dale Taylor Shearing out of Shewitt for the sponsorship of this grade. Of course, Dale's a routine sponsor here at Christchurch, so we thank the sponsorship very much. Heat number 1, of course, stand number 1, we've got Jacob Taylor. Justin Anderson will be on 2. Wilson Clear, B3, and Sevi Taituku will be down there on stand number 4. So away they go. And it's intermediate heat, of course, gone up a grade, so these shearers will be a little bit more experienced. Be maybe their second, third year in the shearing shed, so they'll be developing their shearing skills somewhat more than what the junior grades were. So this grade will be certainly a grade where they'll be looking to maybe do their first 200 on ewes maybe, and maybe their first 300 on lambs. So it's a sort of the grade where you start really learning a lot about the sheep, you start learning a lot about the gear, and just picking the right comb. And the right comb is so important to use on these corridors. So we're making our way down and into the long bow. All 4 shearers go right there with each other, really. Nothing really separating the field at this stage. Of course, 3 competition sheep in the pen for these shearers. Away they come, down the last side of the sheep. Just the final call for those senior shearers. Ed Harrington, Blake Crooks, Alex Clapman and Josh Quinn. If you haven't entered at the office, please do so. If you have, thank you. They're under the final shoulder. They come down and out the flank. Stands 1, 2 and 3 right there with each other, nothing really separating them. Once again, we'll be looking for our top 6 shearers to go through. We will be losing a couple of these shearers, but it is the nature of our sport. We want to find the top 6, of course, the New Zealand title up for grabs. New Zealand Corridor Championships. The question is, who's going to be going home with that red ribbon, Des?
Oh, I don't know. Angus Moore, he was here last year and he won it quite easily, just shore away there quite nicely on stand number 1. And I see there's a few North Island boys floating around this year. Well, they weren't here last year because of the COVID thing, but so it's going to be an interesting competition. But at the moment, we're into the intermediate. They got their second sheep out on the board. Young Jacob Taylor on stand number 1. He's got the belly off. He's just working his way around the leg, making sure he gets that sock wool off. Quite important to get that off. Justin Anderson's working his way on the belly. So is Will Sinclair. Savvy on stand number 4 just took the front sock off and she's going to take the belly off as well. These Corridor hoggets, they seem to be warming up a little bit now, as the shearers are as well, getting a little bit faster than the previous heats. But these are the intermediate grade. They're going to combine the speed with the quality to get them through. And we'll have an intermediate final later on today. So it'll be quite interesting to see who from these 4 will be in that. But the gear is quite important on these corridor sheep. Not like shearing a crossbred. Chuck any old comb on. You need a special sort of a comb that's been done up a wee bit. It's a fine wool comb. And one that's going to go. Probably a half-worn comb will get through these corridors all right today. Who knows? What do you reckon, Kerry? You got the gear for these sheep, have you?
It's amazing when you're looking in your coach pouch, your comb pouch, all the combs might look the same, but there's such a big variation between combs, and a comb that's had a couple more grinds on it can just run slightly better than one that's maybe a little thinner or a little thicker. The sheep here at Christchurch are just incredibly good sheep, but it's so hard to get the right gear on them. These Marble Point Station Corridor hoggers, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful sheep they are. But the gear selection is very crucial. So a lot of these young junior intermediate shearers, they'll have a mentor or someone that they can sort of look up to a certain extent and say, look, I need a little bit of advice on my gear. What comb should I pick? What comb shouldn't I pick? But traditionally, you'll be, the combs that would be picking for these sheep would be probably slightly thicker combs than what they would be thinner. So there we go. Into the pen goes Sinclair. Into the pen goes Taylor. Of course, third and final sheep on the board, Des, and these young shearers will be looking for a place in that top six.
Yeah, they will be. There'll be no doubt about that. There's not too much separating these two shearers on 1 and 3 anyway. They've both got the belly coming off their wool, off their sheep quite nicely. And these other two shearers just working their way onto this. Yeah, on their last sheep now. So sheep number 3 out on the board for everybody except for Savvy on stand number 4. She's about to go in and get her third one. And then they might be back here later on today for the intermediate final. Kindly sponsored by Taylor Shearing up in the Cheviot area in North Canterbury. Gale goes over to Wire. Got a run over there as well. Goes up the Arrowtree Valley. He's just finished doing the weathers over at Mount White, so he gets around a wee bit, as a lot of these shearing contractors do. And he shears these sheep over at Marble Point and Hanmer as well. So they don't seem to have too much trouble, these intermediate shearers, getting the wool off anyway. Especially old Justin Anderson on stand number 2 as he heads up the neck. Young Jacob Taylor on stand number 1, just working his way on the long blow. Doing a really nice job. Nice full blows. Looks like he's going to be a good shearer in the future. Probably hasn't shorn a lot of corridors. A lot of these shearers probably wouldn't have shorn many corridors at all. There's not that many around nowadays. Not like there used to be. Back in the 80s and even the 90s, there's a lot of corridor sheep. Been replaced by a lot of crossbreds now, but there's still a place for them. They're still a good sheep, they still produce good wool, and they still produce a very good lamb, and they seem to survive in the dry conditions. They were designed for the drought areas, or the North Canterbury dry anyway. But down the last side he comes, Jacob Taylor. He's going to be first off in the first heat of the intermediate. Just gets that sock off, goes back to finish the sheep off nicely. Puts it down the porthole, stops the clock. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
So under the final shoulder, down and out the flank, goes the young man on 3, Will Sinclair. So finishing touches there for him. And once again, it's a pretty well shorn sheep. Well done, Will. So, sheep number 3 done for Justin Anderson. Well done, Matt. That leaves the girl down there on stand 4, Savvy Taitoku. She's been here. A little bit of a niggle on that one, but she's doing well. She's got it under control. these Marble Point Station Corridor hoggers, they're always going to be a challenge. Of course, they're in beautiful condition, so they'll be fit and ready to fight. But down the last side she comes. It's great to see these young female shearers getting up and having a go. Of course, shearing has always been traditionally a reasonably male-dominated sport, but in the last few years, that certainly hasn't been the case, and I love seeing these young female shearers coming through. And of course, one thing with the female shearers, they do an absolutely beautiful job. Oh, a bit of a niggle. I kept that under control. So finishing touches there for her. And as I said, look at the quality job on that sheep, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely beautiful. Finishing touches there for her, of course, out to the tips of the socks they go. And she'll look for the cord. Stop it, side. Well done. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Sewi Tai Taku. Well done, my girl. Okay, moving right along. Heat number 2, stand 1, Dree Roberts. Jess Sullivan will take 2, and Kushla Abraham will take stand number 3. Of course, once again, there'll be 3 competition sheep for these shearers, so we welcome those shearers to the board. Of course, they have the right to have a quick look through their sheep. And we'll get things underway. Of course, the intermediate proudly sponsored by Dale Taylor. Of course, Dale Taylor's a shearing contractor up North Canterbury Way. So of course, we thank our sponsors very much for the day. And without our sponsors, we don't have a show. So it's great to have Dale Taylor back on board again.
Righto, so just 3 shearers in this heat. Dree Roberts, Jess Sutherland and Kushla Abraham. So 3 sheep to shear, 3 Corridor sheep to shear, as you well know by now. And it's all about the quality of a little bit of speed chucked in there as well. So the shearers just have a quick look at their sheet and then we'll be into it. Then into the senior after that. And heat 1 of the seniors, Damien Bogle, Hemi, Panori, Ben Newby and Cody Davison. So timekeepers ready, shearers set, go. So the weigh in heat number 2 of the intermediate. 3 sheep to shear, there's Marble Point Corridors. And on stand number 1 is Dree Roberts. Stand number 2 is Jess Sutherland. And on stand number 3 is Kushla Abraham. So just working his way around the undermine of this first corridor. Looks like he's shorn these corridors before. No problem there at all. Heads up the top notch. Gusha just adjusting the handpiece a little bit. Got to get the tension right. They're quite fussy, these sheep. They know how they want to be shorn. They don't want the shearer pulling at the wool. They want it to come off nice and cleanly. Dree Roberts on stand number 1, just working his way on the undermine as well. Top notch comes off on stand number 2, heads up the neck, does Jess Sutherland. Kushla Abraham, she's heading up the neck as well. Another one of the ladies shearing here today. It is good to see the ladies having a go. Some of them are full-time shearers. Some of them are part-time shearers and wool handlers. Most of the boys are full-time shearing. But it's like our women's rugby team. They're pretty good to watch when they make a good job and they get the wool off nice and cleanly, just like he's doing on stand number 2.
We're making our way through our final heat in the intermediate. Of course, a big thank you to Dale Taylor, our sponsor of this intermediate section. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking for our top 6 shearers to go through the final later on in the afternoon. Of course, down there on stand 1, we've got Drew Roberts, Jesso Selvins taken 2, and Kushla Abraham. He's there on 3. Of course, Kushla was second in the open ball handling yesterday. And she's definitely showing that she's a pretty good machine shearer too. So she finishes the long blow, takes the cheek wool, down the last side of the sheep she'll come. Done a pretty good job of that sheep too, actually. So out on to the board comes Jess with his second 3 competition sheep in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. Under that final sock, Dree there. Bit of a challenge doing it for these shearers that are traditionally shear a lot of crossbreeds. They don't normally take too much sock wool off. But here in Canterbury, we like to take the front socks off, we like to take the back socks off. The further you go south there's the less socks they take off.
Yeah, a lot of the North Canterbury shearers don't even wear socks to work. They don't like socks. These 3 shearers are working their way quite nicely through these Corriedale sheep, there's no doubt about that. Once you get those socks off, it's a matter of getting the body wool off, getting back in there, grabbing another one, getting it out on the board, keeping the quality up, mixing it up a little bit of speed. Both of them are just doing that now. Kushla's going for a change of handpiece, not happy with her first one. A lot of it to do with these fine ball sheep as the gear. Heads in for her second one. And Dree's got his second one out on the board too. And Jess Solomon just working her way up on neck on his second one. Only one left in the pen for these 3 shearers. 6 to go through for the final later on today. So only one shearer's going to miss out in the intermediate. So the quality's going to get you through. There's no doubt about that. They're a little bit niggly, the Corriedales. They want to get back out in the paddock and have a feed. So there will be a wee bit of niggle. We've got the senior shearers up next. They're going to probably be shearing 4 sheep. They're going to be into it. Quite a good competition, the senior shearing. We've got 3 heats there. So if there's any more senior shearers that haven't entered, they can go do so now, they'll still get in. Don't be shy.
So as we just make our way through our second and final heat of the Taylor Tail sponsored intermediate shearing, just a heads up to those senior shearers, of course you guys will be up next. The heat 1 will be Damien Bogle, Hemi Pongaroa, Ben Newby and Cody Davidson. And Timo Hicks will take 6. Heat 2, Blake Crooks, Liam Norrie, Scott Cameron, Alex Clapman and Josh Quinn. And third and final heat, Sam Bryan, Sam Thompson, James Wilson and followed by Adam Gordon. So the first senior heat will be after this intermediate. So Chris Abraham, there we go, working around the long blow she goes on sheep number 2. Of course, coached along by her husband in the pen there. I'm not sure if you taught her how to do that. Fire out of though. But these Marble Point Station August, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful sheep they are. They're in fantastic condition. So they really will come throwing a punch to these sheep. So sheep 2. Done and dusted for Jess, and the penny goes for his third and final sheep.
Yeah, there's a few kickers amongst these ones, there's no doubt about that. Kushner's got control of that sheep now. She's going to be heading in for her third and final sheep very shortly. Just got to get down that last side to get that sock off. Bree on stand number 1, he's just working his way on that sock, making sure he gets as much off as possible. They do lose points out the back if they don't clean them up a little bit.
I'll tell you what, great job there by Kushler. Look at that last side, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful job there.
And there was a wee bit of a wriggler there for a bit too, so she's done pretty well to get that one out in such a good condition. Well shorn. You can see it from up here, it's pretty good. It's going to look even better out the back. And don't forget to go out the back and tip over you shearers that shorn in the heats. You have to go out after your heat and tip over for the next heat. And that's how we keep things moving along at these shows. And goes Drew for his third and final sheep. They've all got number 3 out on the board. So we're at the business end now. Jess just working his way onto the long blow. Nice and steady. Only one of these shearers is going to miss out getting into the final, so the quality's going to get you through. There's no doubt about that. Belly goes out the back for Drew. Stand number 1. On the long blow is Jess on stand number 2. Kushler Abraham on stand number 3, just working away on the undermine. She's sped up a little bit. She wants to keep with these other 2 boys. Doesn't want to get too far behind. Up the neck she heads. Top Notch comes off on 1. Side of the face on stand number 2. Down the last side he goes. Jess Sutherland.
But Jess Sullivan, down the last side he'll come. Of course, third and final sheep on the board for him. Drew Roberts there on stand 1, working his way up and around the shoulders. So of course, got a handy enough pin man too. Coaching him along. So down and into the long blow he goes. And this Daily Tail sponsored machine shearing. Of course, the New Zealand title up for grabs for these young shearers. So down and out the flank goes Jess Sullivan there on 2. Finishing touches for him. And he'll look for the time clock. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jess O'Sullivan. Well done, my man. Well, Sean too. Good job. So that leaves Drew Roberts and Kushler Abraham. Of course, Kushler was in action here yesterday. She, what did she get? She got second in the open wool handling. So, of course, it's great to see her back here competing again today. Shearing along pretty good too, doing a pretty good job of that sheep too, might I add. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Young man on stand 1, Drew Roberts. Of course, we'll be looking for the top 6 of these shearers to go through. So it's not all about speed, ladies and gentlemen. These sheep you'll see they're judged on the board, and when they go out the porthole, they'll be judged outside for the amount of wool that the shearer has left on, and their time points will be added too. But looking at this sheet, finishing touches there by Kushner. The judges won't be taking too many points off there. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big hand. Well done, my girl. Kushner, Abraham, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they all made a very good job of shearing their 3 sheep that time. There's no doubt about that. So we probably see these 3 shearers back here later on today. And heat number 1 of the senior. You going to read that out, Kerry?
Yeah, mate. So just a heads up for those shearers. Once you've shorn, please go out the back, tip up for this corresponding heat. Okay, moving up a grade into the senior. Heat number 1 will be Damien Bogle will take stand 1. Stand 2 will be Hemi Pongaroa. Ben Newby 3, Cody Davison 4, and Timo Hicks will be down there on stand 6. Second heat, Blake Crooks, Liam Norrie, Scott Cameron, Alex Clapman, and Josh Quinn. Heat 3 will be Sam Bryan, Sam Thompson, James Wilson, and followed by Adam Gordon.
I got 4 at the back. 4 out the back, have you? Yeah, like 4 feet, isn't it? Hey? 4 feet? Yeah. So what's the problem, Noel? Nah, these guys were watching. We've got 7 board judges. Yeah. Yeah. Right. That's all right. Yeah. Oh, 8. One's a rip. One's a rip. Yeah. Rocky. Where's the only a box?
Okay, as we want to start, I think Ben Newby, he's there, yep.
There's only 5 shearers in this heat. So what do you want to do? So can you, those are the number counters. Could you flick those over to 0, please? You pen boys. Righto, Timo Hicks is just having a change of stand. So there's only 5 shearers in this heat. So he's on stand number 5. Thought there was 6 there for a minute. Damien Bogle's on stand number 1. Hemi's on stand number 2. Ben Newby stand 3. Cody Davison on stand 4. And Timo Hicks on stand number 5. We're all set to go, Mr. McLaren.
Okay, I think we're ready for a start, are we? Okay, here we go. First head of the open. First head of the senior, ladies and gentlemen. My timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go. course, the shearers will be looking at maybe next year going to the Open Des, but of course the Open heats will be after the senior. So a big thank you to our sponsor for the senior this year, of course, Acto Agriculture once again back here at Christchurch sponsoring the senior. So it's great to have those guys once again on board. As we make our way through the heat, there's on heat number 1, of course, Damien Bogle down there on 1. Hemi Pongaroy will be 2. Ben Newby, he's there on 3. Cody Davison, 4. And the young fella, Timo Hicks, down there on stand number 5. So as they're making their way, of course, 4 competition sheep from the pen Des. And once again, they'll be looking for a place in that final.
Yeah, well, the pace starts to heat up a little bit now as we get into the senior grades. These boys are all experienced show shearers. They've had to go through the junior and intermediate grades to get to the senior level. And they're probably, most of them have shorn their 300 out in the shed. So they know what they're doing. Just a matter of getting around that fine wool sheep, the Corridales from Marble Point. Timo Hicks down on stand number 5. He was here last year, had a pretty good share.
Just a couple of people out the back to volunteer to tip up. Couple people, please go out the back and volunteer to tip up for us, please.
Yeah, we only had 3 in the last heat, so we do need another couple of tippers-uppers. Anyone wants to go out there and tip up, they're more than welcome. That'll be really good. Thank you very much. So Timo Hicks is going to be first in for sheep number 2. 4 of these Corridale sheep to shear here today. And he goes. Nice, cool, calm and collective, is he? Down on stand number 5. Has a bit of a look up to see where everyone else is. Damien Bogle about to go over his second one. Made a beautiful job of that sheep. He's got the gear going nicely of stand number 1. These other 3 boys aren't too far behind either. Ben Newby goes in for his third one. His second one, I should say. Don't forget to tip those numbers over. Keep a track of how many sheep they're shorn. Cody Davison about to go in for his second one as Timo Hicks comes up the neck on his second Corridale. So we're going to have sheep number 2 out on the board now. They seem to be getting through their work pretty good. Seem to have their gear going nicely. The socks are coming off. Pretty easy for these boys. You just tell by the way they're flowing through these Corridales, they like to find wool sheep, these fellas. The senior boys. What do you reckon, Kerry?
Yeah, it's a good start to this senior heat. Of course, sponsored by Acto Agriculture. So young Timo Hicks down there. Sheep number 2 on the board for him. 4 in the pen for these shearers to shear. Of course, Timo comes from Nelson Ways. Just a young shearer. First year in the Open for him. Open, what am I calling that? First year in the senior for these shearers. Well, so finishing touches here for him. He'll be into the pen. Sheep 3 shearing along well too. Nicely shorn sheep there, Timo. Cody Davison, the man in front of him. Sheep 2 on the board for him. He just rolls his way around the shoulder. Down and into the long blow he goes. Ben Newby right there with him. Emmy's right there as well. Around the long blow he goes. Damien Bogle, of course, Damien was in action last week at the Blenheim show. Finalist in the senior as well. Down to the final shoulder he'll come. And down and out the flank. Finishing touches here for him. Finishing touches here for Damien. And into the pen he'll go. Stands 1, 2, 3 and 4. Nothing really separating them, blow for blow. Young Timo Hicks. He's the first real shearer that was seen, decided to try and get through on a few time points. But of course he's done a pretty good job too, along with that. So under that final shoulder, he'll come. Okay, as we just announced some junior finalists in order of qualification. Top qualifier was Emma Martin, Robin Krause, Lydia Thompson, Cody Waihapi, Caleb Brooking and George Taylor. That is the junior finalists. Intermediate finalist, top qualifier was Will Sinclair, Drew Roberts, Krishla Abraham, Jacob Taylor, Jess Sullivan and Justin Anderson. Congratulations to those intermediate shearers.
Yeah, well done to those shearers. The quality got them through, there's no doubt about that. Not a lot separating them either. So down on stand number 5 there. Timo Hicks just working his way on his 4th and final sheet. He could be back here later on today, Timo. You never know. He's been in the finals before. He knows all about it. Damien Bogle down on stand number 1, just working the way down on his 3rd sheet. He's got one left in the pen. Got the sock off nicely. He knows how to get around the final sheet. There's no doubt about that. Katie Davison down on stand number 4. He's about to go in for his 4th and final one as well. So they're all going to have sheet number 4 out on the board any time shortly.
Just a heads up, Hugh DeLacy. Hugh DeLacy, please go to the office, please. Hugh Dog DeLacy.
Okay, so they've all got sheet number 4 out on the board. So you senior boys, once the senior heats are over, we're going to have morning tea. And then after morning tea, and once the points have come out, we're going to go straight into the senior semi-finals. So you boys are going to be able to stay nice and warm. So as soon as you know that you're in the semi, get ready. But it's Timo Hicks on stand number 5. Comes down the last side of his 4th and final sheet. You'll see him here later on today, don't worry about that. Stops the clock. Give him a big hand, ladies and gents. From the Nelson region. He set the pace, there's no doubt about that. Damien Bogle just heads up the neck. Cody Davison down on stand number 4, about to drop onto the long blow.
So of course, young Timo Hicks definitely will take the time points in this heat. The 3rd and final, 4th and final sheep on the board for these shearers. Cody Davison. Round the long blow, here goes. Finishing touches here for him. He'll take the cheek wall down over the brisket, he'll come. Of course, Kimi Pongaro. Round the shoulders, he'll come. Takes the trimming on the back side of the leg and down and into the long blow, he'll go. Damien Bogle. Of course, Damien's from up Glenham ways. Under the final shoulder, he'll come. But it's going to be the man on stand number 4, the next one home. Finishing touches there for him. Of course, he'll be looking for a place. And their top 6, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand. Cody Davidson. Go on, guys.
Yeah, these other boys just working their way down the last hole on the last side. Hemi's just taking that sock off. He's going to start moving down there now too. Ben Newby on stand number 3. He's about to finish his 4th and final corridor off. Damien Bogle on stand number 1. There's nothing separating these 2 shearers. They both come down the last side. And give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Well drawn, those corridors. No doubt about that. Hemi's just finishing off his 4th and final one as well. And then we'll be into heat number 2 of the senior. So they know who they are. They can get ready. Give them a big hand. Well done, Hemi.
Okay, that does complete heat number 1. We'll be moving on. Heat number 2, stand 1 will be Blake Crooks. Stand 2 will be Liam Norrie. Scott Cameron 3. Alex Clapman will be 4. And Josh Quinn will take stand 5.
Don't forget, we've got the blade shearers here today as well, so their points go towards a team selection for the world champs. So there's a lot at stake there. It'll be quite good to see the blade boys in action. Look quieter, but they still work just as hard to get that wool off. They never make as much noise as the machine boys.
Just a heads up to those guys that have just shorn, please go at the back and tip up. All shearers are required to go out the back and tip up after they've shorn.
We'll be looking for volunteers through the day to go out the back and tip over sheep, so don't be shy. If you want to go out there and tip some sheep over, you'll get a job for sure. Don't worry about that.
I told you.
Thank you, Rabbit. Such a knowledgeable man you are. Get rid of Norman, you got me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Heat number 2. My timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go. So away we go. Heat number 2, ladies and gentlemen, of this Acto Agriculture sponsored senior qualifying heats. Heat number 2 we are, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, down here on stand number 1, we've got Blake Crooks, Liam Norrie, the boy from North Canterbury, will be 2. Scott Cameron, he'll be 3. Alex Clapman, he'll take stand 4. And Josh Quinn, the boy from the Marlborough, he'll be down there on stand number 5. So away we go in this second qualifying heat. Of course, all these shearers will be looking for a place later on in the final. But first, they've got to go through this qualifying heat. They've got to get their sheep shorn to a higher standard. Of course, these sheep judged on the board, they're judged out the back. And we will find our top 6 shearers Of course, they'll go through to a final later on in the afternoon. So as they work their way around the sheep, of course they'll drop down, all 5 shearers dropping down into what we call the long blow. So these shearers, they'll swing for home. Of course the front socks come off, as you see Alex Clapman just shearing them now. Of course, beautiful Marble Point Station Corridale Hoggets. And once again, another very, very good line there presented from the Marble Point. Been supporting the Corridale show here for the last number of years. And we thank them very much. Of course, Liam Norrie, into the pen he goes. So, under the final shoulder, down and out the flank. Scott Cameron, finishing touches there for him. Blake Crooks, into the pen here go. Sheep number 2 on the board for him. A little bit of a niggle there. He'll set it up and replace it, start again. So Des making our way through heat number 2. Once again, we've got some pretty good shearers on display here today.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Liam Norrie, very experienced show shearer. Doesn't actually shear full time now, but up on the farm, up in the Cheviot area, up the Efferton Valley. He's used to a fine wool sheep, there's no doubt about that. Blake Crooks on stand number 1. He's just working his way on the undermine on his little Corridale Hogget. Down on stand number 4 is Alex Chapman and Josh Quinn on stand number 5. Maybe he's related to Snow Quinn, who was probably the best shearer ever. One of the best ever anyway, back in the day. So they've all got sheep number 2 out on the board. 2 left in the pen. Just working their way nicely. Trying to keep the quality, mix a bit of speed in there. They get a little bit faster as the day goes on. Yeah, so we will have a semi-final for the senior boys, so there'll be 12 to go through to the semi-final. There'll be 2 heats, and then we'll be into the final later on. But straight after the heats, we'll have morning tea, and then we'll have the senior semi-final. So the senior boys will be able to stay nice and warm. They'll know what gear to use, and the sheep should be ready for them. But as soon as Blake Crooks goes in and gets his 3rd sheep, we're all going to have number 3 out on the board. Liam Norrie just working his way on the undermine. First to the legs. Scott Cameron, he's going in for his 3rd one. Keep those little tags going over with the numbers on them. Need to know how many they've shorn. You know they've got 4 in the pen.
So all 5 shearers got sheep number 5 on the sheep number 3 on the board. One that had too many heinies last night, I think. Sheep number 3 on the board for all shearers. Josh Quinn down there on 5. Off comes the belly for him. Away down the first leg he goes. Down that first leg. Undermine sign for Josh. He'll take the top knot, step up. Liam Norrie there is on stand number 2. Of course, Liam comes from North Canterbury area. Of course, Liam's been here supporting the show ever since he started shearing, as you'd expect from a local shearer. So down out the flank he goes. Pretty accomplished young shearer, this guy. Finishing touches there for him, down and out the flank. And once again, pretty well shorn sheep. 4th and final sheep on the board. Fourth and final on the board for Liam. Alex Clapman, out on the board he comes for sheep number 4. Josh Quinn finishes that long blow. Down the last side he'll come. Does he takes that silk wall off. Down the last side he'll go. The man on stand number 5. Finishing touches there for him. Blake Crooks into the pen. 4th and final sheep will come out for him. Finishing touches there. Scott Cameron. And once again, pretty well shorn sheep there too. All of these senior shearers, Des, making a good go of it, and good quality job from these young shearers.
Yeah, they seem like they're getting their cane to the gear to go through the wool quite nicely now. Starting to warm up just a little bit. It is quite cold out there, so the sheep tend to stay a wee bit cold if the weather's cold. As it gets warmer, they'll warm up as well, and they'll become better shearing. Corridors don't sweat up as much as like the crossbred sheep, but the wool seems to be coming up quite nicely now. And the wool handlers are hammering it out the front there, not under too much pressure, doing a great job. They've donated their time today, so that's really good. Don't forget about them. They work day in, day out with the shearers. And the shearers can't do it without them. Someone's got to get rid of that wool. That's exactly what Liam Norrie's doing on stand number 2 as he comes down the last side of his 4th and final sheep. He's had a good shear and he's made a nice job too. He'll be in the semi-final for sure, don't worry about that. So give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Liam Norrie, all the way from Amberley, Cheviot. He lives in Amberley, but he farms up in Cheviot. Not full-time shearing. There he goes on stand number 4. Alex Clapman. Give him a big hand as well. Flew down there last side, did Alex. Blake Crooks on stand number 1. He's going to be next off. Works his way down that sock, making sure he gets every little piece off. And they're quite woolly on the socks, these sheep as well. And they don't come off in a hurry, those socks. That slows the boys down a bit. But they've all done a very nice job of getting rid of that wool. Don't worry about that. They can shear anywhere in the world, these shearers. And some of them do. So Blake Crooks bound to come down the last side on his 4th and final. Oh, he's got a wee bit of a niggler. They usually niggle a wee bit down that last side. Out the porthole will go though. Cleans it up nicely. He'll be happy with that. Should see him in the semi-final later on too. And these other 2 shearers, Alex and Josh. Josh Quinn down the end and Alex Clapman on stand number 3. 3 and 5. Give them a big hand, ladies and gents. That's the second of the senior heats. Just 1 heat to go with the senior boys. 5 in this heat as well. Sam Bryan, Sam Thompson, James Wilson, Adam Gordon and Ed Harrington. I'd like to get ready.
Okay, we heat number 3, of course, Sam Bryan, where's he? Sam Bryan, he's coming. Sam Bryan will be 1, Sam Thompson will be 2, James Wilson 3, Adam Gordon 4, and Ed Harrington. Move forward 1, Ed, good man. Ed Harrington, he'll take stand number 5. Once again, there'll be 4 competition sheep to be shorn. And we'll just let these shearers have a quick look through their pen. Make sure they're all happy, get these board referees and judges organised. We'll get the third and final heat underway.
And then we'll have the senior semi-final straight after Smoko. So once the points are through, we'll announce who they are. So there's 15 senior shearers, there's 12 to go through to the semis. So there's only 3 missing out. Quite a cold day out there today. The sheep are staying a wee bit cold. The wool seems to be coming off quite nicely. These shearers are all in there having a look at their sheep. Don't know what they're looking for. There's no money in them. If you find a $10 note, let me know.
So just a heads up to these senior shearers, of course, at the completion of this heat number 3, we will have a quick smoko break. So in amongst that smoko break, the senior semi-finalists, I will be announcing them, and the senior semi-final will be first thing after the smoko break. So the senior final will be first thing after the morning tea break. The semi-final will be. Okay, thank you, my knowledgeable referee. Okay, here we go. Heat number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Third and final. My timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go. Third and final heat of the senior Acto Agriculture sponsored senior qualifying heat. We will be looking for our top 12. The top 12 will go through to the semi-final. And that will be held first thing after the smoko break. Of course, I will be announcing those finalists during the smoko break. So those senior guys, don't run away anywhere. Okay, heat number 3, stand 1. We've got Sam Bryan, Sam Thompson, he'll take 2, James Wilson 3, Adam Gordon, one of our North Island guys, good to see him here, will be stand 4, and Ed Harrington down there on 5. So the way they go, there's semi-final for these guys, so it doesn't really matter where you qualify as long as you're in that top 6. And once again, a very, very good display of shearing here, and some very, very talented shearers.
Yeah, well, once they get up into the senior grade, they're a lot more even. There's not too much separating them as far as quality and time goes. If someone makes a break, gets out in front, as someone likes to do, they can dictate terms a little bit. They can scare the other shearers into shearing a bit faster, and then they can slow down themselves and tidy them up a little bit more. But the time does come into it. I think you lose a point for every 20 seconds you're behind the first finishing shearer. But the quality will get you through to the semis. There's only 3 shearers you have to beat to get there today. And then once you get into the semis, well then the quality and the time come into it. So these shearers just going along, making a nice job. Hoping that their Corridor Hoggett will sit there for them. They can get to work. Usually they've got 2 handpieces up there. If they don't like one handpiece, they go for the next one. If their gear's not cutting very well, they'll change their handpiece. They won't muck around. They'll make that decision pretty quickly. There's only 4 sheep this year, so you don't want to be waiting till the last one. And he does just that on stand number 4. He wasn't happy. Stand number 1. Sam Bryan heads in for his second one. Sheep number 2 is going to be out on the board for James Wilson. Stand number 3, he's going for a change of handpiece as well. These boys must have been listening. They've got 2 cones on. They just hope that the second one's going to go better than the first one. These sheep will be a wee bit tighter at the moment because it's quite cold out there at the moment. And when it's cold, the sheep will stay cold, a wee bit harder to get the wool off. Once they warm up, they'll be better shearing. So they've all got sheep number 2 out on the board now. Sam Thompson heads in for his second one. Pulls it out on the board, faces it towards the door. About to start working his way on the belly. Up the neck on stand number 4. Goes Adam Gordon. Ed Harrington down the end there. Just working his way on the undermine. About to take the top notch off. James Wilson on stand number 3. He's having no trouble getting that top notch off. Heads up the neck. So like I said, there's not a lot separating these shearers. Once they get up to this grade, they all know what they're doing. They all know what the other shearers are going to do as well. They've shorn against each other before. A lot of wool coming off these corridors. They'll be clipping a good 3 to 4 k's of wool, even as hoggets, which is pretty good. Well growing out, they're all very even. Sam Bryan just working his way on the long blow. Nice big long blows there. Got good control of that corridor sheep. Just needs to get that leg over the other side, heavy weight. Heavy right. Stand number 3, James Wilson, just working her way up the long blow as well. Watch there by the judge. Don't forget about the judges, ladies and gentlemen. They're all up there donating their time. Robert McLaren just got back from Australia, went over there for a world record attempt, which was successful. He was a referee over there, so he's just got back from Western Australia. And he's here today. No worries at all for these boys and girls. We've got 3 lady judges up there today. So they're all heading down the last side now. But it's going to be Adam Gordon that's going to shoot in for sheep number 3 first. Away he goes. Tidies the wool up. He must be pretty good for doing that. In and out. In and out he goes. Sheep number 3 out on the board. Working his way on the sock. Sam Bryan goes in for his 3rd one as well. Ed Harrington about to go in for his 3rd sheep. 1 left in the pen after that. They've picked up the pace a little bit. James Wilson on stand number 3.
So 3rd and final heat of the senior, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, senior proudly sponsored by our loyal supporters, Acto Agriculture, once again back here sponsoring the Canterbury A&P show. Of course, the New Zealand title for grabs. It is the New Zealand Corridor Championship, so there will be one of these shearers will be crowned senior Corridor champion for the year. Of course, we will be having that semi-final, and we will be finding our top 6 to go through to that final to battle it out. Only one place will be crowned first. The question is, who, ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be? So sheep 3 on the board for these shearers. 4 competition sheep in the pen, ladies and gentlemen. Rolling their way up and around the long blow, down and into the long blow they go. Stands 3, 4 and 5. Right there with each other, of course. Stands 1 and 2. Right there as well. So they come down to the last side. Sam Bryan Finishing touches for him, of course, comes that sock wall. Under the final shoulder he'll come. And down the last side. Finishing touches there for these shearers. Down and out the flank. Adam Gordon. Finishing touches there for him. Of course, one of our North Island competitors. It's great to see these guys travelling around, making the effort to come down to the South Island. Change your handpiece. Change back. The away he goes, fourth and final sheep on the board. Ed Harrington down there on stand 5. Fourth and final sheep on the board for him. Sam Thompson, finishing touches. Into the pen he'll go. Sheep number 4. Out into the board he'll come in this Acto Agriculture sponsored senior qualifying heats, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking for our top 12 shearers to go through to the semi. Of course, the semi-final will be held first thing after our smoko break, which of course will be next. So during the smoko break, the senior semi-finals will be announced. And after the senior semi, we will be into the open heats. The open heats will be after that. So Adam Gordon there. Check for the final. Under the final shoulder he'll come. Takes the trimming, down and over the brisket he'll come. James Wilson, man on 3. Down the last side he'll come, or a little bit of a niggle there, but young man, he's got it under control. So Adam Gordon, down and out the flank he comes. And Sam Bryan, he'll be the first one off. Adam Gordon, he'll be a blow or 2 behind. And finishing touches there for Adam. Barama man. Finishing touches there for Ed Harrington, down and out the flank. And once again, well shorn sheep there, Ed. Barama man, sheep 4 done for him. James Wilson, he'll take the time clock. And down and out the flank goes our last shearer for the senior qualifying heat. Finishing touches for him. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big hand, the senior qualifiers. Okay, that does complete the first morning's events. Of course, we will be having a smoko break. First up, after smoko, will be the senior final. I will announce the senior finalists during the smoko break, so guys, please don't run away too far. After the senior semi-final, we will be moving on into the open. I'll just quickly run through the first heat of the Open. Sean Burgess, Jack Fagan, Martini Mason, Christopher Jones and Lyle Windleburn, Tony Costa. Heat 2 and through Willie McSkimming, Hugh DeLacy, Paul Hodges, Ringa Kaha Pawai and Tari Edwards. Heat 3 will be Lewis Pentacle, Dave Booker, Hemi Braddock, Kevin Much, Thomas Lambert, Tuku Hapuku. Heat 4 will be Braden Clifford, David Gordon, Matthew Hunt, Lionel Tomata, Stacey Tahuya and Pyra Abraham.
the pen and show go?
That's a bit of getting these young fellas organised, Kerry, not like when we were young fellas. We were keen to rock and roll. Everything was done properly, on time.
A memory is fading, Norm. It's semi-final time we are, ladies and gentlemen, so we will be looking for our top 6 to go through into our agriculture sponsored semi-final. This is heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen. 5 competition sheep in the pen to be shorn.
Yeah, agriculture, of course, distributors and suppliers of Lister shearing gear. You see the signs on the doors, and of course their flash machines up there along the board. The Lister shearing machines supplied by Lister Shearing and Agriculture throughout the country at the shearing sports events. Big thanks to them for all their support. Of course, they are the major sponsors of this, the senior. Looks like we're all set for a start, are we? Where's our referee? Paul, thank you. Okay, heat number 1, it is the Agriculture Senior semi-final. Timekeeper's ready. No? What's the problem now, Rocky? You're always bloody holding us up, aren't you, fella?
Not heavy.
That Rocky ball. Yeah.
Always someone, Norman.
Oh, he's trouble.
Always one.
Takes a wee bit of keeping under control, that fella. Paul's happy, Sam's happy, Rocky's happy, you and me are happy, Gary. This time, timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. So away we go. 5 sheep in the pen, Kerry, the first one out on the board, and 6 good young shearers. Heat number 1 of 2, looking for a spot in the top 6. A big final later on.
That's right, Norm. We are looking for our top 6. Top 6 to go through into the final later on in the day. Of course, they've gone through the first qualifying heat. We are in the semi-finals time, ladies and gentlemen. The top 6 will be going through. The bottom 6, well, they'll just be sitting in the stands. Sometimes it won't be from any fault of their own, but the quality of the shearing here, ladies and gentlemen, today is some very, very good young up-and-coming shearers. Ladies and gentlemen, proudly sponsored by Agriculture, we are shearing the beautiful Corridor Hoggets from the Marble Point Station, and what a beautiful line of sheep they are. And away they go in this semi-final. Down on stand number 1, Adam Gordon from the North Island, ladies and gentlemen. Blake Crooks will take 2. Ed Harrington there on 3. Damien Bogle, he's the young fella from the Blenheim. Stand number 4. Sam Bryan, he'll take 5. And Scott Cameron, he'll take stand number 6. And away they go in that first qualifying heat. And just volunteers to tip up out the back, please. Can we have some volunteers to tip up the back for this heat?
Yeah, so it's been working well this morning. We just need the shearers, once they've shorn, to tip up. Unfortunately, they get a wee bit lost when we have a break. So if you're shorn the last heat before Smoko, you need to be out there tipping up. But we'll get some volunteers to pop out as well, please. So we will need some volunteers to jump out the back for us, please. So sheep number 1 done and dusted there for Blake Crooks. Stand 2, down over the tail. Making a nice job by the look of it. Out it goes. Sheep 2 on the board. Damien Bogle in and out for Damien. Down the last side for the rest of the field. Ed Harrington from over Banks Peninsula way on stand number 3. Wipes the front sock off. Wee bit of frib work under the leg. And then he can drop down into the flank on the last side. Sam Bryan already been there and done that. Had to bring the head forward just to keep it under control. A wee bit niggly, some of these girls. Fantastic line of sheep from Marble Point, Kerry. They're done really well. Real credit to the team out there at Marble Point.
Yeah, it is, Norm. They, once again, Marble Point are one of our major sponsors here And without them, ladies and gentlemen, we wouldn't have a show. It's a big thing for a farmer to put his sheep up and to be judged on the judged by the shearers and to come into the public spectrum. And we thank Marble Point. They're a fantastic sponsor. And ladies and gentlemen, they are a fantastic line of Corridor hoggets. And aren't the guys doing a beautiful job, eh? Semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 1 of 2. We are looking for our top 6 to go through to the 2022 New Zealand Senior Corridor Champs. That, ladies and gentlemen, will be later on in the day. But the question is, Norm, we're looking for that top 6. And without a doubt, there will be at least some of these shearers going through. But the question is, who's going to make that top 6? Who's your favourite shearer, ladies and gentlemen? It's time that we start getting in behind some of these competitors. If you've got a favourite shearer out there, ladies and gentlemen, let them be heard. So away they come down. Second, Adam Gordon. Bit of a niggle there. He said, mate, all good, all good. I'm not stressing. I'm not stressing. Sheep number 2, done and dusted, Norm. And for 3.
And for 3 is young Adam Gordon down there on stand number 1. Young fella from Masterton. Back out onto the board with his third sheep. 3 of 5. Of course, they're getting into it now, the top 12 out of the heats, competing this time. Blake Crooks slides out to the toe and round over the tail. Another couple of shots from him. And he'll be in and out with sheep number 3 as well. Ed Harrington, here he comes down over the last shoulder. Damien Bogle finishing touches. Last side for Sam Bryan. Last side also for Scotty Cameron down there on stand number 6. Damien Bogle in and out the big fella steps. Back onto the board. And away he goes down the belly of sheep number 3. But they're all chasing Adam Gordon at this stage on stand number 1. He's leading the field as far as pace goes. And he steps through and up the neck of his third sheep. Very talented young shearer, this guy. Comes from a very talented shearing and woolhandling family, Kerry. So definitely runs in the blood with some of these young fellas.
Yeah, but the question is, Norm, are they good enough on the day? They might be running in their blood, but the question is, you've got to put it together. You've got to have a good quality job. You've got to have a reasonable speed. And the points will be added together, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be looking for our top 6. And what a final that is going to be. Down there on stand 6, Scott Cameron. Into the pen he goes. Sheep, what are we on to? Sheep number 3 on the board for him. Sam Bryan, finishing touches here for him. And he'll be looking for sheep 3.
You see, you did right, Kerry. Watching Adam Gordon work his way down over the last front shoulder. He's leading as far as pace goes. Blake Crooks isn't too far away. He's going to turn for home very shortly as well. But it's not all about speed, is it, Kerry? So, like you said, the quality of the job comes into it. That's what the wise men and women out there in the grey shirts are looking for. They're just looking for a good quality job. So on the board, the 6 judges on the board, or 7 judges on the board, they're looking for what we call second cuts. So when the shearer lifts the handpiece off the skin of the sheep a wee bit and leaves a bit of fluff behind, when he goes back and cuts that bit of fluff off, it's called a second cut. So it devalues the fleece. It makes it worth less money to the farmer because he's just cut the staple of wool in half. Okay, so the idea is to keep the handpiece right down hard on the skin. Unfortunately, the sheep are round and the flat comb on their handpiece is flat. So to make a flat steel object fit round a round sheep, look out behind you there, Rocky. Look, holding, don't take your eyes off the job, Rocky. Rocky, get back on the job. Good man, well done. Pretty quick there, fella. But as I was saying, a flat piece of steel's got to fit on a round sheep, so it takes a hell of a lot of skill to keep that comb nice and flat on the skin without cutting the staple of wool twice. And of course, Gary, there's another lot of judges out the back as well, and they're looking for lumps of ridges of wool left on or any little scratches, and they'll get penalised accordingly out the back. So looking for second cuts on the board, any wool or scratches out the back, and all the points added together. So every penalty, every mistake you make, you get penalised, and that penalty point will be added to your total, and that'll get mixed in with the time points. So you get a total, whatever your total is, the lower the score, the better. The least mistakes you make, the lower your score will be, and the quicker you are, the lower your score will be. So every 20 seconds is 1 point. So we're looking for the lower scores. I'll go through the top 6 sets of lower scores will go through into the final. And but it requires a lot of skill, a lot of training, a lot of practice to shear fast and clean, Kerry. It's not something that just comes natural to everyone.
No, Norm, it's an art that is developed over many a year. A lot of these shearers here, they'll be probably maybe 3rd or 4th year within the industry. And it's not something that learning to shear is probably reasonably easy, but being good at it, or being that advanced that you're world champion, that takes something really, really special. And New Zealand, we have the best shearers in the world, ladies and gentlemen. We have multiple world champions through our shearers, our wool handlers, even our blade shearer, our world champion blade shearer, of course. He'll be in action later on in the morning. So shearing sports in New Zealand, it's a little bit undersung sport, actually, to be fair. We've had multiple world champions, as I said, and the talent pool in New Zealand shearing is by far the best in the world, isn't it, Norm?
Yeah, it is. Of course, it's a real international game, of course, and all our New Zealand shearers. A lot of these young guys travel. They head over to the UK or the States or South America or wherever shearing, into Europe. Wherever the sheep, you'll find New Zealand shearers. They chase the work, make the money. Shearing can be very good money, of course. You've got to... you get paid for what you do. Every time you put a sheep out the hole, you get paid. So you've got to chase the work and make sure you're shearing all the time to get that top money. And Damien Bogle knows that. That's why he's running in for another sheep. Not mucking around, not wasting time out on the board, looking at the pretty girls in the crowd. And there is 1 or 2, Kerry, too, I've noticed. But anyway, back up on the shearing board, you should be taking notice of what's happening down there, not up there.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is, Norm. As long as someone tells us what sheep we're on to, we can happily commentate. So down the last side comes Ed Harrington. Finishing touches there for him. Sheep number 4, of course, stands number 5, young Adam Gordon, coming down the last side. And 5th and final sheep on the board for the boy from Masterton. And finishing touches there for him, and he'll be the first one home in the senior semi. Of course, agriculture, our sponsor. Sheep 5 on the board for Blake Crooks. Man on 2, down the last side he comes, down and out the flank. Finishing touches there for him. And into the pen, Sam Bryan. I think probably sheep number 5 on the board for him too. Scott Cameron there, into the pen he goes, and well done there, Blake. Finishes his qualifying heat. Of course, semi-finals we are, ladies and gentlemen. Slowly but surely we're coming to the business end of the competition. Of course, after this heat, we will have the open machine shearing heats. But we need to find our semi-finalists. Damien Bogle having a bit of trouble on that one. They said, mate, I'm all good, I'm all good. I've got my process, I've got it under control. These Marble Point Station hockets, ladies and gentlemen, they're in such a good condition that they're a bit of a challenge this year. Pretty keen, pretty young, pretty keen to fight. But these young shearers, they got the skills, they got the talent to keep things under control. So the next one home, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, Damien Bogle. Well done, my man. So down the last side, right there with each other, stands 3 and 6. Not too much separating at the moment. So down out the flank, finishing touches there, and Ed Harrington, ladies and gentlemen, he'll look for the time clock. Well done, Mud. Down on stand number 6. Down and out the flank he goes. Scott Cameron. Finishing touches there for him. And final touches, and he'll look for the time clock, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Scott Cameron, ladies and gentlemen. Followed by Sam Bryan, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. Semi-final number 1. Moving on to the semi-final number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Stand 1 will be James Wilson, Cody Davison 2. Hemi Pongaroa will take 3. Alex Chapman 4. Timo Hicks 5. And Liam Norrie will be on stand number 6.
I'm busy having a yarn, all right? Don't interrupt me. Okay, we have the thumbs up. The guys are at the door. Heat number 2 it is of the Acto Agriculture sponsored senior semi-final. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off again this time. The next lot of 6 shearers vying for a spot in the big final this afternoon. Away we go on sheep number 1 and 5. Just like the last heat, they've had the luxury of sitting back and watching how those shearers perform. they'll have an idea of what sort of time they need to be doing them in, but the sheep might have a different idea. You can only shear to what they'll let you shear a lot of the times. They're a wee bit niggly, so they're a handful for the competitors, but of course we're in the senior grade. These guys are quite experienced competition shearers now, so they'll handle them no worries at all. First hind leg, stand number 1, James Wilson from the deep south. Steps through and up the neck. Cody Davidson on stand number 2. He's from Ashburton. Hemi Punniota, local boy who runs the pulling cheering crew here out of Rolleston, up around this area. Alex Clapham from England, this young fella on stand number 4. Timo Hicks and Liam Norrie, both sort of North Canterbury shearers. And away round and towards what we call the long blows. So they sweep the wool off the first front shoulder. And Timo there drops into the long blow. The big sweeping blows across the rib cage, right up the backbone of the sheep. Another couple of shots, and him and Alice Clapham will turn for home. James Wilson is there as well. So they turn around, they step up with their right foot, just bring the head across onto their right knee and work their way down over the last front shoulder. So they're on the last side now. They're on the money side, ladies and gentlemen. Get the wool off this side and you can get a wee bit of money. Sock wool comes off in front of the leg, above or below the elbow, the knuckle. A lot of work on these sheep. They're quite woolly, but of course the farmers bred them purposely for that. They're nice mid-micron type sheep, nice soft mid-micron fleece, and enough wool to get a good weight off each sheep and be worth a lot of money, Kerry.
That's right, Norm, and that's the objective of the game. You know, this fibre that the farmer produces is probably world-class, top-notch, world-class fleeces from the Marble Point. And you'll see our wool handlers here in green. Of course, the wool handling competition was yesterday, but what you'll see is these wool handlers working away, and this is what they'll do on a typical day-to-day basis. You'll see they'll be preparating their fleece on the board, and you'll see they'll come up to the table and they'll throw that fleece up over the table. Just as so, you'll see down there on stands 5 and 6, and you'll see they'll go around, take those pieces out, and basically the crutch wool and the human equivalent of your underarm here is what these wool handlers are taking out. So, and what goes into the blue trolleys there is a top quality wool. And of course, that wool will go to a scouring unit, probably in say Dunedin, and of course, or here in Christchurch, and that will be processed, and it'll go into a number of things, but it'll be made into clothing and some other sort of things, like they're even making woolen shoes these days, so, and woolen wallets and bits and pieces. So it's amazing the qualities of wool, and it's a beautiful product, and beautiful sheep from the Marble Point Station, ladies and gentlemen. Norm, they really are a credit, these sheep, aren't they?
You know that about that. Good quality line of stock. Great stockman up there at Marble Point, and out goes James Wilson, second sheep, and he is going to change the cutter there. Instead of the handpiece, he likes the comb, but he just wants a fresh cut, so he's just changed the cutter on that handpiece on stand number 1. Cost him a second or two, but hopefully he'll get a better cut, and away goes James Wilson on stand number 1. Cody Davison works his way down the last front leg, clears all the frib wool off under the leg. Sock wool comes off. Hemi Punniota there with him on stand number 3. Bit of a yellow looking fleece, that one, Kerry. Probably didn't shear quite as well as some of the other sheep. Punches his way down into the flank. Hemi. Alex Clapham. Sheep 3 on the board. He's through into the top of the head. So as far as pace goes, Alex Clapham is out in front at this stage. But like we've already said, it's not all about speed. Timo Hicks through and up the top of the head and up the neck as well. And Liam Norrie down there from Cheviot on stand number 6. He just turns into the first hind leg. Opens it up. She's all technique, foot placement, blow placement, carrying it. So when the sheep kicks and wriggles a wee bit, it just makes it a lot harder to get your feet and everything in the right place.
Yeah, that's right, Norm. And to be fair, that's a skill that you and I probably didn't really master at times. But all the same, that's why we're on the commentary team.
Talk about it.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the business end of the senior competition. Semi-final number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The top 6 will be going through to the final. The question is, who is it going to be? We will see our top 6 shearers. And ladies and gentlemen, proudly sponsored by Acto Agriculture. And once again, proud sponsors here of the senior section at the Canterbury A&P show. So down and out the flank goes Alex Chapman. Timo Hicks. Down the last side he'll come. Finishing touches there for him. Liam Norrie. Down the money side of the sheep he'll come. 5 competition sheep in the pen for these senior shearers. Under that final shoulder. Down and out the flank he'll go, the young fella from up Nelson Ways, young Timo Hicks there on 5. So down on stand 1, of course, we've got James Wilson, the boy from the deep south. Away down the first leg he goes. Cody Davison, of course, he's a Canterbury man. Takes the trimming on the back side of the leg. Under that final shoulder. Down and out the flank you go. Kimi Pongaroa. Out to the tips of the toes he goes. Finishing touches there for him. He'll be in for sheep number 4. Stands 5 and 6 in the pen. Sheep number 4 or 5 in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, after this we will be into the open heats. So just announce the open heat. Heat number 1. Sean Burgess, Jack Fagan, Martini Mason, Christopher Jones, Lyle Windelburn and Tony Costa. You guys are heat number 1 in the open. Of course, the open first heat will be after the completion of the semi-final. So sheep number 4 on the board for these competition shearers. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank. James Wilson. Cody Davison working his way around the shoulder, takes the trimming on the full side of the leg and round and down and into the long blow. Here goes Timo Hicks right there, Liam Norrie right there as well. But it's the man on stand number 4 leading the way at the moment. Finishing touches there for him. Into the pen, stands 1, into the pen, stands 4. Right there with each other. Under the final shoulder, Cody Davison, down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches for him. Kimi Pongaroa. Finishes that long blow, takes the cheek wall, swings down up and over the breast of the he'll go. He'll take the trimming, top side of the leg, off comes the sockwell and away down the last side he'll go. Cody Davison into the pen. Sheep number 5 on the board. Liam Norrie, sheep 5 on the board for him. Young Timo Hicks, finishing touches there for him. Into the pen he goes. But James Wilson, the man down on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Away he goes. Sheep number 5 on the board. 5th and final sheep on the board. In this Acto Agriculture sponsored senior semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting down to the business end of the day. We're looking for the top 6. The question is, who is it going to be? So under the final shoulder, James Wilson, finishing touches there for him. And away there he goes, down and out the flank, finishing touches there for him. Katie Davison, up the neck he goes, chasing Wilson. But he's not going to have enough in the tank. He's going to be the man on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen. In this semi-final. James Wilson, well shorn, my man. Next one home, Alex Chapman, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I might have put the X on him. Might have put the X on him. Then stand number 4. Uh-oh, hold the phone. Hold the phone, there we go. Well done, Alex. Does complete sheet number 5 for him. Young Timo Hicks, Liam Norrie, down the last side. Down and out the flank, these guys will go. Cody Davison there as well, within the mix. And a couple more blows here for Liam. And well shorn, Liam Norrie, ladies and gentlemen. And then the young Master Blaster from the Nelson District, ladies and gentlemen, young Timo Hicks. And Cody Davison, he'll complete sheet number 5 on 2. And that leaves the man himself. Finishing touches here for our share on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Hemi Pongaroa. Okay, that does complete the semi-final for the senior. Next up will be the open heats.
Yeah, so the open heats, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away if you're in the stadium. You're about to see some of the big boys come to work. The open heats, open grade is where the big bangers hang out. Some of their very best shearers in the world you'll see here this afternoon. Hit number 1 will be Sean Burgess, Jack Fagan, Martini Mason, Chris Jones, Lyle Wunderburn, Tony Costa. Hit 2, Ant Frew, Willie McSkimming, Hugh DeLacy, Paul Hodges, Ringa Pawai, Tardy Edwards. Heat 3, Louis Spincole, Dave Brooker, Hemi Braddock, Gavin Much, Thomas Lambert, Tuku Hapogu. And Heat 4, Braden Clifford, David Gordon, Matthew Hunt, Lionel Tomata, Stacey Tahuya, Pairata Abraham. Heat 5, Brett Roberts, Nathan Stratford, Murray Johnson, Sarah Hewson. And heat number 6, Duncan Leslie, Angus Moore, Duncan Higgins and Tamihana Karodia. So they're the 6 heats that will be competing here right now, and looking for the top 18 out of the 6 heats. The top 18 shearers will go into a three heat semi-final. That was a senior grade we just watched, so we're going to take a step up, ladies and gentlemen, and move into the open grade. And all their shearers in the open heats vying for a spot, of course, in the semi-final of the open will be held a wee bit later in the program. And we'll be loading the pens up with 5 big woolies, I think. And we'll get our shearers up on the board. Sean Burgess, stand 1. Jack Fagan on 2. Martini Mason on 3. Chris Jones 4. Lyle Windleburn 5. Tony Costa on stand 6. So a good line-up first up. A couple of local shearers, a couple of shearers from further afield, a couple of young shearers and a couple of more experienced shearers. Tony Costa, stand 6. Great to see Tony back on the competition board. Don't see him too much nowadays on the competition board, but here he is, and he's a past winner, multiple past winner of this event. Law Windleburn, good young shearer from Canterbury. Chris Jones, a good not so young shearer from Marlborough. Great to see Chris back here. He's been coming to Canterbury for about 53 years, I think. Martini Mason, one of the top young North Island shearers, on stand 3. Jack Fagan, of course, on stand 2. Another one of the top North Island shearers here today. And Sean Burgess from just down the road in Rakaya. Sean's always a great competitor here at the Canterbury Show. He loves these corridors. Shears the mid-micron sheep very well. So like I said, Kerry, these are the big boys and girls in this grade. This is the top grade in competition shearing. And huge amounts of experience up there on the board.
That's right, Norm. And there's been a number of open finalists here throughout the years in the heats. There's world team champions. There's all sorts of shearers here. Pretty good display of open shearers. So, of course, we've got Jack Fagan going for an individual world record. We can say it later on in December, isn't it? Mid-December. So, yeah. As we await a start, of course, thank you to our sponsors, PGG Wrightsons. Once again, PGG Wrightsons sponsored this open machine shearing for many a year now, Norm. It's great to have these sponsors back on board. Big thank you to Marble Point Station. Once again, another beautiful line of Corridor Hoggets.
Thanks, Paul. We've had the thumbs up. Heat number 1 of the Open about to start. We'll have the shearers at the door, please. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. 6 shearers, heat number 1. Looking for a spot in the top 18. 6 heats of competitors. This is heat number 1, so these boys vastly experienced. Of course, these Marble Point sheep are corridors. This is a New Zealand title, the New Zealand Corridor Shearing Championships. Here this afternoon, and way down the first hind leg. Into the top of the head for Jack Fagan on stand number 2. Martini Mason, Lyle Windleburn steps through and up the next. So does Tony Costa and Chris Jones. Costa on 6, Chris Jones on 4. Throw a big uppercut under the chin. Break the wall open and into the cheek. Around the back of the head they work now. Lyle Windleburn's come out swinging, so is Jack Fagan. Stand number 2, Jack Fagan. Stand number 5, Lyle Windleburn. A couple of good young shearers in amongst some hugely experienced shearers. But of course the only way shearers get more experience is by doing more shearing. So these young guys are chasing it around the world. And it's great to see them competing with some of the more experienced guys, because they can really take it to them. Jack Fagan cleans off under the leg and down into the flank on the last side he drops. Right out to the toe. And another couple of shots for Jack Fagan. Comes from Te Kuiti up in King Country. Out the hole it goes, and he steps in and out with sheep number 2. Well done, Jack. Going great guns here, leading the field. Martini Mason. Just a couple of shots off the pace, and he'll be stepping in for sheep number 2. So will Tony Costa. Keep an eye on this man, the Rakaya Flyer down there on stand number 6. Out the hole it goes. He steps in and out for sheep number 2. Hugely experienced there on stand 6.
That's right, Norm. And Tony Costa, of course, a previous winner. He's number of times he's made the final. And a number of times he's won it too. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a fantastic line of shearers here today in the open class. But, of course, it is a New Zealand title up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. It will be New Zealand Corridor Championship. We are 2022, ladies and gentlemen. So just a official paperwork coming through. So the Senior Machine Shearing finalists, of course, proudly sponsored by Acno Agriculture. In order of qualification, top qualifier was James Wilson. Second qualifier, Alan Gordon. Alex Clapman, Liam Norrie, Blake Crooks, and Hemi Pongaroa. So that is your top 6. So back to the board, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, what have we got in the pen here? Norm 5 competition sheet. 5 competition sheet, just confirming the number there. And down and out the flank goes the boy from the Tikawiti, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Fagan on 2. Handy enough share of this guy, of course, we said. Jack is going for a world record. And that's to be done in mid-December, I think it is. So Martingi Mason, down the last side he goes. Another one of these North Island shearers, of course, Marston and Born and Bred, the boy. So finishing touches there for him. Down and out the flank, under that final shoulder. Sean Burgess, into the pen he goes. Mason, change your hairpiece there. Maybe tactical, maybe not quite happy with that comb, or he just wants to try his second comb out. Chris Jones, in the pen he goes. And I think, if memory serves me right, I think Chris first saw at the Christchurch show in maybe 1992, or maybe that might have been the Canterbury circuit. He's sure in 1992. So he's a vastly experienced shearer. And it's great to see Chris up having a go. As he says, he's just here to make numbers, but really he would love to make a final, ladies and gentlemen. Low the win or burn on stand 5. Up and around the shoulders he goes. 3 on the board for these shearers of 5 competition sheep in the pen. We're looking for our, what are we into, Norm? We're going to the top 18? Top 18, I think they're going through. At least top 18 to go through. Should have done my homework first. So we will be seeing a number of these shearers again, but we will be losing shearers along the way. But that's the nature of our competition. So the top 6 will go through to the open final, ladies and gentlemen. And by crikey, that will be a big event. So Tony Costa, down and into the long blow he goes. Finishing touches there for him. Takes a cheek ball, down and over the brisket he goes. Finishing touches there for him. Sean Burgess, down the last side. Under the final shoulder. Down and out the flank. Finishing touches there for him. Jack Fagan, away he goes. Down the first leg. 1, 2, 3 and into the undermine shots. 1, 2. And he'll step up. Break the neck will open. Mason into the pen he goes. The boy from Marston, and it's great to see these North Island shearers travelling around, following the show circuit, Norm. It's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. And we've got some of the top North Island shearers down here today in Christchurch. Chris Jones just slides out over the back tail. He's from up north, a bit further north, but not right up there. He's a Marlborough man. Slides another one out the hole. Tony Costa, well-known quality shearer. He's making a beautiful job of these sheep as he works through the pen of 5. Of course, Kerry, it's easy to make a good job of a good sheep. And the fantastic line of corridors here from Marble Point. We do appreciate their help and input in making this show a success. And it's good to have a good even line of sheep because the competitors, it doesn't put them at a disadvantage if they get a tough one. They're a nice even line of sheep. They all share similar. So it's just down to the competitor and his gear. So real credit to the team out there at Marble Point, these beautiful corridors. Jack Fagan slides that over the back leg, over the tail. Speaking of nice jobs, Jack's been putting that together in spades, and sheep number 5 it is on the board for Jack Fagan. It's his 5th and final. And away down the sock and into the belly he will work. Jack Fagan leading the field as far as pace goes. Looks like he's got the job to match the speed, but we won't know until the results come out. We sort of get a wee bit of an idea looking from here, but of course the judges down there get a much closer look than us. And they're just keeping an eye on everything, making sure that they're judged accordingly. If they make a mistake, they'll be penalised. Top of the head comes off for Jack Fagan as Lyle Windleburn steps in and out of the pen. Martini Mason on stand number 3. He's in and out of the pen as well. Back out onto the board they come together. Stands 3 and 5, and away down the belly they go. Had a bit of a ding-dong all the way through, these two. Sean Burgess finishing touches, Tony Costa finishing touches. The two Rakaya flyers, ladies and gentlemen, at either end of the field. Sean on stand number 1, Tony on 6. Both from Rakaya and Mid-Canterbury. That's a wee town in a region that's produced some very, very good all-breed shearers over the years. And Sean slides down into the first hind leg. Vastly experienced to Sean Burgess. Up the undermine into the top of the head. Tony Costa, he's got that experience as well. He just slides up the undermine into the top of the head as well. But finishing touches now for Chris Jones. And out the hole this one goes, and into the pen for his 5th and final. Well, he's hoping to get out the hole anyway, and there it goes. But Jack Fagan, he's leading the field, he's bringing them home. Another few shots for Jack Fagan, and he's going to be looking for his cord. When his cord is pulled, the time clock will stop on stand number 2. And Jack gets to stand straight in his back. Give him a hand, folks. First man home in the heat number 1. So he's got the time points. Every 20 seconds there's 1 point added onto your total. So Jack's time clock was stopped in 9 minutes and 25 seconds. So if you can work that out, you'll know how many time points he lost. And every 20 seconds these other shearers are behind him. They'll get an extra point added to their total. So Jack's got the time points, put the pressure on everyone else. Martini and Mason finishing touches to sheep number 5. Over the tail it goes. Lyle Windleburn, he's buttoned off as well. There goes Martini. Sean Burgess straightens his back. Tony Costa, another shot for Tony, and he can join the most of the field and straighten his back as well. Chris Jones, he's going to have the last say in heat number 1, the Marlborough man. As he slides up over the backbone, doesn't do a lot of shearing nowadays. He's pretty much a full-time farmer now as Chris Jones. He'll be lucky if he gets a day or 2 in a week, but fantastic competitor, always has been. Seen him down here in Christchurch for many, many years. And he's a good supporter of shearing sports. He puts back into Kerry with judging and different things he does around the country. Puts back into the sport and the industry. And it's brought him a fair amount of success over the years too. Chris has had a lot of finals under his belt, including here at Canterbury. So Chris Jones right out to the toe. He's a good multi-breed man, isn't he, Chris Jones? Over the tail, and give them a hand, folks. Heat number 1 of the 6 for the Open.
Okay, that does complete heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2, stand 1 will be Anfru, Willie McSkimming 2, Hugh DeLacy 3, Paul Hodges 4, Ringa Kaha Pawai will be 5, and Tari Edwards will be 6.
So the next heat getting ready up here. Who we got up here? And through on stand number 1, Willie McSkimming. On 2, we've got Hugh DeLacy, top young up-and-coming shearer on stand number 3. Paul Hodges, Ringer Parway, Tardy Edwards. Tardy Edwards' first season in the open grade. Down there on stand number 6, so he's made the big step up. And of course the Corridale, New Zealand Corridale Champs is part of the National Shearing Circuit, which is a circuit of different breeds of types of sheep, wool types around the country, and culminates in a semi-final and a final at the Golden Shears in March. And of course that's proudly sponsored by BetMed and PGG Wrightson. And that multi-breed final up at the Golden Shears of Marsden, that gives us our national shearing champion, all breed champion. So big thanks to VetMed and PGG Wrightson for their sponsorship of that national shearing circuit. It's a huge event throughout New Zealand, and that's what a lot of our open shearers are here for, just to get points to qualify for the top 8, the top 12 rather, at the Golden Shears, the top 12 semi-final up there. And our referee just working with the shearers. The shearers have the right to call a referee, so you see their sheep being removed out of Ant's pen, and they'll chuck another one in for him. So just not quite as good. There must be just something he wasn't too happy about, and he's got 4 legs, and he has a right to call a referee, and the referee agrees with him, he'll remove it. He just wants a fair shot. He doesn't want a tough sheep to shear just to put him behind. If the referee says it's a fair call, he'll take it out of his pen and they'll slide another one in. If the referee thinks it's all right to shear, then the shearer shears it. And then for, of course, if he had one removed, it must have been pretty tough, because he could shear anything, that fella. Even saw him shear a bag of lollies once. Ringakaha Pawa, just waiting for another sheep to come into his pen. Paul Harris, our referee, that same referee that's been around for a very, 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 very long time, has agreed that that sheep needs to come out. So there's another one in Ringer's pen as well, and it'll give him 5. How are we looking, Paul? You happy? Good on you. Just remember to give me the thumbs up, each time. Good on you. Okay, looks like everyone's happy. Everyone's at the door. Let's set them off. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go again. Heat number 2 it is, of 6. Looking for a spot in the top 18. So we'll go down to 3 heats, 6 heats now. We're going to drop down to 3 heats of shearers. And of course, from that top 18, we'll get the top 6 that will compete in the big final. And through from Pleasant Point on stand number 1. Slides down into the first hind leg. Last couple of seasons, he's made some big time finals around the country, so he's a man on a mission as Through on stand number 1. Willie McSkimming, Wild Willie they call him. On stand number 2, steps through and up the neck. Experienced shearer, shorn all over the country, and residing now in Oamaru. Doesn't shear full time anymore. He's the rep for the Heineken brand of shearing gear. Hugh DeLacy, he's a Canterbury shearer there on stand number 3. Drops into the long blow. He's a very good sheared shearer, this man, and he's starting to go all right in the competitions as well. Paul Hodges from South Canterbury on stand 4. Through the first front shoulder, slides into what we call the long blow. A couple of short blows, and then a big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Steps across with the right foot. Ringa Kahapawa on stand number 4. He's from Gore in the deep south. Go with the south, Ringa. And on stand number 6, Tardy Edwards, that young fellow down there on stand number 6. He's working and operating out of Ashburton currently, and this is his first season in the Open. So he stepped up from the senior grade last year and blazing a trail in the Open. So great to see Tardy Edwards doing so well. Hugh DeLacy, sheep number 2 on the board already, Kerry, so he's come out swinging. And he can shear these mid-micron type sheep as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Second ahead of the Open, of course, proudly sponsored by PGG Wrightsons. And what a spectacle we have, ladies and gentlemen. We have quarterfinals. We're looking for the top 18 shearers to go through into that. Then we will be moving on to the semi-final, and then we will go down to the top 6. And the top 6 will go through, and we will be crowning a New Zealand Corridor champion. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a New Zealand title up for grabs. The question is, who's it going to be? Who is going to take home the red ribbon, and who is going to be in awe? So down on stand 1, ladies and gentlemen, and through. Stepping up the neck, Willie's mix giving right there as well. Hugh DeLacy leading the way at the moment. He's on stand number 3. Paul Hodges, just flowing back from Australia from yesterday, I do believe. And Ringa Kahapawa from down in the deep south. And Tardy Edwards down there on stand number 6. So from the way they work around the shoulders and down and into the long blow, Hugh DeLacy down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches there for Hugh. And once again, very well shorn sheep there by him. Into the pen he goes. 3 of 5 in the pen to share, ladies and gentlemen. Some very, very good shearers here today, Norm, and it's not going to go all their way. There's going to be a couple shearers miss out on the quarterfinals, and then there'll be a number miss out on the semi-finals too. But that's the nature of the sport, ladies and gentlemen. And if we had it any other way, everyone will get a prize. But the question is, not in this sport. We're looking for our top shearer to go through to take that New Zealand title. Finishing touches there for Hodges. Into the pen goes Ringa Kahapawa. Out on the board, off comes that sock called Tardy Edwards. Into the pen he goes, sheep number 3, Hodges in. Big skimming in, and through, down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches there for him. Into the pen, sheep 3 on the board. But it's the man on 3, leading the way at the moment. Under that final shoulder, down and out the flank he'll go. Hodges works his way round that first leg into the undermine. Top knot time. Steps up, breaks the neck wide open, takes the cheek wall and he'll work his way up and around the shoulder. Pawai, he right there as well. Tardy Edwards. Up the neck he goes. First here in the Open, ladies and gentlemen. Big move from the senior grades into the Open. When you're in the Open, ladies and gentlemen, these are the best shearers. These are the best of the best. These are some of the best shearers in the world. We've had world record titles. We've had world champions. And they're right here today. Down and over the brisket, Norm. Good spectacle so far, isn't it?
No doubt about that. Can we get the pen guys on stands 2 and 3 to turn the cards over, please, Lydia? Thank you. I think he's on sheep number 4. So keep them rolling just for our timekeepers. That's the story. So Hugh DeLacy through, up the neck. Snaps the neck wall open. Into the cheek. Base here and around the head. There's a lot of work on their sheep. They're woolly around the back of the head and the woolly around the legs, so a lot of work on them. Just a wee bit slower than an open crossbred with no points, with no wool on the legs or around the head. So just a wee bit extra, taking a wee bit longer to get around these big woolly sheep. Of course, they're bred purposely that way. The team at Marble Point. fine genetics they have out there, and just breeding a good, well-wooled mid-micron sheep is what they want. But no problem to Hugh DeLacy as he slides down over the last front shoulder. Just 6.5 minutes gone on the clock, and he's almost got number 4 out the hole. And that time will just get quicker and quicker as we work through the rounds, Kerry. So we're going from over 30 shearers down to 18. Next round they'll be a wee bit quicker, and once we get in the final, of course, they'll be quicker again.
That's right, Norm. So when we hit the final, ladies and gentlemen, these sheep will be shorn in probably a fraction over a minute. So, of course, these shearers at the moment, of course, they're concentrating on getting their job right, because the sheep are judged on the board by our judges, and, of course, they'll be judged out the back. So their points will be added together, their time points will be taken. We will be looking for our top 18 to go through. And the question is, who's it going to be? We're going to go from 13 to 18. And that's probably no fault of their own, some of these shearers. It's just the nature of the sport. Some days the luck goes your way, some days it doesn't. And that's just how the cookie crumbles in the shearing industry. But of course, we will be taking the top 18 through, and down to 12 and down to 6. We will be crowning a New Zealand Corridor champion. The question is, who's it going to be? Down and out the flank goes Paul Hodges. Ringa Kaha Pawai, finishing touches there for him. Sheep, what are they on? Sheep number 4 on the board for him. Into the pen, fifth and final sheep. That's the man on 3, Hugh DeLacy, the boy from the Rangiora. Finishing touches there for him. Just a young guy starting to come through. Norm's starting to really come through pretty strong, this Hugh DeLacy. Finishing touches there for him. A very good up-and-coming young shearer. And there he goes, Norm.
Give him a hand, folks. Well done, Hugh. Good shear. Kerry, wasn't it?
Yeah, well shorn. Without a doubt.
He come out swinging, the big fella, and put the pressure on the rest of the field. Of course, his time points are top notch. 8 minutes and 40 for the 5 sheep. Tardy Edwards. Last sheep on the board for Tardy.
3, all for the final.
So the rest of the field, around the back of the head into the front shoulder, we've got Ant Frew on stand number 1, Willie McSkimming on 2, working their way down to the long blow. Paul Hodges is doing the same thing. Ringa Pawai on 5, he's been there and done that. He just turns through the long blow and turns for home. Sheep comes off for Ringa. Shuffles the sheep back a fraction just to keep it in line with the dropper, and takes the sock wall off. So Tardy Edwards, a young man in his first season in the Open, down there on stand number 6, up the neck, shearing nicely. It stands 1 and 2, Willie McSkimming and Ant Frew, blow for blow as they work their way down the last side. Ant just got a woolly sock there to contend with, but it's all off. Plucks a wee bit off down the sock, and down into the flank he goes. But Willie McSkimming, he's going to finish just behind Ringa Pawai. All done and dusted on stands 2 and 5. Stands 1 and 4. All done and dusted as well. Well done, guys. Just Tardy Edwards, a young man from Ashburton on stand number 6. Just the last side to come off for him, and he'll be all done as well. Well done, team. All right, let's get heat 3 up on the board, please. The next lot of shearers. Louis Pincole on stand number 1. Dave Brooker on 2. Hemi Braddock on 3. Gavin Much on 4. Thomas Lambert on 5. Tuku Hapuku on stand number 6. Another good line up there, Kerry. A couple of local fellas. And one of our committee members, Dave Brooker on stand number 2. Hemi Braddock and Gavin Much from up north. Gavin, of course, originally from Scotland, ex-world champion. Thomas Lambert, local man, Tuku Hapuku from Methven on stand 6. And Luis Pincola on 1, originally from Chile in South America. All over the show this time we are in heat number 3. Hemi Braddock and Gavin Much, a couple of very, very strong competitors. Hemi Braddock just hitting the straps in the open, coming through in the top 3 in most of the big finals he competes in nowadays. And Gavin Much, of course, consistent finalist around the nation and around the world, and winner of many competitions throughout the world as well. Gavin Much on stand 4. Scottish national shearer and living and farming up north.
Okay, as we just the way to start in this third heat of the Open. Of course, we need to acknowledge our sponsors for the day. Big thank you to our Open section sponsor, PGG Rodsons. Big thank you to Marble Point Station for the presentation of the beautiful Corridale Hoggets. And once again, a fantastic line of sheep, and we thank you, Marble Point Station, very much for once again sponsoring them.
So another hour. He'll be getting nervous. He told me he was on to 11. He'll be getting all
He's been tipping over. He was sitting around here.
This week, just the way to start, of course, the shearers have the right to contest one that's in their pen. There's a board referee, and the shearers will call the referee, and they will say that there's an issue that they might have concern with his sheep.
Well, I suppose it's the same people over and over, isn't it?
Thumbs up from the referee, Mr. Paul Harris. Thank you, Paul. Have the shearers at the door, please. Heat number 3 it is. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Heat 3 it is of the PGG Wrightson VetMed sponsored Open here today. And PGG Wrightson, of course, well-known company throughout the country, and VetMed manufacturers and suppliers of a New Zealand-made drench. So great to have a New Zealand company making New Zealand products on board with their sponsors. Keeping our farmers profitable and their stock healthy throughout New Zealand. And away we go. So Gavin Much, he's come out swinging the Flying Scotsman on stand number 4. Look at this man go. 49, 50 seconds gone on the clock, and he's turning for the last side. He watched Hugh DeLacy in the last heat, and he thought, well, I can do that too. And he can. He comes out swinging every competition he enters, and puts a lot of pressure on the other competitors with time points. Turning for home also is Hemi Braddock on stand number 2 from Mikatahuna up in the North Island. Down over the last front shoulder and out the hole for Gavin Much. A minute 14, minute 15 gone on the clock, folks. Fastest time we've seen so far here today, and we're going to see more of that, believe you me. Round onto the last leg is Thomas Lambert on stand 5. Tuku Hapuku turns for the last front leg as well. Hemi Braddock on stand 3 just slides out to the toe, rolls around under the hamstring over the tail, and out it goes. But Gavin Much definitely setting the pace here, Kerry. He's got a couple of good sheep and he's making the most of them.
That's right, Norm, and They don't call him the Flying Scotsman for no reason. Of course, give him much, ladies and gentlemen, the boy from Whangamama in the North Island. Of course, Gavin is an ex-world champion, and the way he took off out of the blocks there, you can see exactly why, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic shearer he is. And rolling down into the long blow. Sheep number 2 on the board for him. Hemi Braddock, up the neck he goes. Top knot time. Of course, the legendary shearer David Booker there on 2. Away he goes down that first leg. Undermine time for him. Steps up, breaks the neck well open, takes the cheek ball, and he'll work his way up and around the shoulders. He'll go. Lewis Pentacle, the man down there on stand number 1. Of course, Lewis comes from Chile. Of course, shearing here in New Zealand. But once again, another fantastic shearer in this open grade. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking for our top 18. We've got 30-odd shearers. There will be some shearers that won't go through, but the question is, who's going to make that top 18? Gavin Much, into the pen he goes. Sheep number 3 on the board. He's just sitting a bit over a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, it does get faster. You wait till these guys hit the semi-final and the final. They'll be smacking them out in under a minute. Down the first leg he goes. Undermine time for him. Near out. Stand number 6. Tuku Hapuku finishes the long blow. Down and over the brisket he'll come. Takes the trimming on the top side of the leg. Under that final shoulder and down and out the flank he'll go. Thomas Lambert right there as well. Under the final shoulder he'll come. Trimming on the back side of the leg. Finishing touches there for him. Down and out the flank he'll be looking for sheep 3, but it's still the boy on 4. Away he goes. Round that long blow. Takes the cheek wall and up and down and over the brisket he goes. Hemi Braddock, he said, not without me you don't, me old mate. Not without me you don't. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the neck well open. Takes the cheek wall and away he goes. Around the shoulder and down and out the flank. Will go Gavin Much. Finishing touches there for him. Sheep 3 on the board. Lambert out for 3. Off comes the belly for him. And away down the first leg he'll go. 1, 2 of those big shots down the leg. Hapuku into the pen he goes. Off comes the front socks for him and away down the belly. Couple blows and he'll be into that first leg, but it's still the boy on 4. Away he goes down the belly. Sheep 4 on the board for him. One of the fastest hand slingers in the West, this boy. There away he goes down that first leg. Undermine Simon, takes the top knot. Norm, they don't call him the Flying Scotsman for no reason.
Dead right. He's flying right up the neck, snaps it open into the cheek. Stand number 4. Just step back a wee bit. On his right foot very shortly, round the back of the head he goes. Lets the shoulder of the sheep pop out a wee bit. And works his way into the first front leg. Sheep's kicking and wriggling a wee bit. Cost him a second or 2, but he'll get under control. All the fribs come off on the inside of the leg. We've bit of work there to do for the shearers. And he drops down. 2 short blows. Big sweeping blow right up the backbone. Steps his right foot across to the other side of the sheep. And turns for home. In goes Dave Brooker, the local man. We need to get that sheep out the hole. Out it goes. Lifting the leg is Gavin Much. Under the leg now and away down into the flank on the last side. Tuku Hapuku there as well, but Gavin Much is on sheep number 4. Tuku's on sheep number 3 on stand 6. 3 wipes all off the back leg. Tuku Hapuku, fine shearer. Another couple of shots and he'll be looking for sheep 4, but Gavin Much steps in for sheep number 5. 6.5 minutes gone on the clock. This guy can shear a really open crossbreed with no sock wool or no head wool in about 30 or 40 seconds sometimes in these competitions, this guy. So this shows you how much work is in these big Corridors. Turning into the first hind leg, this time on his last sheep. Where's the rest of the field? Emmy Braddock. Down he comes on stand number 3. Not much left to sheep number 4 for him. And he'll be in for his 5th and final. Dave Brooker slides up the backbone on stand number 2. Another couple of shots and he'll turn for home. Louis Pincole on stand number 1. Originally from Chile in South America. Slides up the undermine. We might get Sean to wind those cards over a wee bit for us. Pretty sure he's gone past sheep number 2. Yeah, you too, Joe, yeah. So sheep 4 on the board for stands 1, 2. Sheep 5 on the board for stands number 3 and 4. Finishing touches to 4 for Thomas Lambert on stand number 5. And away through the long blow. Another couple of shots. And Tuku Hapok will be turning for home on sheep number 4. Thomas Lambert out the hole with 4 and in for 5. But Kevin Much led the field all the way. Set a cracking time. Vying for a spot in the top 12, and pretty sure Kevin Much is going to have a very good chance to get through into that top 12, that's for sure. Top 18 rather. Top 18. Down the last side for Kevin Much. Right out onto the toe. Another couple of shots for the Scotsman, and he'll be looking for the cord very shortly, which is going to stop his clock on stand number 4. Well done, Gavin. O'Flyer of Scotland. It's him. Right out to the toe for Emmy Braddock, and he's going to be stopping his clock as well on stand number 3. He's done and dusted. Emmy Braddock, good share from the wee fella from the North Island. Just leaves the rest of the field on the board. Dave Brooker, sheep 5 on the board. And away down the last side. Leans all the sock wall off, under the leg, punches into the flank. And Dave can stretch his back along with Gavin and Hemi. Finishing touches also there for Thomas Lambert on stand number 5. Tuku Hapuku, round he comes onto the last cheek. Thomas all done and dusted, his time clock has stopped. Luis Pincole on stand number 1, last front shoulder as well.
So as we come down the last side, ladies and gentlemen, stands 1 and 5, 1 and 6, sorry, to
James.
Finish off. And finishing touches there for Tuku Hapuku, ladies and gentlemen, down there on stand number 6. And without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, finishing touches there for the boy from the Chile, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, Luis Pincole. Okay, that completes heat number 3. Heat number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Stand number 1, Braden Clifford. David Gordon 2. Matthew Hunt 3. Lionel Tomata 4. Stacey Tahuya 5. And Pirata Abraham will be on stand number 6. Once again, 5 competition sheep in the pen to share, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, as we wait to start, of course, we need to thank our sponsors for the open section here today. Big thank you to PGG Wrightsons. They've been a sponsor here of the Canterbury AMP New Zealand Corridor Championships for many a year now, and once again we thank them very much. Marble Point Station, thank you to those guys for another beautiful line of sheep. Without them, we would be really lost. So big thank you to Marble Point. Okay, as we wait to start, of course, these shearers had the right just to have a quick look through their pen, just question anything that they're not quite too sure about.
And of course, the New Zealand Corridor Shearing Championships are live streamed all around the world, so welcome along if you're watching from anywhere else. We're on to heat number 4 of the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open. Here in Christchurch, a cooler day, but quite good for in the shearing stadium. It can get extremely hot in here, so quite pleasant. And the shearers lining up, ready to compete. Over 5 sheep, looking for a spot in the top 18. Mr. Harris, their referee, works his way down the board. Thank you, Paul. Thumbs up from the referee. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. Heat 4 it is on the board with the first of 5 and a good lineup once again. Braden Clifford, good young fella down there from Waikaka. David Gordon from the North Island, Matthew Hunt from Waikaka as well. Lionel Tolmata from Gore, Stacey Tahuia from Alexandra, Parata Abraham from Masterton. So those back 2 shearers, that's where the pace will come from, I reckon. And young David Gordon there on stand number 2 as well. So going to be some fur flying this time round. Lionel Tolmata from Gore, you won't be too far away come the final blows. Braden Clifford up in the open now. Great to see him doing so well. Snaps the neck well open, but David Gordon swings around first into the long blow. Parata Abraham, a couple of shots behind David Gordon, but David chucking the steel and on stand number 2. Attack is the only way to do it, says David Gordon, and attack he will. Parata Abraham swings around to the cheek as well as Stacey Tahuia. A lot of work under that leg for Stacey Tahuia as he drops down into the flank on the last side, but David Gordon's in and out, about a minute 30 gone on the clock. Quite up to Abraham there on stand number 6. Then goes Stacey Tahuia on 5. And the rest of the field all finishing touches on their first sheep. But David Gordon flying into it as he sweeps up the backbone and the undermine into the top of the head. Steps through and up the neck on a second sheep on stand number 2. Young man from Masterton on stand 2. And goes Matthew Hunt on stand number 3. The Waikaka Warrior as he works his way down the belly, in and out for Lionel Tolmata from Gore in the deep south. He just drops that one in between his knees and away he goes down the belly. But the pace coming on stand number 2 from David Gordon still at this stage. Got a couple of very rapid shearers behind him though. Stacey Tahuia on stand number 5 and Parata Abraham on 6. Long blow time for these 2 shearers down the back 2 stands, but still David Gordon just punching the wall off as he works his way out to the toe. Another couple of shots for young David Gordon, and he's going to be looking for his 3rd sheep in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Good time, David. Keep it up. Lets that one go, and in for another. Keep 3 on the board this time. Round through into the long blow for Matthew Hunt. Another couple of shots. You're going to be looking for the last side. Lionel Tomato's there right with them, and so is Braden Clifford on stand number 1. Stacey Tahuya starting to settle into his work now. He's just a couple of shots ahead of Pairata Abraham this time. Pairata on stand 6. Right out to the toe and over the tail. Another couple of shots. He'll be looking for sheep number 3. Stacey Tahuya on 5. Got the belly off. Flicks it out behind him and into through the crutch and around into the hind leg. But still, David Gordon, first front shoulder, cleans off the fibs under the front leg and works his way round into the long blow. Couple of short blows. 1, 2. And then a big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Sheep's given a bit of a kick and a wriggle, being a wee bit awkward, but David Gordon's on top of it. Takes a lot of concentration and effort to keep the half piece moving forward when the sheep's kicking like that. But David Gordon, he's got the experience and ability to be able to cope, and cope he does. Way down the last side, Kerry, David Gordon on stand number 2, leading the field. Stacey Tahuya starting to reel him in. Back down there on stand number 5.
That's right, Norman. Stands 2 and what are we on? Stands 2 and 5 leading the way at the moment. Of course, the boy David Gordon. Away he goes down that first leg. Belly all truck clear for him, and that's that first leg. And down the first leg you go. 1, 2 of those shots, and into the undermine he goes. Stacey Tahuya, of course, the boy from Alexandra. So he's no slouch either, this boy. He's very, very good shearer. Of course, held multiple world records. Had a crack at the Merino record as well. So he knows how to shear a sheep without a doubt. Pairata Abraham down here on 6. He's been a finalist here before. He's no slouch either, ladies and gentlemen. One of the better shearers in New Zealand without a doubt. The young fella on stand 4, of course, Lionel Tomata. He's second year in the Open. Of course, he hails from the deep south. So another good up-and-coming young shearer. Mickey Hunt here on 3. He's under that final shoulder too, putting his name in the hat. But it's still the boy. Down there on stand 2. Down and out the flank he goes. That one just been a bit of a naughty little... been a bit naughty, that one. Oh, a couple niggle, bit of a niggle. He said, mate, I got it. He said, sit down, darling. And the pen he goes. 5th and final sheep on the board for him. Braden Clifford, into the pen he goes. What's he up to? Maybe sheep number 4, I think it is. Yep. Sheep 4 on the board for Braden Clifford. I think first year in the Open for Braden, I think. On stand 1. So away down the first leg goes David Gordon there on 2, leading the field in this heat number 3 of the Open shearing. Into the pen goes Stacey Tahuya. Out he comes with 5th and final sheep. Pairata Abraham down the final side he comes. Finishing touches there for him. And sheep number 4 done and dusted. Into the pen he will go. Down the first leg. Tahuya. Undermine time for him. He'll take the top knot, step up. Lionel Tomata, up the neck he goes. Rolling around the shoulder and drops down into the long road. That's going to be David Gordon, swinging for home. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Under that final shoulder, down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches, out to the tips of the toes. Those sweeping big long blows on these beautiful Marble Point Corridor ewes, ladies and gentlemen. And he'll look for the time clock. And well done. Great. David Gordon, ladies and gentlemen, stand 2. So coming down the last side. Down there, stand number 5 without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful free-flowing style. Finishing touches there for him. And put your hands together, Stacey Tahuya. So into the pins go 1, 3 and 4. And without a doubt, the boy, niggle there, a little bit of a kick. Without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, down there on stand 6, Pirata Abraham. Another one of our North Island competitors, of course, Masterton boy he is. And that leaves stands 1, 3 and 4. Of course, up the neck they go, right, sharing right there with each other. Nothing really separating the field at this stage. Braden Clifford down there on one. Rolling around the backside of the leg, and this PPG Wrightson sponsored open shearing competition shearing, ladies and gentlemen. What a spectacle of shearers we've got. We are got 30 shearers. We are looking for the top 18. We will go down to 12 and then we will play off, and the top 6 will go through to what we call the open final, and then they will be crowned a New Zealand Corridor champion, ladies and gentlemen. There is a New Zealand title up for grabs later on in the day, but the question is, who is it going to be? Who is going to be part of that top 18 to go through? Down and out the flank they go. Finishing touches there for Matt Hunt, and you look for the time clock, and Braden Clifford right there with each other, and Lionel Tomather as well, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. That does complete heat number 4. Rightio Norman, who's in heat 5?
So well done. So heat 5 in the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open will be Brett Roberts on 1, Nathan Stratford 2, Murray Johnson 4, Sarah Houston on stand 5. So just the 4 shearers in this heat, 4 in the next heat, and that'll round up the 6 heats of open grade shearers. So almost coming to a close. Of course, we'll be looking for our top 18 in the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open. Of course, this is a national circuit round. VetMed and PGG Wrightson sponsor the national shearing circuit. Like I said earlier, it culminates in a semi-final and final at the Golden Shears in March, where we find our national champion, our all-breed champion. which is not to be confused with the Open Champion at the Golden Shears. It's a different event altogether, and it's an all-breed event up there. They go up to the Golden Shears and they shear merinos, full wool, second shear, and lambs. Thank you, Paul. We have the thumbs up. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. Away we go in heat number 5 of the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open. So talking about the National Shearing Circuit, this also is round 1 of the Canterbury Open Circuit. The new season starts here with the Canterbury Shears, and they have a circuit which consists of competitions all around Canterbury, and the new sponsor is Donaghy's. Double the prize money in the Canterbury circuit this year, so all these shearers, or a lot of these shearers, will continue to chase the shows around Canterbury and be part of that Canterbury circuit, and we'll have the final here at the Canterbury Shears next year. Of course, there was no Canterbury circuit last year with COVID. So the first one this time, and round number 3, I think it is, of the national circuit. Waimeti Alex, or Alex Waimeti, and here. So we've had merinos, crossbreeds, and now corridals in that all-breed circuit. And VetMed, producers and suppliers of New Zealand-made animal health products, and PGG Wrightson, of course, the well-known farm supplies company, co-sponsors of the national circuit. In goes Nathan Stratford, ladies and gentlemen, here in stand number 2, heat 5, for his second sheep. So Stratty, closely followed by Brett Roberts on stand number 1, Murray Johnson on stand number 3, Sarah Hewson on stand number 4, and they go together. Great to see Murray Johnson back here competing at the Canterbury Shears. Haven't seen him for many, many years, but he's come out of the woodwork, come back to have a crack. He had a crack at Alexandra, and also having a crack here. So great to see Murray out and about again. Sarah Hewson from Marlborough. Away she goes down the valley, because she was on Country Calendar there a wee while ago. Sarah, one of the feature programs of Country Calendar. And up here in the Open, I think she is the only Open women's competitor that competes at a regular basis around the competitions in New Zealand. And of course, we'll see her next up in the women's event. We do have a women's shearing event, this one heat coming up after the Open, and Sarah will be in that as well. So round through and towards the long blow. Nathan Stratford on stand number 2 from Invercargill finishes the long blow. Stratty, the South Island's strongest competitor nationwide, that's for sure. Very good on all breeds of sheep, and past winner of the VetMed PGG Wrightson National Circuit more than once. Under the leg for Stratty, down he drops into the last leg and right after the toe. Brett Roberts from Matoda on stand number 1 in the deep south. Down off the front shoulder he comes. Murray Roberts, he's a Canterbury shearer. Sarah Hewson from Marlborough, last front shoulder for Sarah, just as Stratty pops another one out and he heads in for sheep number 3. 6 minutes and 40 seconds gone on the clock. Murray Johnson over the tail. Pretty sure he's a past winner here too, Kerry Murray Johnson.
There's been a number of past winners here so far, Norm, and of course we will be crowning a new champion today too, but it might be a new winner but a previous winner, or we might have a new winner. Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are on to heat number 5. One more heat to go before we find out who will make through that top 18. Sheep number 3 on the board. Wild mutt running around. Sheep number 3 on the board for these shearers. Of course, 5 competition sheep in the pen to shear. Of course, a big thank you to our sponsors for the open grade, PGG Wrightons, and big credit to Marble Point Station for the, once again, Norm, the preparation of these beautiful Corriedale hoggets, and once again, that we haven't let the team down. Another one of Corriedales coming in from the North Canterbury. Awesome, pretty good half hill country sheep. But down out the flank goes Nathan Stratford, of course, from the deep south. Finishing touches there for him. Of course, Nathan's a previous winner here before. He's also a winner from the PGG Wrightson circuit final as well in the past. Stratford into the pen he goes. Finishing touches there for him. Sheep, what are we on to? Sheep number 4 on the pen. Sheep number 4. Sheep number 4, and they got on the board. So away they do go. Down the first leg goes Stratford. Down the first leg goes Johnson. Up the neck. Breaking the neck will open. Sarah Hewson down there. Of course, Marlborough girl this one. Sarah is a world record holder. Of course, she did the full stand women's record. A couple of years ago would be now. I think Sarah saw 532 or something like that in a 9-hour day. So there was a huge effort from her. So Stratford, around the long blow he goes. Johnson right there as well. Finishing touches there for him. And down and over the brisket, they'll come. Finishing touches. Sockwall taken off. Brett Roberts, of course, the man from the deep south. Matara boy. So he's coming down the last side. And of course, sheep number 4 on the board for him. Down and out the flank. Finishing touches there for stands 1, 2 and 3. Right there with each other. Of course, Brett Roberts. He's a finalist here. Made the finals in the past. Sheep 5 on the board for Stratford. Sheep 5 on the board for Johnson. Away they go. Down the valley. Brett Roberts into the pen he comes. Sockwall taken off. Away he goes down that valley. Stratford 1, 2 of the big shots. Undermine time for him. 1, 2. Very fast hand Nathan Stratford. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the neck will open. Takes the cheek wall. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Johnson, up the neck he goes. Sarah Hewson. Under the final shoulder she comes. Takes the trimming. On that sock wall. Down and out the flank he goes. She goes, sorry. Finishing touches there for her. Nice free-flowing shearer, Sarah. Finishing touches and into the pen she'll go. Now once again, another beautiful short sheep by her. Of course, Sarah is very well known for her quality job. Johnson in there, long blow, working his way around. Nathan Stratford just leading the field at the moment. Under the final shoulder he comes. Takes the trimming on the inside of the leg. Down and out the flank. Finishing touches there for him. Sheep 5, ladies and gentlemen. 5th and final sheep in the pen. And out to the tips of the toes goes Stratford. And he'll pull the time cock, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. Nathan Stratford, ladies and gentlemen. And next one home will be Brett Roberts, followed by Murray Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, guys. And that will leave Sarah Hewson rolling away around that sheep. Down and into the long blow she goes. Of course, sheep number 5 on the board for her. She rolls her way around, finishes the long bow, takes a cheek ball. Up and down over the brisket she'll come. Under that final shoulder. Takes the trimming, backside of the leg. Under that final shoulder, down and out the flank. Once again, beautiful job made of that sheep. Finishing touches there for Sarah. And, she'll look for the Rightio, Norm. 6th and final heat. Who have we got?
Yes, so the penultimate heat on stand 1 will have Duncan Leslie, Angus Moore on 2, Duncan Higgins on 3, Tamihana Karodia on stand number 4. And that's the 6th and final heat in the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open.
Very confusing. Noel drew all that up, and guess what? Bloody just there. You can't see the plate.
Okay, as we wait to start in this heat number 6. Once again, 5 competition sheep to be shorn. 6th and final heat of the Open. So we're very close to finding our top 18. Of course, we need to acknowledge our sponsors for the Open section, of course. A big thank you to VetMed for their animal health products, PGG Wrightsons, and a big thank you to Marble Point Station. Without our sponsors, we don't have a show.
We got 2 more events before lunch. I'm hungry now. At least Paul let me go to the toilet. Ken, I don't know what blades. Only 2. Just going to be running back so slow. Yeah, we just judged 3 and 2.
So the lineup this time, Duncan Leslie, stand number 1, the Hulk. Angus Moore, past winner here at Canterbury Show. Duncan Higgins from Marlborough. We just saw his sister shearing in the last round, in the last heat. And Tamihana Karodia on stand number 4, left-handed shearer, so he's going to do everything back to front, but he does it pretty bloody well back to front. Okay, we'll give Tamihana 6. Let's let them get their pens sorted. We have the thumbs up from the referee. We'll let Sheep and Dunk stand up and we'll set them alight. The 6th and final heat in the Open here today, proudly sponsored by VetMed and PGG Wrightson. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And off we go. Sheep number 1 on the board, Duncan Leslie, Angus Moore, Duncan Higgins, Tommy Hana Karodia. They're going to have the last say in the first round of the Open. Over 30 shearers, and we're going to cut them down to 18. So we're looking for the top 18 shearers here today to compete in the 3-heat semi-final. And all these guys, of course, they're up here to get through. They don't come up here just to shear and go home. They want to get through into their next round. Duncan Leslie, the big fella on stand number 1, throwing up the neck. Angus Moore's right there with him. Duncan Higgins comes up, so does Tommy Hana Karodia. Tommy Hana Karodia, left-handed shearer, so he's very, very clever. Not everyone can shear back to front, but he can. Into the cheek, up into the base of the ear. Good quality shearer he is too. But Duncan Leslie, first man to swing into the long blow. A couple of short blows. And a big blow right across the ear. Up the backbone of the sheep comes Angus Moore as well. Past winner here at the New Zealand Corridor Champs. New Zealand title up for grabs here today, ladies and gentlemen. The Corridor champion will be crowned today. Down over the last front shoulder. Duncan Leslie rather, punches his way down the back leg, over the tail, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 2. In and out he steps. Big dunk. Back leg as well for Angus Moore, back leg as well for Duncan Higgins. Tommy Hana right out to the back leg as well on stand number 4.
Finish instructions here for a Tommy Hana there on stand number 4. And into the pen he goes. Of course, only left-handed shearer, he might look a little bit backwards because he pretty much does it all backwards in all respect. Of course, most of the machine shearing is set up for a right-hander. But of course, there is a number of left-handed shearers, and Tommy Hana, he's one of them. But all the same, pretty handy shearer, this guy too. Very good shed shearer, and not a bad show shearer either. So into the first heat you go. Sheep number 2 on the board for him. Of course, down on stand 1, Duncan Leslie. Shearing along pretty well. Of course, Angus Moore. Angus Moore, pretty handy multi-breed shearer. Of course, won the PGG Wrightson's National Shearing Circuit a number of times. Of course, that's taken and crowned in Marston. Duncan Higgins, down and out the flank he goes. Sheep 2 on the board for him. Angus Moore, first one into the pen for sheep 3. Duncan Leslie, out onto the board he comes for sheep 3 as well. So away they go on sheep 3. Off comes the belly for Angus Moore. Down the first seat he works. Undermine time for him. Of course, fresh off a good one in the Blenheim show on the weekend, Angus. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the neck wall open in this Vet Med sponsored Open along with PGG Wrightson's. And another beautiful line of Marble Point Station corridors, ladies and gentlemen. And cracking sheep they are. Cracking sheep they are, ladies and gentlemen. Once again.
Hugh DeLacy. Hugh, can you pop out to the office, young Hugh, please? And see Dave Brooker.
So we're working our way around. Of course, 6th and final heat on the board. And we will be close to finding our top 18. Down and out the flank goes Angus Moore. Of course, Angus Pretty handy multi-breed shearer. Into the pen he goes. Change a headpiece for Angus. Probably he'll be happy enough with that comb. He'll just probably want to try his second comb out. Just make sure that it is what he wanted to be. So under the final shoulder comes Duncan Leslie. Duncan Higgins as well. He's right there. Tamahana there on stand number 4. Round the long blow he works. And down the last side he'll come. Take the cheek roll and down and over the brisket he comes. Leslie right there. Into the pen he goes. The man on 1. Sheep 4 of 5 in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. Angus Moore working his way round. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. 1 more in the pen for him. Duncan Higgins down into the pen he comes. Sockwell taking clear. Away down the belly he goes. Breaks that belly wool open. Tamihana into the pen he goes. Sheep 4 brings it out, spins it round. And away he goes. Down that first belly, breaks that belly wool open. Of course, belly wool chucked clear by him. And away he goes down the first leg. 1, 2 of those big shots down the first leg. Undermined sign for him. He'll take the top 9 and step up, Norman. Heats number 6. We've almost found our top 18.
Yeah, Angus Moore putting his best foot forward because he'll want to. He's the current champion. Angus Moore on stand number 2. He's the current New Zealand Corridor shearing champion. He's got to go through to their top 18 to get a chance to get in the final to defend his title. Stand number 2, the current champ there, Angus Moore, works his way around through into the first front shoulder. Having a fantastic shear. He's a very, very capable, experienced shearer, Angus Moore. Top man on all breeds as well. And past winner of the VetMed PGG Rights on National Circuit. So you're looking at the top man up there on stand number 2. Angus Moore drives the handpiece down over the last front shoulder. Way up front as far as pace goes, and looks from here that he's got the quality to go with the speed. Time will tell though when the points come through. Way down to the flank for Angus Moore. 5th and final sheep on the board it is for him. Duncan Higgins hops in. Duncan Leslie's already been there and done that, and Tommy Hunter's about to as Angus Moore hits the cord on sheep number 5. Well done, Angus. About 8 1/4 minutes for Angus Moore. Over the tail for Tommy Hunter, and he can stretch his back as well. Stand number 4, Tommy Hunter Karodia. Oh no, he's got 1 left, sorry. Card's already on 5. He's jumped the gun with the cards there. Tommy Hunter, change a handpiece and away in for sheep number 5. Boy obviously didn't want to get left behind, so he turned the card over early. And Duncan Leslie way up the long blow. Another couple of shots he'll turn for home. He's on his 5th and final sheep. So's Duncan Higgins and so's Tommy Hunter now. They've all got 5 on the board. They're going to have a last say in the VetMed PGG Rights and Open. Decided after the heats. And I'll go and along with the points from the first 2 rounds as well. Looking for the top 12 to go to the Golden Cheers for the National Circuit. Of course, we've got a few more competitions yet, Kerry, a couple up North Island, so different sheep breeds, some lambs at Martin and second chair at Paya Tour. Out goes Duncan Leslie. Duncan Higgins will get down there too, Kerry, if the sheep will let him.
Yep, that's right, Norm. Down out the flank he goes. Finishing touches here for Duncan. Of course, sheep number 5 on the board for him, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. Well done, Dunk. Of course, finishing touches there for Tamiyama. This VetMed sponsored PGG Wrightson. Open shearing, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. Tamiyama Karudia.
That's right, folks. Give them a big hand. They're all our open shearers here today and looking for the top 18 competitors out of those 6 seats to go through into the semi-final. And the next event, we're looking at another event now. Next event on the cards is the women's event, so the women's shearing event. And we'll get the sheep loaded up and we'll get the shearers on the board. I think the sheep are in the pen, so we'll have Emma Martin on stand number 1. Kushla Abraham on 2, Lydia Thompson 3, Savvy Taitoko on 4, Sarah Houston 5, Sky Herbert on stand 6. And just for our women competitors, once you've shorn your pen and everyone's all finished, we might we'll get you girls to whip the bellies off 4 or so sheep each, please, you girls. So once you've shorn, everyone's done. 3. We'll get you to belly a couple of sheep for the blades for as soon as you're up there with your gear. That would be great. So women's event, ladies and gentlemen, a spectacle. We have a few around the country now, off and on, different competitions, so great to have one here at Canterbury as well. And they're going to share a couple of sheep. Of course, it's all different grades. Sarah Houston shares in the open grade, and some of these girls are junior grade shearers, so just share a couple of sheep, and of course it's all shorn as the same grade in the women's one this time round. We've got Emma Martin on stand number 1, Kushla Abraham on 2, Lydia Thompson on 3, Savvy Taitoko on 4, Sarah Houston on 5, Sky Herbert stand 6. And we just saw the open boys compete, but these girls are a hell of a lot better looking, I can tell you that. Mr. McLaren. Of course, you'd be the referee in the women's event, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Who's that?
Okay. He's given us a thumbs up. We're ready to go. So timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. A couple of sheep in front of these girls. Emma Martin. And stand number 1, Kushla Abraham on 2. Lydia Thompson, Savvy Taitoko, Sarah Houston, Sky Herbert as our line-up at the women's event here today. Seeing a lot of young women coming through the shearing schools. and getting on the shearing stands around the country now, in Australia as well, and over in the UK. So it's great to see. They actually bring a whole different perspective to the shearing game, and a very, very good attitude to work and competitions. Very competitive, as we know women are. Very competitive. And it's no different up here on the shearing board. So shearing in the one event, so we've got junior, intermediate, senior and open shearers shearing in the one event, which we don't normally have, but we want all these girls to have a crack together and against each other. It actually gives the younger ones, less experienced girls, some experience shearing against the more experienced shearers. Sarah Houston, she's an open grade shearer in stand number 5, so way up the long blow she steps. Martin and Kushla Abraham, both very good women in their respective grades. Lydia Thompson, round the back of the head. She's a good wee shearer. Savvy Taitoko as well. Sky Herbert down there on stand number 6. Sky turns for home. Emma Martin turns for home. Sarah Houston, the open shearer, done and dusted, and in and out of the pen she steps.
So down the last side, they stands 1 and 2 come. Of course, Emma Martin into the pen she goes. Sarah Houston.
Can we have the shearers in the last heat down the back to tip up, please, Angus? And who else was in there? Tommy Hunter and Duncan Higgins, Duncan Leslie. Make sure you're out the back, please, to tip up for the woman. Yeah, heat number 6, you need to tip up. And a couple of volunteers, if we've got any, just to help down there, that would be great. There's only a couple of sheep.
So down the last side goes Lydia Thompson. Finishing touches there for her. Of course, 2 competition sheep in the pen. Into the pen goes Sewi Taitoko. Second and final sheep on the board for her. Out comes Lydia. So, of course, Sarah Houston, the girl from Marlborough. Down there at the flank she goes. Finishing touches there for her. And she'll look for the time clock. And oh no, into the pen she goes, shearing 3. Okay, that's a bit of a trick. You never told me that, Sarah. Sharp as attack? No, I'm not. Okay, away she goes. Of course, Sarah is an open shearer, so they'll probably explain why she's shearing 3. So up comes the belly for her. Okay, so they're all shearing 3. Commentators last to know, but anyway, long story short. 3 sheep on the, third sheep on the board for Sarah. The Emma Martin down here on stand 1, the way she comes under that final shoulder. Sheep number 2 on the board for her. Making a very good job too. Down and out the flank she comes. Of course, it's great to see these females events starting to come through. Of course, the shearing industry has always been traditionally dominated by the males. But just in the last sort of 10, 15 years, it's been really great to see a lot of young female shearers coming through. And it's great to see. It's great for the sport. It's also great for the development of New Zealand women and the development as a country as a whole. So Emma Martin, out onto the board she comes. Krishna Abraham, down the last side she comes. Off comes that Sackwell, but it's going to be Sarah Hewson. There we go. Stand number 5. Third and final sheet done for her. Spy Herbert. Way down the first leg she goes. Down there on stand number 6. Undermine sign. Tucks the top knot. Steps up, breaks the neck well open. Sheep number 3 on the board. For her. Lydia Thompson, finishing touches there for her. Krishna Abraham. Third and final sheep on the board for her. Lydia Thompson into the pen she goes. Sevi Taitoko. Down the last side she comes. Finishing touches there for her. Of course she's going to jump into the pen for sheep number 3. So I believe, Norm, we have found our open machine shearing top 18. Norman, read them out.
So just while we're watching the women work through their final sheep, the top 18 in the PGG Rights and Betmed open machine shearing. In qualifying order are Angus Moore, David Gordon, Stacey Tahuya, Hugh DeLacy, Gavin Much, Nathan Stratford, Pairata Abraham, Duncan Leslie, Tugu Hapugu, Brett Roberts, Jack Fagan, Dave Brooker, Hemi Braddock, Martini Mason, Ant Frew, Lionel Tomata, Ringakaha Pawai, and Braden Clifford. Congratulations to the top 18. They'll go through to the semi-finals. And Sarah Hewson was the unlucky next one in, Sarah Barger. So well into those 18 shearers will be looking forward to seeing their semi-final after lunch. Well done, Sky Herbert. All done and dusted. And Emma Martin, she's just about done and dusted as well. Right out of the back leg for Emma. Another couple of shots for her. And she can watch the rest of the field come home as well. Emma Martin, beautifully shorn sheep down there, Emma.
Yeah,
as she sends that one out the hole.
Oh yes, that was good there one, Norman. Well shorn.
Kushla round into the long blow. Lydia finishing touches to the long blow on stand number 3. Lydia Thompson. Cheek comes off. Down on the last front shoulder for her. So folks, girls can do almost anything. And they're proving it up here. You wouldn't think too many girls sheep shearers, but we're seeing a lot come through now, and it's great. Sheep shearing is not all about strength and weight. It's about technique and ability, where you put your feet. You can move yourself around the sheep rather than trying to move the sheep around. And of course, if you haven't got the strength to start with, you're going to learn how to do it properly. And these girls, there's a lot of very, very good girl shearer, female shearers out there doing big tallies, beating a lot of guys. So it's not about strength, it's about technique. And all these girls have got very good technique, as you can see, as Lydia finishes over the tail. And out it goes. Well done, Lydia. And Kushla, she had a niggly sheep there, but she's brought its head forward, just helps keep it under control. And Savvy as well. Savvy not far away on stand number 4. Just the last side to come off as Kushla makes the finishing touches to her third and final sheep. Well done, Kush. How that goes. Savvy title. Right out to the hind leg. The one thing about most of their female shearers, very good quality, as you can see there. Well shorn, Savvy. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, our women competitors. Well done, girls. And we're moving into the blades. So, sorry, we're going to get our girls to belly, just whip the bellies off 3 or 4 sheep each for our blade shearers, please. Thank you. So they're just going to do that before we get our blade boys up. And the women's seats sponsored by the Canterbury AMP Association, so a big thank you there. So the blades, heat number 1 will be Scott Mackay, Peter Race, Tony Dobbs, Alan Gemmell. Heat number 2, Mike McConnell, Phil Oldfield, Alan Oldfield and Tim Hogg. So 8 blade shearers competing here today. So you're going to see something just a little bit different to what we've been watching very shortly. Time to sort the machines out. Tom Wilson, of course, their Lister representative. Supplies and maintains the machines for us here at Christchurch Show, as well as many other competitions. Tom has a very high profile shearing career himself, does Tom Wilson. One of Scotland's best ever shearers, of course. And he won the World Championships back in 1964. Is that right, Tom? World champion back in 1964, I think it was, Tom Wilson. So we just get the droppers out of the road. Yeah, we just need the four. So the droppers are off. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, that we're not going to be using the shearing machines this time. We've got some guys up there that are that good, they can knock the fluff off with a pair of scissors. And we might as well get them up on the board. I think the sheep are in the pen. We'll have Scotty Mackay on stand number 1, Peter Race on 2, Tony Dobbs on 3, and Alan Gimmel on 4. So blade shearing this time. 8 blade shearers we've got here competing today, and looking for the top 6 out of those 8, and they'll shear in a blade final a bit later on. And these guys, legends of fellas, these blade shearers. They don't need electricity or nothing. They just chop the wool off with a pair of scissors. But the blade shearing's still done throughout the country. Obviously not as common as it once was, but still a place for it in the high country. And I hate to even see blade shearing disappear completely. As long as we've got shearers keen to shear on the blades, I'm pretty sure there's always going to be a job for them. The idea of the blades is that it leaves a bit more wool on the sheep. It just protects them during the winter in the high country. Of course, our blade shearers competing in a circuit, looking for a spot in the New Zealand team, New Zealand shearing team, to go to Scotland and next year to the World Shearing Championships. So we take 2 blade shearers, 2 wool handlers and 2 machine shearers, along with a manager and a judge, and we send them across to the UK, to Scotland, to the World Champs next year. Different countries host it from different times, and they're normally every 3 years, the World Champs. Next year is Scotland's turn, and these guys are all looking for a spot in their team, but we're only going to take 2, so hopefully, well, not hopefully, but we will get 2 very good blade shearers to send over there to compete in the blades. There's always a big battle between the New Zealanders and the South African blade shearers. And we have the current world champion will be shearing in the next heat, Alan Oldfield. So great to have Alan here. He won the World Blade Shearing Championships in France a couple of years ago. And the fella up there on stand 3 was his teammate, Tony Dobbs, and they won the teams event as well. So cleaned up the blades over there in France. And hopefully we've seen a couple of good boys over to Scotland, and they can win over there as well. So she's going to be a bit quieter this time, ladies and gentlemen, and they'll take a wee bit longer to get around the sheep, but the work they've got to do to get the wool off is no less than machine shearing, that's for sure. We have the thumbs up from the referee. We'll have the shearers at the door, please. Heat number 1 it is. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And this one's sponsored by the New Zealand Corriedale Breed Society. And out on the board they come with sheep, one of how many? Three. Rabbit McLaren, you never know how many fingers he's holding up. He's from Hines. They have an extra finger, those people down there. Scotty Mackay, stand 1. Oh, he's off to a flying start as he steps through and up the neck already. Scott Mackay, stand number 1. Peter Race, haven't seen him around for a wee while, but fantastic competitor is Peter Race as he steps through and up the neck. Tony Dobbs, he's won a couple of competitions already this year on stand number 3, looking for another one to add to his very impressive trophy cabinet. One of, or the New Zealand's best performing blade shearer, probably. I would say he's probably won more open titles than anyone. I could stand to be corrected there, but I'm going to stick with that one, Kerry. And Alan Gemmell on stand number 4. He's a top competitor himself, well, they all are, these blade boys, and they chase the competitions around a bit and support the blade shearing, and it's great to be able to support them. Yes. So we need 4 of those girls that just shore in that last heat to hop out the back, please, and tip the sheep up. It's the rules according to Mr. McLaren. So if you shore in the women's event, you need to hop out, tip the sheep up, please, for the blades. Scotty Mackay, Kerry, way up through the long blow, but Alan Gemmell's right there with him. Peter Race just dropping, Tony Dobbs just dropping in, so not a lot in it.
No, there's not a lot in it, Norm. Of course, this is proudly sponsored by the New Zealand Corriedale Society, so we thank them very much. Of course, it's a little bit different, isn't it? With the machines, it's all very quiet. So down the last side goes Scotty Mackay. You're on stand 1. I'm not really used to hearing my own voice. Sounds a little bit funny, doesn't it? I don't know what sounds worse, you or me, Norman. Or Rabbit, one of them. So 3 competition sheep in the pen for these blade shearers. Of course, blade shearing is something that was done well before the machines were invented. Blade shearing are the first sheep that come to New Zealand. Of course, this is how they shore their sheep. Of course, the wool was a very valuable fibre back in the day. So down and out the flank they go. So you'll see the reasons why that farmers quite like the sheep to be shorn with the blades. You'll see that on the sheep it leaves a nice layer of wool. So that layer of wool will be probably upwards of maybe a centimetre. So the reason the farmers like that is so if they have any bad weather come through in the high country, so a lot of the blade shearing is done in the high country. And places where they still don't have power in some of those black blocks, believe it or not. So those blade shearing is done in those high country. The reason they do that is just to keep a nice layering of wool on that sheep. And so if there's any bad weather event come through within the first sort of 10 days of shearing, that sheep has got a nice warm layering of wool on it. So of course the farmer wants to look after his sheep as well as he can, but then the wool is also a valuable product too. So a lot of this wool they'll be looking at between $12 to $15 a kilo. So of course the farmer wants to make the profit off his wool, but of course he wants to look after his sheep because that's what keeps the roof over his head. These sheep. So of course it can be a fine line between profit and also looking after your sheep, but of course animal health always comes first in every farmer's operation. So you'll see these shearers up the neck they go. Sheep number 2 on the board for these shearers. So they work in their way around, of course proudly sponsored by the New Zealand Corridale Society, long-time sponsors of the Canterbury Shears. So once again, it's great to have them back on board. Down here on stand 1, we've got Scotty Mackay. So Scotty's been following the blade shearing circuit round for a long time now. Peter Race here on 2. And Tony Dobbs, he's what would you call Tony? He would be probably almost a legend, I would say, in the blade shearing circuit, and definitely one of the best competitors New Zealand's ever seen, actually, to be fair to him. And Alan Gemmell down there on stand number 4. So all 4 shearers pretty much there right with each other. Stands 3 and 4, only a blow or 2 behind, in front, sorry. So Scotty and Peter on 1 and 2. Finish that long blow. And down the last side of the sheep they come. So a lot of the shed hands quite like to work in a blade shed. They like to catch up with all the gossip. Like to catch up on the last episode of Coronation Street. Or for the modern ones, they like to catch up with Shortland Street. So under the final shoulder they come. Scotty Mackay, Peter Race, 1 and 2. Alan Gemmell, well, he goes. 3rd and final sheep on the board for him. Just making a little bit of a jump on the field. Of course, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the judges on the board. They'll be judging for the same mistakes as what the machine shearers were making. So they'll be on the board if there's any fibre of wool, which we call a second cut. So it's when the blade shearer will go through and make their cut of the wool. And if they haven't quite cut it properly, they'll come back and take it off. So that's what we call a second cut. And of course, if that's done, the referee will push the counter, and 1 point will be deducted from their tally. Well, added to the tally, I should say. The final touches there. Scotty Mackay into the pen. Peter Race. And a final sheep on the board for him. And Tony Dobbs. Up the neck he comes. So taking the cheek ball. Up the neck he goes, breaks it open. So around the back of the ears he goes. Takes the trimming on the back side. So you'll see the blade the blades that the guys are using. So I guess the best way to explain a set of blades would be they're very similar to what you'd call just the normal set of household scissors, basically. But they're incredibly sharp. You'll be, you certainly don't want to get your finger on there because you'll lose a digit. And that might be come of a bonus to anyone from Hines. I'll be back to a 5-finger hand. So around the shoulders goes Tony Dobbs. Anna Gemmell leading the way at the moment. You'll see him just working his way down that last side. We'll see the final sheep on the board for these blade shearers. So they'll be looking for a place later on in the day for the final. Of course, proudly sponsored by the New Zealand Corridor Society. As I've said before, a long time sponsor of the blade shearing here at the Christchurch show. Alan Gemmell, under that final shoulder he comes. Finishing touches there. So Peter Race, he's coming down, or it stands 1, 2 and 3 right there with each other, nothing really separating them. So finishing touches there for Alan Gemmell. Under that final shoulder, down and out the flank he's come. So that sock wall's been cleared off. Finishing touches there, and he'll look for the time clock. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Gemmell. So down and out the flank stands 1, 2 and 3. Nothing really separating these shearers at the moment, but there we go. Stand number 2, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Race. And finishing touches there for Scotty. And of course, Scotty Mackay there on 1. Well done, Scotty. And finishing touches there for the legend himself, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Please take you going to be long, Tony? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Tony Dobbs. Okay, that completes heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 2, stand 1, Mike McConnell, Phil Oldfield will take 2, Alan Oldfield 3, and Tim Hogg will to be blade short. So we'll welcome those competitors to the board.
Who are we looking up there, Rabbit? How are we looking, Rabbit? So they're in or out. It's a 2-second decision is required. You don't have to palaver about. Okay, we've had the thumbs up from the referee finally, and we'll be underway. Heat number 2 it is of the Blades. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. In and out of the pen. Not sure why it took Rabbit that long, but anyway, we're away finally. First time leg. So Mike McConnell hops into the first time leg on stand number 1. Phil Oldfield on 2, Alan Oldfield on 3. So you've got a father and son thing going on there. And the son's also on stand number 3, current world blade shearing champion. Tim Hogg rounds up the field there on stand number 4 as he steps through and up the neck. Up comes Mike, Phil and Alan. Alan's already up there. Phil just taking the inside of the back leg off and he'll step through and up the neck. Don't put that down, Kerry, you'll need it. And judges watch it closely as they work their way through. So see how the judges are just every so often, just so that same shearer doesn't get the same judge the whole way through. They each have, even though they're looking for the same things, and it's to keep it as fair as we possibly can, we just move them. But then the judges are highly experienced New Zealand shearing sports judges from all over the place, and they put a lot of time and effort into getting to the competitions and officiating at all the competitions around the country. So I'll just move along the board, I'll swap over it, and then I'll go back to the start. It just means that you don't get the same judge all the time, just to keep it as fair as possible for the competitor. Last side time. Alan Oldfield leading the charge down over the last front shoulder. Just chopping his way out onto the last front leg. Like Kerry was saying in the first heat, super sharp, those blades. And these guys are masters in the art of sharpening steel, that's for sure. So if you want your knives sharpened, go and see a blade shearer. And the blades will only last for, if they're reasonable going sheep, they'll only last about 1,000 sheep. So they set the blade to the size of their hand so they can change the width of the handles, the pull on the blades, and all sorts of things. Take a lot. There's a lot in setting up a set of blades for your individual hand, and they last for about 1,000 sheep, and then you've got to go and start all over again with a new set of blades and break them up. So Alan just the heads forward. So the guys, the blade boys, they bring the head forward on the last side and they crunch it up just so there's, so Tim Hogg, you see him bringing the head forward. Just so there's machines, the machine boys try and stretch the sheep out and keep the comb right down on the skin. The blade boys try and crunch them up a wee bit just to lessen the surface area they've got to cover, because they like to leave that nice layer of wool on the sheep. And of course it still keeps all the grease in the wool carried in it, so when it rains or it's cold, the hot comb combs all the grease out of the wool, but the blades leave it in there. So just a nice protective layer of wool on the sheep. They can handle a storm in the high country after they're shorn. They're saying that most farmers now, they've got shelter and they've got plans in place for the storm after shearing carry, haven't they? This is your cue.
Thank you, Norman. Second sheep on the board for Tim Hogg. Mike McConnell down there, he's got sheep number 2 on the board too. So you'll see there on stand 3, of course, Alan Oldfield. He's a current world champion of the blades, of course. So he'll be looking for a place in the New Zealand team again. Of course, that team will be selected for next year's World Champs. So once again, he can go defend his title. So Tim Hogg, up the neck he goes. Works his way around the shoulder. Takes the trimming on the back side of the leg. And he'll work his way up and around and dropping down into what we call the long blow. Of course, Mike McConnell down there on one. He's right there, working his way around that long blow. Alan Oldfield. Down the last side he'll come. Of course, you'll see these judges, ladies and gentlemen, they work with the shearer, and they'll be taking points off for what we call a second cut. And the second cut is where you'll see the shearer, he'll go forward with the blades, and then he'll come back, and if he hasn't quite cut the wool properly, he'll come back and recut it, and that's what we call a second cut. So that's when the fibre of the wool has been basically cut twice. So they'll get points added to their final tally. Of course, the sheep are judged on the board, and when they go out the porthole, as you'll just see Alan, he just put his one out there. So the sheep will make their way The shorn sheep will make their way out the back, and then they'll be judged out the back as well. So their points outside and their points on the board and their time points. So all these shearers will be on a stopwatch. All their points will be added together, and they'll come out with their final overall score. So third and final sheep on the board for Alan Oldfield. Of course, as I've just mentioned, he's current world champion. And once again, another New Zealander holding a world title. Our shearers, our blade shearers, our wool handlers amongst some of the very best in the world. Sheep number 3 on the board for Mike McConnell down here on stand 1. So under that final shoulder, down the last side will come full Oldfield. And Tim Hogg, you'll see Tim just sets his blade up and he'll just rub his sharpening stone over those blades, over the blades, just to keep the absolutely finest edge on them. Because as they work away cutting that wool, it's the same as a household knife or any pair of scissors. Over time they'll get blunt. So of course they'll keep the finest edge on their blades, and you'll just see Tim, they'll stop after every 2, maybe 3 sheep. They'll just sharpen those blades up, get those blades set up. Of course there's nothing worse than trying to cut something with a blunt knife or something like that, as you know, in a household situation. And it's much the same as these blade shearers here. So you see Phil Oldfield, they have different styles. Phil's uses sharp on his knee. He'll just put them and run his sharpening stone over them. So every little shearer, they'll have their own sort of little style or technique they like to use, just something that suits them. There's no sort of set way of doing it. But the blades themselves are pretty much identical to each other, just to make it obviously fair for all the competitors. So as we're working our way around, of course Tim Hogg working his way around there. There's going to be the man on stand number 3, Alan Oldfield, coming down the last side. Finishing touches there for him. In this second qualifying heat of the New Zealand Corridor Bred sponsored blade shearing event, ladies and gentlemen. Christchurch AMP 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Oldfield. Well done, Alan. So Tim Hogg here on stand 4. Coming down that last side. Making a pretty good job of these beautiful Marble Point Station Corridor hoggets. Once again, a big thank you to Marble Point Station for their sponsorship and the supplying of their beautiful corridor hoggets. Really is a big ask for our farmers to put sheep forward. Of course, these these sheep have come Marble Point is just before the turn off to Hemner Springs, so a big thank you to Ellesmere Transport too for trucking them in, and we all know the cost of the fuel price at the moment, and there's no different for those guys. Okay, down on stand number 1, well done to Mike McConnell. And a couple finishing touches here for Tim Hogg. As he comes over that tail, you'll see these blade shearers, they'll just lean forward, put the sheep out the hole. And there we go. Tim Hogg, well done ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand. So we just see Phil Oldfield come down the last side. As I say, ladies and gentlemen, it's not all about speed. The speed, of course, has a big part to play in their final score, but these blade shearers, they have to take all the wool off these sheep. Of course, these sheep are judged on the board, they're judged out the back. And their points from the board, their points from the back, their time points will be added together. And we will find out who's going through to the next. Going through to the next competition. So I'll be straight through to the final for these guys, just confirming that before I said that. So we'll be looking for the top 6 to go through. And without a doubt, it'll be action-packed afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Full Oldfield.
Well done, guys. Our blade shearers, folks, looking for the top 6, of course, like Kerry said. So lunch break now for our judges and officials. Just a quick one. We'll be back in about half an hour to carry on with the Colin King Challenge. It'll be up next. It's a regional challenge between 1, 2 and 4, and that'll be followed by the open machine semi-final. So the top 18 in the open machines will be after that. So if you want to see some of the world's top shearers shearing once again, they'll be coming up very shortly. So back in about half an hour, and we'll be underway with the next event. shearer Dre Roberts, our senior shearer Alex Clapham, and our open grade shearer Stacey Tahuya. And our Canterbury team, our junior shearer Lydia Thompson, our intermediate shearer Jesse Sullivan, our senior shearer Blake Crooks, and our open shearer Hugh DeLacy. That's the way. Make sure you get behind your region, ladies and gentlemen. Make a fair bit of noise. So the idea, the junior shearer will start in each team. They'll shear one sheep. So they're all on the one stand. The junior shearer will shear one sheep. The intermediate shearer will shear two sheep. The senior shearer will shear two sheep, and the open shearer will shear three. So they're all judged, they're all timed, they're all judged out the back as well as on the board. And the top team obviously is going to win. So a sign of the times a wee bit there, ladies and gentlemen. All our junior shearers are females, so that's great to see. And that's the way things are going a little bit. There's a lot of girls starting to shear in our industry and get around the competitions as well, so awesome. Mr. Rabbit McLaren looks like he's our referee for this event. Must be a little bit short of referees nowadays. Okay, looks like we're all set for a start. Are you happy, Rabbit?
Yeah, well, you can both, yeah. When they've got 8 sheep to shear now, so when they've done 8 sheep, and so they'll stop and then go down and then they'll be finished judging.
So Marlborough up there on stand number 2, Southland on stand 4, and the Canterbury team down there on stand number 6. You all go? Okay, let's set these guys and girls alight. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away we go. So our junior shearers are out first. The Marlborough shearer, Robin Krause. On stand number 2, away she goes. Emma Martin is the Southland shearer on stand number 4, and Lydia Thompson is our Canterbury shearer down there on stand number 6. Team's just watching and waiting. One sheep for these junior girls, and then the intermediate shearers will be out shearing 2. Intermediate shearers, Kushla Abraham, Dre Roberts, and Jesse Sullivan. Okay, so we need some volunteers out the back. Just to help tip up, please. That would be great. Get some guys and girls out there. So if there's any blade shearers in the stadium, we might get them out to tip up. It should be their job, the blade shearers. We'll get 2 or 3 of them out there to tip up, please. Lydia's, Robin having a wee bit of an argument with that one, but she'll get under control. They're a wee bit fiery, some of these girls. The girls, not the girls with the handpiece in the hand, the other ones, the girls that are being shorn. But Robin Krause up into the first front shoulder. Emma Martin on the middle stand there. She's around onto the front leg, so is Lydia Thompson. Lydia's one just having a bit of a ding-dong with her as well, but these girls are experienced enough to be able to hang on to them. And away through the long blow for Emma Martin and Lydia Thompson. Southland and Canterbury. I'm not sure where everyone's from in the crowd, but don't be scared to make a wee bit of noise for your favourite team. Anyone here from Marlborough? No, just the 4 shearers up there on stands number 2. That's the only people here from Marlborough today. Anyone here from Southland? Yeah, good on you. Go to the south. What about Canterbury? Any Canterbury people here today? Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm from Southland, so I've got the microphone. I can make the most noise. But, Des, you're from Canterbury, aren't you? Well, you might be North Canterbury. But it's clear enough. I'm supporting Southland anyway, Des. You can support Canterbury, eh?
Yeah, I'll support Canterbury. Good old Canterbury stock down there on stand number 6. Doing a great job too, Lydia Thompson. Just working the sock off. Only 1 sheep to shear for the junior shearers. Then the intermediate will be into it. 2 sheep each. But it's the Southland team that's going to
go Southland.
First. Yeah, they're going all right. Don't worry about that. They're away, Southland. Change your handpiece. Into it.
So that's young Dre Roberts out on the board now, representing Southland. He's the intermediate shearer. He'll shear a couple of sheep. And Lydia Thompson. Done and dusted, out the hole it goes.
Come
well
on,
done, Lydia.
Canterbury.
So the Canterbury shearer comes out now. Robin, Des, that's your man.
Yep. He looks like he knows how to get around the corridor too.
That's young Jessie Sullivan there on stand number 6. Finishing touches for the Marlborough girl. Robin Krause there on stand number 2. Another couple of wee shots over the tail. Remember, that sheep had a fair bit to say about proceedings, so she'll be quite happy to see the end of that. And it's still not finished with her. Get out the bloody hole, will you?
That's the way, Robin. Get rid of it.
She's out the hole, it's away, and now Kushla Abraham's coming out. Representing Marlborough, Kush is on the board. And away she's going to go. She's going to shear 2, Des. But still, out in front as far as speed goes, of course the quality comes into it as well, but out in front as far as speed goes is the mighty South.
Right.
Go the South.
We're not too far out in front. Canterbury's right there. Come on, Canterbury! Up the neck! The Marlborough girls are into it. The Marlborough men will follow them. Southland's got a pretty well stacked up team there by the look of it. Canterbury boys know their way around these sheep, that's the main thing. They'll be right there in the mix at the end. Don't you worry about that. As Canterbury always is. Whether it's Ramfurdy Shield or Shearing Corridor sheep, they're in for it. They're in for the win.
So turning for home is the Canterbury shearer, so he's right behind. Only a few shots back off the pace of young Dre Roberts. Young Dre Roberts from Matoda in the deep south. Under the front leg, round comes Jessie Sullivan representing Canterbury, but Kushla Abraham, she's settling into her work as well. The Marlborough girl on stand number 2. Way she goes into the long blow, steps across to the other side of the sheep with her right leg, and way up the backbone she sweeps. But Ray Roberts, another couple of shots, he's going to be looking for sheep number, well, it'll be sheep 2 for him, but sheep 3 in total, Des. So just out in front of the Canterbury team, but the Canterbury team coming back hard.
Yeah, well, they've got to stay in touch with what's happening there. 2 sheep for the intermediate shearers to shear, 2 for the seniors, and then 4. Is it 4 for the open, boys?
3 for the open,
3
boys,
for
yeah.
the open. Oh, we're into it then.
8 sheep in total for each team, and there's Jessie Sullivan, done and dusted. He's going to be in for his second sheep. Go the Canterbury team.
Right there. Come on, Jessie. Can you turn those numbers over, those sheep numbers on the stands? That's great. Thank you. So Southland then, Canterbury are getting a wee bit in front of Marlborough at this stage. Can they keep the pace up? They want their open shearer to have a good lead when they start. They get that lead, they can concentrate on the quality, just finish the job off nicely. They seem to be shearing quite well, these Corridors.
Crystal Abraham finishing touches. She had to bring that head forward to keep it under control, and still wants to get up and head away. But out the hole it goes. Well done, Kush. She's got another one coming out very shortly. So she's only the back leg and a wee bit of the neck really behind the other two teams. So the Marlborough team, we've still got a couple of fantastic shearers to come. A senior shearer and our open shearers on each of the teams. And Dre Roberts still out in front as far as pace goes. Go to the south on the middle stand there. Way up the backbone for Dre. Steps across. Settling into his work now. Des just might be getting away from the Canterbury team by the look of it, Des.
Well, he's a Southland, all right. He's from Matara. You can't get more Southland than that. So we've got the Canterbury boys down the end, and we've got the Marlborough girls and boys on stand number 2. Up the front there. Canterbury's not letting them get too far out in front. This is Canterbury country. These are our sheep. These sheep were bred in Canterbury. We know what they're all about. We just got to stay in touch.
Oh yeah, Jesse Sullivan coming back at him. He's got the bit between his teeth now. He's seen that young Southland fella starting to move away, so he's to put the hammer down there in the stand number 6, the Canterbury team. Under the front leg for the Southland team, but on top of the leg for Canterbury, so not much in it now as Dre Roberts swoops down to the backbone. And waiting in the wings for the Southland team is Alex Clapham. Waiting in the wings for the Canterbury team is Blake Crooks, the 2 senior grade shearers. Josh Quinn for Marlborough, he's waiting in there as well, but of course you've just got to get round the rest of that sheep. But right over the tail for Dre Robertson. Still Southland out in front, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. Southland, go to the south.
Oh, we're not having any of that, us Canterbury people. Come on, he's only about 2 blows behind. They've got to get into it now, the Canterbury ones. Let's see what they can do. They're going to change shearers, change hand pieces, get things going a wee bit. Southland has got a wee bit of a lead. Well, I doubt if they can hold it. Come on, Canterbury! Don't forget about Marlborough. They'll be right there at the end. Don't worry about that. They know how to get around these sheep.
Yeah, Josh Quinn waiting patiently. We're going to have a couple of token Marlborough supporters in the crowd, please, because we've only got the 4 up there and they're all on the stand. Yeah, good on you. That's the way. Go Marlborough. Kush battling her way down the last front shoulder, so she's only got the last side to come off, and then Josh can hop out onto the board, but just letting Alex and Blake get away a wee bit. So Alex Clapham round the back of the head for the Southland team in the middle. Blake Crooks up under the base here and around the back of the head very shortly for the Canterbury team on stand number 6. But Kushla just keeping that one under control, nicely popped through. Just don't want to sit there for it, Des.
Oh yeah, no, well, it's a bit of a break. Out in front on stand number 4 there, the Southlanders are making a bit of a move. They're trying to get going. Kush is just finishing off down the last side, and then their senior shearer will be into it as well. Whether he can make up the ground, we'll soon find out. Canterbury's only about 1 or 2 blows behind now. If they can just speed it up a little bit down the end there, Canterbury, come on.
Give her a big hand. Kushla Abraham, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And now a big Josh Quinn's going to come out onto the board. Those sheep just had a bit of a niggle at Kushla. She got a wee bit behind on time with the niggly sheep, but of course the sheep are from Canterbury, aren't they? So they would do that to the Marlborough people. Anything to win in Canterbury, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah, well, the Canterbury people don't usually leave Canterbury. They like to stay here and say to our sheep. Such a beautiful place.
Right out to the toe for Alex Clapham. Another couple of shots and he's going to be looking for his second sheep. And that'll be sheep number 5 or whatever it is in total. 5, I think. Yeah, out it comes onto the board for Alex. So Southland still out in front, but Canterbury chasing hard still. Blake Crooks sliding out to the back leg. And now Josh Quinn settles into his work. The big fella on stand number 2. for Marlborough. Steps up the neck. He's got a wee bit of ground to make up, but he's capable enough of doing it. In goes Blake Crooks for Canterbury. Who's from Canterbury here? They've got to back your man.
Come on, Blake. Come on, Blake. The belly comes off the sock. Come on, Blake. Keep it going.
Alex Clapham winding into the first time league for the Southland team, and now Josh Quinn, away he goes. Oh, he's chucking the steel out of him. He knows he's got a bit of time to make up, and he's doing it. Way through the long blow and turning on to the last cheek now is Josh Quinn. Come on, Josh, I reckon. He's punching it off as he lifts the leg. Well, Sockwell's got to come off. He's got to keep the judges happy. It's a team thing. It's not all about speed, ladies and gentlemen. They've got to give the quality of their work judged. So the fastest, cleanest team's going to come out on top, and it could still be Marlborough. The way Josh is shearing, he's making a beautiful job as he slides down the back leg and out to the toe, Des.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. He's made a beautiful job of that sheep, and he's made up a bit of ground too. What can he do now? He's got to get rid of that one. They are having trouble getting rid of those sheep on that stand. I think that young fella has to jump over into the pen, let the sheep go run out. But he's going to start on the belly, and he's going to have a quick look behind and see where Southland is. He's on the long blow. Oh, Canterbury's made a bit of a run at it. They're in front now. Where did he come from? See if he can stay there. The open boys are all ready to go very, very shortly. They're starting to warm up.
Oh, Canterbury must have chucked in a blinder into that pen or something. What's going on here? Southland were in front.
Not over yet. You can make quick work of that leg if you're right. Down the last side. I think we're going to get away first on the open with Hugh DeLacy. Stacey DeHuya's in the middle stand on stand number 4. He's rearing to go. Angus Moore, he's got to wait a wee bit. He won't like having to wait too long. Well, he's made a nice job down there too, the Canterbury boy. There he goes. We're in front now. Change the handpiece. Hugh DeLacy, here he is. One of the North Canterbury young guns.
So Hugh DeLacy out on the board. He's the open shearer for Canterbury. Stacey Tahuya, he's the open shearer for Southland. And a couple of big name players out here right now. Angus Moore waiting in the wings for Josh Quinn to get done and dusted. But the two open grade shearers and Hugh DeLacy, he's not going to leave anything behind, that's for sure. Top of the head for Hugh DeLacy. Now Canterbury stepped out in front. Not sure what's going on here, dears. It must be fixed here somewhere along the line.
Yeah, well, both these two open shearers were top qualifiers in the open grade before. Great quality shearers. So they know that they've got the quality. They've just got to stay in touch with each other. I think Southland's made a very nice job of their sheep so far. Canterbury's done pretty well too. They had to make up a little bit of ground. Angus Moore's ready to go on stand number 1.
Yeah, you watch this man fly, ladies and gentlemen. Angus Moore steps onto the board. He's the current Corridale shearing champion here at the Canterbury Shears. Looking forward to defending his title here today. But right now he's got to get past the Canterbury and the Southland teams to win this Colin King Shield. They hold the shield currently, and they've been challenged. And away he goes. Angus Moore slides into the first hind leg, punches down towards the backbone. But it's Hugh DeLacy for Canterbury down the far end. Another couple of shots, and he's going to be looking for his second sheep. Canterbury goes in, leading the field. Canterbury it is. Southland not far away. Stacey DeHuya. He's a mean man, Stacey DeHuya, as he slides out the hole. And he's going to take some holding back, I can tell you that. But Hugh DeLacy just could be the man for the job, Des.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Hugh's been around the Corridales for a long time now. He knows how to get the wool off. He's had a little bit of success lately in the shows. Made a few finals. He wants to be in the final here later on this afternoon, so he's getting a good feel for these sheep. Heads up the neck, closely followed behind on Stacey DeHuya on stand number 4 in the middle there. And Angus Moore comes down the last side of his first sheep. So the Marlborough's not out of it yet. Canterbury's right in and Southland's there. Canterbury's probably about 4 or 5 blows in front. Come on, Canterbury!
Go to the south! Don't leave the Marlborough team out of it either. Oh, Angus Moore's got himself a real Canterbury sheep. Trying to take his eye out as he works his way down over the tail. Another couple of shots. Anyone here from Marlborough? Support your men. Yeah, there we go. We've got some people from Marlborough turned up on the buses. Got here a wee bit late. But anyway, out on the board for Angus Moore. Still got one left in his pen, but he'll hook into this one. And Stacey Tahuya coming back at Hugh DeLacy right now. Hugh DeLacy cleans under the leg while Stacey hits the top of it. So the sock's got to come off for Stacey.
Oh, yeah, Stacey Tahuya does a lot of work early on. His sheep does the groundwork, and then he comes down that last side beautifully. He's already got that back sock off. Oh, Hugh DeLacy still in front. One sheep to go. Has he got a flyer? We'll soon find out.
Oh, they've saved a good one for last year's. That Canterbury Cunning coming out in that team down there on stand number 6. Got a wee flyer. I think they found that way out the back of the mountains there somewhere on Marble Point, and they kept it for themselves.
Yeah, that one stayed in one of the motels last night, that sheep. It's been well looked after. Had a nice breakfast this morning, and now it's ready to get its wool taken off, and Hugh DeLacy's the man for the job as he heads up the neck. Stacey Tahuya, who he is right in the middle there. He's not too far behind. He's not getting flustered by the fact that Hugh DeLacy's into it. Down the end there on stand number 6, the Canterbury boy. Come on, Hugh DeLacy!
Yeah, Canterbury team winding into it right. Last sheep on the board, and looks like they've been bottle feeding that little thing down there. It's a wee honey. And left the big sheep for the Marlborough and the Southland boys to do anyway. Massive sheep there Stacey Tahuya's got compared to that little bottle-fed puppy down the far end. Stacey Tahuya hits the long blow. 1-2, big sweeping blow. Look at that, right up to the base of the ear, ladies and gentlemen, as he wipes the wool off the backbone. But Hugh DeLacy, right out to the leg, he's going to bring home the time honours. And Canterbury come home first as far as speed goes. Oh, yes, there's no need to go on. Southland coming hard down the last side. Stacey, do it. Don't worry, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's about quality as well, because the judges are judging them. So it's not all speed, but well done, Southland. Go the South. Good stuff. Stacey, Alex, Dre and Emma. And this wee fella up on the board, Angus Moore. Don't count this man out. He can be a couple of sheep back in a big final and still come out on top. That's how good his quality is. Very well-known quality shearer. Like I said, he's the current champion here at the Corridor Shears. And that wee sheep, I think they might have injected that with something. Just trying to get on top of him, but around they come. They've been quite aggressive. There's all sorts of shenanigans go on here in Canterbury, so yeah, nothing would surprise me. Lifts the leg, wipes the sock wool off, Angus Moore. And down the last side he pours, making a beautiful job, so an eye on the quality. Whipping the wool off the back leg. Another couple of shots for Angus Moore. He's going to bring it close to this one. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. The Marlborough team. Marlborough, Southland and Canterbury. Let's see when the results come out, who comes out on top. So just a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go away because we're into the open semi-final. So the open is the top grade in competition shearing, and we've got the top 18 coming up very shortly. Is Kerry, everyone, are you still here, Kerry? Come over here, mate. No, it doesn't matter, Kerry. So as each heat comes up for our open semis, we'd just like our open semi-finalists to assemble in the tunnel, please. Our open semi-finalists.
Out the back, I think.
Jane. So we'll just get the shearers to assemble up here to the left-hand side of the board. Heat number 1, Braden Clifford, Ant Frew, Dave Brooker, Nathan Stratford, Stacey Tahuya, and Tuku Hapuku, please. If you just assemble to the left of the stage. So our open semi-finalists, the first heat, if they could just assemble down here with me, please. Ant Frew, Dave Brooker, please. Stacey will be... Come down here, son. Yep, come along here. Stacey Tahuya.
That's all right, we've only got 3 shearers.
Braden Clifford. Where's Braden? Braden, come and see us, Braden. Oh, here he is. So these shearers, ladies and gentlemen, are the first heat of 3. They're the top 18 shearers that have battled out of the heats into the semi-final. Where we go from here, we look for the top 6 out of these 18 shearers to compete in the big final this afternoon. These are all open grade shearers, among the very, very best in the world. This is the VetMed PGG Wrightson sponsored Open. A big thanks to our sponsors VetMed and PGG Wrightson, and of course all our sponsors across all the grades here today. Can we have the junior finalists please to pop out and do the draw? Go and see Dave at the office please. Our junior finalists, hop out and do your draw now. So that'll be our first big final of the day, the junior coming up after the open semi-finals. So we need some guys out the back, please. Who was that? Oh, that was the, yeah, we're going to need some volunteers out the back, or some of the shearers that shore in the challenge that aren't shearing now. Need some of the shearers ashore in the challenge out the back, please, to tip up. I've just said that. Yeah. Turn your hearing aids up there, Mr. Harris, please. Be a good advertisement for any of the hearing aid companies. If they want to sponsor here, they could probably supply all their judges with hearing aids and possibly seeing eyeglasses as well. So we need some people out the back to tip up, please. So if you're sure in that challenge event, can you hop out there and tip up the sheep for these? I think we're shearing 8, is that right? 8 sheep. So what's happening now? The referee's just moving up and down the board. If the shearer thinks he's got a tougher sheep than everyone else, he can ask for it to be removed and replaced. But he's got to go through the referee to do that. Just to make sure everyone's got a nice even field there, isn't it? They don't want to get a tough one that's going to put them behind. I want to see the guys come through just on their own ability, not what sheep they had.
Yeah, that's right. They can have a little bit of dermatitis in them sometimes, which doesn't help. Not many though.
Okay, so we have the thumbs up from the referee. The shearers are at their door. Heat number 1 of the semi-final in the VetMed PGG Wrightson sponsored Open. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. The first of 8 sheep on the board. 8 of these beautiful Marble Point Corridales. Fantastic line of sheep from our sheep suppliers. Marble Point Station up near Hamner Springs there. We've been using their sheep for a couple of years now, so they're a great line of sheep. The shearers love them. Corridales, there's a lot of work in the Corridale ewe, or Corridale anything to be fair, but well wooled. So that's the way they're bred. They're bred for the amount of wool and the fineness of wool hairs, aren't they? So a great line of sheep from Marble Point. They should be really proud of them.
Very even line of sheep. I don't think I've ever seen such an even line of Corridale sheep. They've been great to shear. The wool's coming off nicely. Looks good on the table. Girls are doing a great job out the front there. The shearers are doing even a better job at taking the wool off. We've got a great collection of shearers up there at the moment. Some really good shearers. World class, there's no doubt about that. That's a true story. They are world class. They've shorn in world championships. They've shorn world records. And here they are at the Christchurch A&P show for 2022 having a go. And it's Nathan Stratford who's going to have a go out in front. He's coming down that last side beautifully. Stacey DeHuey about to go in for a second one. Closely followed by Nathan Stratford. Davey Brooker on stand number 3. He's a good old Canterbury man. He'll be going in for a second one. Does a great job this day. Tukuha Puka down the end there. He'll be going in for a second one very shortly as well. And he goes on one. And Fruit about to go in for his second one. All got number 2 out on the board. 8 sheep to shear. So the sweat's going to be coming off them very shortly. Oh, he's just going through his work nicely on stand number 5 of Stacey DeHuya. Got great control of that sheep. Working his way down the last side. All the sock walls coming off nicely too. Closely followed by Nathan Stratford, just working his way through the biscuit. Making sure he gets every little bit of wool off as well. Fair bit of work to be done on these socks, front and back.
So the pace here on stand number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Stacey DeHuya as he slides sheep number 2 out the hole. In for 3. 2 minutes and 57 seconds gone on the clock. Nathan Stratford chasing hard. He will be there or thereabouts come the last sheep. Over the tail he goes. He's a multi-time winner here at the Canterbury Show, Nathan Stratford. Out he comes with his 3rd sheep as well. Where's the rest of the field? Braden Clifford on stand number 1. Under the front leg and down he drops. And through, not far away, just coming onto the shoulder now. Dave Brooker right out to the back leg on sheep number 2. Another couple of shots. He'll be looking for 3. And Tuku Hapuku on the last side as well, down there on stand number 6. This young fella's from Methven, shearing out of the Pro Shear stable at in mid-Canterbury. Tuku Hapuku under the leg, just looking through the points on that first round. There's quality points out the back there is 4.2. He's a couple of points cleaner than just about every shearer on the board. So going real good. Down the last side he pours, right out to the toe now. And through steps in and out of the pen edge from Pleasant Point on stand number 2. And he's got his 3rd sheep on the board as well. But Stacey DeHuya just opening up those big shoulders of his. Down over the last front shoulder, just sliding the wool off as he does. Beautiful shearing style. Very efficient, but very, very practical as well. There's no wasted blows. And it certainly works for him, Dees, does it not?
Oh, you know, he's got great control of that sheep. He's just hanging on to it nicely there. And he's got sheep number 3 out on the board. He's about to step in and get number 4, and he's just making such easy work. He's not getting flustered by where anyone else is. He's just concentrating on his job and his job alone. Nathan Stratford, he's out after him. He knows what's happening. He knows how to get this corridor wool off as well. He's shorn for New Zealand in the World Championships before. And he's about to go in for his 4th sheep as well. He's not letting Stacey DeHuya get too far out in front. Davey Brooker's just working his way down the last side on his 3rd sheep. He wants to get in there and get number 4 out onto the board. Braden Clifford down on stand number 1. He's having a good shear, just shearing on there quite nicely. Tuku Hapuku, he's having a go. He's got number 3 on the long blow. He wants to get in there and get his 4th one out on the board. He's been shearing quite well lately, old Tuku. Out in the open, he's just loving it. Davey Brooker, he's been there before. He's shorn in a lot of finals. And through, he's just coming down the last side, getting that sock ball off. Stacey DeHuya is just working his way on the long blow. Does it easy. Hits the side of the face and just works on that leg. There's a lot of work to be done. Tuku Hapuku, he's about to go in for his 4th sheep. So does Andrew. Davey Brooker's up the neck. Nathan Stratford's on the long blind, sheep number 4. He's staying with Stacey DeHuya. He doesn't like to get too far behind. He knows he's got the quality. Has he got the speed today? There's a lot of work to be done on these corridors. I've got wool from the end of their nose to the end of their toes. Braden Cliffort's got his 4th one on the long blow, and he's just working away there nice. A lot of wool coming off these corridors. Look at it on the table. Pulls the whole table up. A lot of K's of wool. Stacey DeHuya's got sheep number 5 out on the board. Nathan Stratford about to go in for his 5th one. 6, 7 and 8 are still on the pen. Things are starting to warm up at the Canterbury A&P show, part of the National Shearing Circuit. The VetNet sponsored PGG Wrightson's We've got a lot of sponsors. We've got the sheep from the Marble Point Station. They're getting shorn at the moment. They're a great line of corridors. Braden Clifford pulls out his fifth one.
And through down the last side, he falls on sheep number 4, looking for his fifth one very shortly. Cleans it up, takes everything off under the legs. A lot of work out of the legs on these corridors for Stacey Tahuya. Last leg for him, last front leg for him as well, but he's a sheep ahead on sheep number 6. He's almost got one round Ant, he's almost got one round Tuku. Down the last side, he falls the man on stand number 5. We've been left under that leg, so he goes back and takes it off. Got to keep them judges happy. It's all about quality as well as speed. And goes Tuku for sheep number 5. In goes Stacey for sheep number 6. And through. Just flick that card over, please, on stand number 2. Thank you. Sheep number 5 it is on the board for Ant as well. And Braden Clifford, he's going along all right. Young fella from Waikaka down there in the Southland. Right up through the backbone, he's going to turn for home. Does Braden Clifford on sheep number 5. He's only a couple of shots back from Dave Brooker. And Dave Brooker, that young fella down there in stand number 3. Down the last side, he falls. He's going all right too, just quietly as Dave Brooker as he slides down into the back leg. Top of the head comes off though for Stacey Tahuya. That's where the pace is coming from. Closely followed by Nathan Stratford. Stratty's on stand number 5. Up the undermine, he sweeps, fires a couple of big shots in, up the backbone, into the top of the head. Through and up the neck now, Nathan Stratford. Snaps the neck wall open, chasing Stacey Tahuya. Stacey Tahuya's got a gap and he's been able to maintain it, but Nathan's sticking there. Way through the long blow for Stacey Tahuya. Another shot and he turns for home. Sheep giving a bit of a kick and a wriggle, but didn't even phase Stacey as he drops down over the last front shoulder on sheep number 6. Sheep 6 on the board also for Nathan Stratford on stand 5 as he winds his way up the backbone and turns for home. So still being able to stay within that gap from Stacey Tahuya. Stacey not being able to get away from him, but he's still out in front, right out to the toe, Stacey Tahuya. Tuku Hapuku and through, blow for blow on sheep number 5 as they slide out to the hind leg. Another couple of shots and they'll be looking for sheep 6 as well. Change of cutter there for Stacey Tahuya this time, ladies and gentlemen. Quite often they just change the handpiece and move on. Stacey's real happy with that comb, obviously, and it's on his handpiece. So he just changed the cutter, fresh cut, and away he goes. So the cutter or the comb won't usually last for 8 of these corridors in the competition, so they'll change at some stage, but you'll see the other guys do the same. Well, they'll probably just change the handpiece. And the belly's off for Stacey Tahuya. The sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle, just allows Nathan to come back at him. But just remember, Stacey's had a change of gear and Nathan's still yet to do it. Into the hind leg and up the undermine, they sweep together. 1, 2 big shots up the backbone and into the top of the head for stand 4 and 5. Blow for blow as they work their way into sheep number 7. One more left in the pen. Dave Brooker, he's in for 7 as well. Shearing well there on stand number 3. Dave, keep it up as he drops down and towards the belly, by the base of the belly. There we go on stand number 1. Change of handpiece there for Braden Clifford. Braden, fresh gear on now. Away he goes on sheep number 7. He's shearing pretty well for this young fella. He's not long in the open 8, so great to see him doing so well. Great to see him in the top 18, putting the pressure on these top performers. Over the last front shoulder for Stacey Tahuya and into the flank on the last side, just sweeps the wool off the back leg. One blow followed by another blow. Very methodical, but very effective. And out goes sheep number 7. So Stacey is in for 8. This is his final sheep coming on the board. Nathan Stratford chasing hard. He's in for 8 as well. Well, Stratty might have changed his gear. I didn't see it. Maybe he hasn't, maybe he has. I don't know. But it's going all right for him anyway. So he's happy with that. Tuku Hapuku out on the board with sheep number 7. Still one left in the pen for Tuku. And that through won't be far away. And he'll have sheep 7 on the board as well. So Dave Brockett cleans off the inside of the leg. All the wool coming off the socks and the hocks and around under the leg. Cribs under the leg. A lot of work there. Like we keep saying. They're quite busy. There's a lot of shots required to get in around those legs.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. A lot of work to be done on these corridor sheep. But both Nathan Stratford and Stacey Tahuya on their last and final sheep, sheep number 8, both dropping down on the long blow. Andrew goes in for sheep number 7. He's still got one left in the pen now. Davey Brooker's got his 8, sheep number 8 out on the board. It's a wee bit of kicker. Braden Clifford about to go in for his 8th and final sheep, but it's all Stacey DeHuria and Nathan Stratford as they work their way down the last side. Blow for blow, there's not much separating these two shearers, but it's going to be Nathan Stratford who's going to drop off first. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they're both going to go together. Stacey DeHuria and Nathan Stratford. Give them a big hand.
Well done, well shorn. Those two Southland boys, I might add, Des. Tugu Hapogu finishing touches the sheep 7. He'll be in for 8 very shortly. Down there on stand number 6. And the rest of the field, they got all day. And through maybe on sheep number 7. Dave Brooker on stand 3. Down over the last front shoulder for Dave. He's got his 8th and final on the board. He'll be quite happy about that. Under the front leg for Dave. Down the last side he drops. Right out onto the toe. There goes Ant in for number 8. So they've all got their 8th and final sheep on the board in heat number 1 of the top 18 of the Open. Dave Brooker switches off. Time clock has stopped there for the local man.
Yeah, he had a pretty good shear too. I think he'd be happy with that, Davey Brooker. Braden Clifford on stand number 1, just working the way down the last side on his sheep number 8 for him. Same with Tupu Hapu. He's working away, sweating away there nicely, just having a real go. He loves it out in this open grade. Coming down the last side. Braden Clifford about to stop the time very shortly now. He cleans up that back sock. A lot of work to be done on these Corriedale Hoggets. Give them a big hand too, ladies and gents.
Well, Sean Braden. Tuku now, right out to the toe. Tuku Hapogu. Sure, very, very well to get into this top 18. Hopefully you can go all the way. Time will tell. Well done, Tuku. And then through, under the leg. And right out to the toe for another couple of shots, and he's going to have the last say. And heat number 1 of the PGG Rights and VetMed sponsored Open. Well done, Nan. Awesome stuff. So if we can have heat number 2, please. Ringa Pawai, Martini Mason, Jack Fagan, Dick and Leslie, Kevin Much, David Gordon. Just do the same as the first heat, please. And just assemble down the foot of the stairs just so the guys can get a quick shot before we hop up on the stage.
You're next one, aren't you? Yes. Yeah. We're just going to do that same hero shot at the start, if you don't mind, sitting on the side of the stage before we do. Oh, you go. Yeah, just take 2 minutes. As soon as the camera guy gets here, sorry, mate. Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's all right. Sorry, guys. The demands of the modern media, I'm afraid. Who's on first? I don't know. Is anybody Norm coming or?
I don't think I've met him, I'm just on a ranch.
Come on, guys, if we can get you up there, please. Ringer, Martini, Jack. Jack's up there, Duncan, Gavin Much and David Gordon. Yep. We'll get our TV man, cameraman just to sit here and you can start taking them, but most of them are waiting.
Camera's up behind.
Oh.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Yeah, just obviously your first smile, and yeah, we thought it. And if you win, if you're actually first in the heat, I'll come and annoy you for a quick interview as well. Go ahead. Oh no, it's just a hero shot.
Oh, right. There's another one after this, and you're ready to be 6 and then another 6. When you get back in sharp, get on it.
You've got to retrain them after every fucking move.
Yeah.
So whenever you're ready, if you're, are you 6 and 6 or does it matter? Oh, it won't matter. It won't matter. Okay. You got to talk.
Walk up, sit down on it.
It's just a shot, just a quick shot each.
Yeah.
Next one, please. Duncan or David. Can we get our intermediate finalists to go down to see Dave and draw their stands at the office, please? Our intermediate finalists. Stand 5, Gav. Put that away, Ringer. You know you've been arrested for handing that out before. So this heat, ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 1 we have Ringer Pawai. Stand 2, Martini Mason. Jack Fagan on 3. Duncan Leslie on 4. Gavin Much on 5. David Gordon, stand number 6. This is going to be a good heat, as all these 3 heats will be, because they're the top 18 here today. A couple of very good North Island shearers, Martini Mason, Jack Fagan, Gavin Much and David Gordon. Tuku Hapugu, can you come and see me please, Tuku? You're floating around there somewhere, Tuku? Oh, he might be at the back, Tom, yeah. Just get a couple of sheep changed and we'll be underway with heat number 2. As I was saying, a couple of very good North Island shearers here, Martini Mason, Jack Fagan, David Gordon, Martini on 2, Jack on 3, David on 6. Gavin Much lives and farms up on the North Island now, originally from Scotland. And Ringer Pawai from the deep south on stand number 1, Duncan Leslie from South Otago on stand number 4. So this will be interesting. The pace will come from stands 5 and 6, I reckon. But Jack Fagan won't be too far away on stand number 3. Martini Mason will be chasing his mates. And Ringer, he'll be there or thereabouts on stand number 1, but he'll be keeping an eye on his quality, as will Duncan Leslie. Ringer's a consistent finalist across the nation. But so are these other guys as well. So Flying Scotsman on stand number 5. He'll come out swinging. So will Dave Gordon on stand 6. Jack and Martini, they'll be right there with them. Referee looks like he's almost ready. Oh no, just have a look down there on stand number 1. And we have the thumbs up from Mr. Harris. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off. Second heat in the BetMed PGG Wrightson Open. And away we go. Number 1 on the board. David Gordon. Come out swinging, just like I thought he might. And so is Gavin Much on stand 5. David Gordon on stand 6. Opens up the neck. Snaps the neck wall open and into the base of the ear and around the back of the head. Top of the head for Duncan Leslie, and up comes Jack Fagan and Martini Mason. Bring a car power there on stand number 1. Another shot and he'll be through into the top of the head as well. But David Gordon hold the phone. Way through the long blow already. There's only 40 seconds gone on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Down over the last front shoulder for Dave Gordon. Gavin Much turning for home. Under the front leg. And dropping into the flank on the last side. But David Gordon's seen his one off in 1 minute and 3 seconds, which is pretty rapid for Corridales, ladies and gentlemen. You might see that on good shearing crossbreds or even quicker, but on these big woolly Corridales, that's a pretty impressive time. Gavin Much flips in just as David Gordon gets the belly off. Now Duncan Leslie, the big fella from Owaka, the man they call the Hulk. On stand number 4, Jack Fagan's in and out already. Way down the belly he goes. Martini Mason wipes the wool off the back leg of sheep number 1. Another couple of shots and he'll be in for a second one. Chasing hard as Ringer Car Pawai. Ringer very consistent. Just punching along there. Another shot for Ringer and he'll be in and out. But David Gordon, Gavin Much stands 5 and 6. That's where you reckon the pace was going to come from, and it certainly is. As they swing around in towards the long blow for blow, as they 2 short blows across the rib cage and then a big sweeping blow right up the back into the base of the ear. And turning for home first is Gavin Much. Around comes David Gordon. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Cost David a second or 2 and it's not finished with him yet. Just allows Gavin to get a shot or 2 out in front. That's what happens though, not. She's all in the kick and a wriggle of a sheep. But these guys are experienced enough not to let it get to them too much.
Yeah, well, they have their own little competition down the end there at the moment. Gavin Much is about to go into the pen for sheep number 3. These other boys aren't letting him get too far out in front, but there he goes. And he's going to dictate terms now. Once he gets in front, he wants to stay there. David Gordon about to go in for his 3rd one as well. Oh, the man, the big Hulk. Duncan Leslie, he's got his 3rd one out on the board. Jack Fagan's about to go and get his one. Ringer Poway's coming down the last side on sheep number 2. He wants to get in there and grab number 3. He doesn't want Gavin Much getting too far out in front. You've got a bit of work to do on these Corridales, but you want to stay in touch with that man out, the pacemaker. And at the moment, that's Gavin Much on stand number 5. Jack Fagan's working his way on the leg on his 5th sheep. He wants to get up there and make sure that he's not too far behind. He's not used to shearing these Corridale sheep. He's more of a crossbred man, but up the neck he heads. Ringer Poway gets the 3rd sheep out on the board. He knows what to do with these corridors. He was here last year. David Gordon on the long blow down on stand number 6. Just working his way there nicely and making a good job at the same time. Under the watchful eye of the judge. They're keeping an eye on these boys. They're not going to let them get away with anything this afternoon. These are the open semi-finalists. The final will be later on today. The last event. The premier event for the shearing. And he goes Gavin Much, sheep number 4. Always making short work of that. Just over 4 minutes for those 3 sheep. 4 minutes and 7 seconds exactly. David Gordon heads in for his 4th one. Duncan Leslie down the last side. Jack Fagan in for sheep number 4. Martini Mason, he's got sheep number 3 and he's working his way down the last side now, and so is Ringer Parwai. It's all go here at the Canterbury AMP show for 2022. Oh, big blow down the end there, and stand number 6 really opens that undermine up. Up the neck goes Gavin Much. Top notch comes off on number 6. Jack Fagan's on the undermine. 1, 2, top notch. Martini Mason down the last side. He's going in for sheep number 4 very shortly. So is Ringer Parwai. She's all go, Norm.
She's all go right there. You got that right. Duncan Leslie winds up the undermine. Fires a couple of big shots up the backbone, but Jack Fagan settling into his work there. The King Country King down there on stand number 3. Long blow time for Jack. So Duncan was with him a couple of minutes ago, but Jack's split ahead now, and he's chasing the field as he turns for home on sheep number 4. So he's going to get right back with these front runners. Jack Fagan under the front leg he goes, lifts it, cleans off the sock. And Gavin Much steps in and out of the pen. David Gordon there as well. David Gordon in and out of the pen. Sheep number 5 of 8 on the board. Another few shots and Jack Fagan's going to be there as well. Duncan Leslie turns for home. Up the neck steps Ringer Parwai on 4. Martini Mason on stand number 2. He slides around in towards the first front shoulder. Wipes the wool off the leg. And he's going to drop round into the long blow. Jack Fagan sock comes off and way down into the belly, but Gavin Much, he's already been there and done that. They've got sheep 5 on the board on stands 3, 5 and 6. Top of the head comes off with Dave Gordon. Steps up this young man from Masterton on stand number 6. Opens the neck wall up into the base here and around the back of the head. But Gavin Much, ex-world champion, ladies and gentlemen, there on stand number 5. And he can share these mid-micron type sheep, no worries at all. Doesn't share a lot of them, but he can share them. Down over the last cheek he comes. And onto the front shoulder. Round comes David Gordon through the long blow. Run comes Jack Fagan in towards the long blow on stand number 3. Bull comes off under the leg and hits the long blow, and he swings into it, Jack Fagan. Another shot, he'll step across. Wraps the sheep round his left knee and turns for home. David Gordon down the last front shoulder, but Gavin Much, the sheep they've got there. Well done, Rocky. Good save, mate. And Gavin Much in and out for sheep number 6. Roll that card over the pies there. And way into the first hind leg. So Gavin Much really chucking the steel in now, looking to gain a wee bit of time advantage on the rest of the field as he slides up the undermine. Fires a quick shot into the top of the head and a big uppercut under the chin from the Scotsman on stand number 5. Into the base here and around the back of the head he rolls. Snaps the wall off and into the first front shoulder. Maybe just sneaking ahead by another shot or 2 dares from David Gordon, but David Gordon's still flying into it. And here comes Jack Fagan down the hind leg up the undermine, so he's only a couple of shots behind David Gordon this time. Jack Fagan meaning business on stand number 3.
Yeah, he's made up a little bit of ground on these other 2, there's no doubt about it, but it's still Gavin Much out in front at the moment. He's got 7 and 8 left in the pen, and he wants to get in there and get them and grab them and get them out on that ball and get them shorn as quickly and as neatly as he can. David Gordon down the end there on stand number 6, working his way down onto the last side as well as Gavin Much heads down that last leg. Jack Fagan, he just shuffles the sheep towards the porthole as Much goes in for sheep number 7, change of handpiece. There he goes. Oh, he did that in quick succession too. No worries, it looks like he's got a good one for sheep number 7. It looks all right, looks pretty open, the corridor. The Marble Point corridor. David Gordon on stand number 6. He's going in for sheep number 7. Where he goes. Is he going to change his handpiece? No, he's happy with what he's got. Jack Fagan went for a change. He's got number 7 out on the board. Up the neck he goes on stand number 5. Gavin Much from Scotland. Now living up in the Taranaki. David Gordon. Oh, he's got a bit of a tough one, but look, it didn't flow like the previous one did. Still opens it up nicely on that undermine. Takes the top notch, just one blow. Up the neck he goes. 1, 2, 3 blows. And up goes Jack Fagan on stand number 3. Up the neck. Down the last side comes Gavin Much. He's only got one left in the pen. Makes short work of that sock. Gets it off. Gets down that last side beautifully. He's going to go in and get sheep number 8 out on the board. Just over 9 minutes and 17 seconds.
He's flying, the flying Scotsman. And away he goes. Front sock comes off and into the belly. Sheep number 8. That's his last one on the board, ladies and gentlemen. 9 minutes and 30 seconds gone on the clock, which is pretty incredible for these Corridors. We're going to see more of that, though, as we work our way through the grades up into that big open final. And right out to the toe for David Gordon. Another shot. He'll be looking for his last sheep as well. Ranga Parwai steps in for 7. Martini Mason finishing touches, and he'll be in for 7 as well. Jack Fagan right there with David over the tail for Jack, and he's in for number 8, his final sheep on stand 3. And Duncan Leslie swinging around. We might get you to flick them cards over, Grant, if that's all right. I don't know what number he's on. Might be number 7, is it? And Duncan Leslie, the big fella, turns for home. Cheek comes off. The Hulk down over the last front shoulder. He's all shoulders and arms, this fella. Slides the wool off the front of the sock and then down under the leg. Slips right down into the backbone, but Gavin Much finishing touches, ladies and gentlemen, to give him a big hand. 10 minutes and 28. For 8 of these extremely woolly hoggets. David Gordon under the leg, and down he drops into the flank as well. Jack Fagan just cleans off around the sock wool on the last front leg. Sheep number 8 for both these guys, but David Gordon a couple of shots out in front of Jack, and out the hole it goes for Dave. Hits the cord. Time clock is stopped on stand number 6. Jack Fagan, beautiful finish to that sheep, Jack, well done. Out it goes, and then goes Martini Mason for his 8th and final sheep on stand 2. Ringa Parwai split the belly out on his 8th and final, and Duncan Leslie round into the first front shoulder. They've all got their 8th and final sheep on the board. Another couple of shots for Duncan. He's going to be turning home. Showing pretty well, the big fella, as he swings around and wipes the cheek wall off. Punches his way down to the last leg. Right at the toe, rolls around under the hamstring over the tail, looking for the cord any second now. Duncan Leslie, time clock stopped there on stand number 4. Martini Mason turns for home, but Ringa Parwai's already been there and done that. As Ringa slips out onto the back leg, clean as you like. Just keep an eye on this fella on stand number 1, folks. Might have cost him a time point or 2, but he's probably made a pretty good job, would be my guess out the back there. He's a good quality shearer. Martini Mason finishing touches. Bringing heat number 2 of the top 18 in the open to a close is Martini Mason over the tail. And out it goes. Martini, give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. So if we can get heat number 3 up, please, just to, same as the other boys, just wait at the steps for the guys with the camera. Lionel Tomar, Tahimi Braddock, Brett Roberts, Parata Abraham, Huda Lacey, Angus Moore. Righto, Hugh, jump down there. Big smile for the camera. Can we have a senior finalist, please? Our senior finalists, go and see Dave in the office and draw for your stands. Thank you, guys. So here we go. Line up in heat number 3 in the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open. Stand number 1, we have Lionel Taumata from Gore. Stand number 2, Hemi Braddock from Ikitahuna. Brett Roberts on 3 from Matoda. Pridata Abraham from Masterton. Hugh DeLacy, he's a Canterbury boy there on stand number 5. And Angus Moore from Marlborough on stand 6. Another fantastic lineup here. And we've got the reigning champion down there on stand number 6, and Angus Moore. He won this title last year, looking to retain that, of course. But there's some very, very good shearers out there, dears, that want to take it off him.
Yeah, well, he knows how to get his way around the corridor, does Angus Moore. Doesn't have any trouble getting those socks off. Comes down that last side very fast. You think you've got him, and then all of a sudden he's finished and he's back in the pen. And he just does it nice and quietly down the end there. Doesn't make too big a fuss. So it's up to these Southland boys to keep up with him, see what they can do. So, Hugh DeLacy, the North Canterbury young gun, he wants to be right in there. He was one of the top qualifiers, done a great job previous. Can he keep it up? I'm surprised they haven't got more towels up there. The sweat will be coming off very shortly. Hugh just having a bit of a warm-up. Everyone just having a look at their sheep, just going through them. A pretty good line of corridors, there's no doubt about that. Beautiful wool, beautiful sheep. They look good outside as well. Shearers are making a good job. They are allowed to reject one though. That one's not going to get shorn in this semi-final. Well, as the day's gone on, the shearing's got better and faster and neater. It's been a great competition so far. These boys have just the semi-final. Some of them will be in the final later on this afternoon. Judges are keeping a very close eye on them, making sure that don't make any mistakes. They don't want to lose too many points on the board. They don't want to be going back for too much. They don't want to leave anything on there.
Cruising off, Shreddy. It's too easy, eh?
Just having a look down there in stand number 6, and then we're just about being to it.
Look fucking easy where I was standing.
Yeah, she's going to be a hard one to call as far as pace goes.
No, you're right.
Young Lionel Taumata down there. Hemi Braddock, he'll be there or thereabouts. Brett Roberts is a fantastic competitor. You got Pidata Abraham, he's rapid, that man. Hugh DeLacy, they're his sort of sheep. And Angus Moore, champion. Thank you. Paul Harris, thank you very much. He's given us the nod. Great to see Paul here again. He's been here a very, 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 very long time. Okay, at the door, boys. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away we go, third and final heat. The last 6 shearers with a chance to get through into the top 6. Going from 18 shearers down to 6 for the final, folks. Pretty cruel cut, but that's how we do it here at Canterbury. Away we go into the first time league for Hemi Braddock on stand number 2. The belly's out for the rest of the field. Brett Roberts slams a couple of big shots in towards the backbone, but onto the top of the head, and up the neck comes Pied After Abraham. He's pretty rapid, this man. Hugh DeLacy, he's a horse in the shed, and he's starting to transfer that to the competitions as well as he snaps the neck well open. Angus Moore, don't leave this fella out. Like I said, he's the current champ. Don't want to put too much pressure on him though, but he'll just shear like he does. He'll just do his own thing up there, and it's normally pretty damn good. And turning for home already, though, is Pied After Abraham. He's had the advantage of watching the other shearers. He knows what he's got to do, and he knows what time he's got to do it in to be there or thereabouts. He doesn't have to be the top qualifier as long as he's in the top 6. Right out to the toe for Pied After Abraham, a fraction over a minute, 105, 106, and out the hole it goes. Pied After Abraham on stand number 4. In and out for sheep number 2. Down the last side, another couple of shots for the young fella from Miki Tahuna and Brett Roberts on stand number 3. In and out he goes as well. So 2 and 3 got their second sheep on the board. In goes Hugh DeLacy. Down comes Angus Moore. Round comes Lionel Taumata. Another shot, and they'll all have sheep number 2 on the board. It's not all about speed though, ladies and gentlemen. It's about quality as well. That's what our wise people up there in the grey shirts are keeping a close eye on. And of course we have another team of judges out the back looking at the finished sheep. So the ones on the board looking for what we call second cuts. When the comb lifts off the skin, the idea is for the shearers to keep the comb flat and hard down on the skin. And it's very, very hard to do, of course. The sheep's round and your comb is flat. So when they lift off the skin a little bit, if they go back and take the wee lump of wool off, it's called a second cut. So it's a shearing fault, and they get penalised for it because it devalues the fleece. We don't want second cuts. We want the skin, the staple all cut off cleanly at the skin. And of course, if they leave that little bit on, if they elect not to go back and take it off, they'll leave a wee ridge or a lump of wool, and the judges out the back will see it out the back because it will still be on the sheep. So they'll get penalised one way or another. They don't get away with much nowadays, do they?
No, they don't. But these boys are making short work of these sheep, and they're making a beautiful job at the same time. Pied After Abraham, he's just moving up the neck there beautifully. He just shore that last one like it was a little lamb. No worries at all. He's got great control of that sheep. Hugh DeLacy's out after him. He's got to stay with him. There's no doubt about that. Angus Moore, like you said, just doing his work down the end there. Just taking it nice and quietly. Working his way on the leg. Gets the sock wall off. You don't even know he's doing it. He does it every day up in the Marlborough. In the Marlborough country. Hemi Braddock's just moving along there nicely on his sheep. And Lionel Taumata's just got the belly off on stand number 1. They've all got sheep number 3 out on the board at the moment. Keep turning those numbers over, boys. And he goes for sheep number 4. Down on stand number 6 does Angus Moore. All right, Abraham, he shoots him for his 4th one as well. Yeah, he's on 4 on stand number 4. Sheep number 3 down the end there for Angus Moore. Hugh DeLacy, he's going to start to have to wind up. Come on, Hugh, you're going to have to wind up. You're the North Canterbury young gun. What have you got now? You're pretty good in the heats. Can you keep it up in the semis? Make it through to the final later on this afternoon. All these boys are out here having a go. They're not here for fun. It's a competition, and they're making short work of these Corridals. The Marble Point Corridal Hoggets. They're doing a great job of getting the wool off. In he goes, Brett Roberts. Gets number 4 out on the board. Pulled it out, no worries at all. He wasn't even in that pen for a second. Sock comes off and the belly's going to come off too. It's going to follow it. No worries about getting in there and grabbing another one. For Hemi Braddock on stand number 2. Lionel Taumata getting his 4th sheep out on the board as well. All right, Abraham just working his way down the last side in his 4th sheep. He's going in to get number 5, 6, 7. And 8 are still in the pen. No worries at all. In goes Angus Moore. He's got sheep number 4 out on the board. It looks like it's a bit of a flyer too. It looks pretty good, pretty open from where I'm standing. Shooter Lacey's right there, just working his way on the long blow. What's he got? Come on, Hugh, what do you got left in the tank? This is not going to be the last time we see you today. Up the neck on stand number 4. Down the last side on stand number 3 for Brett Roberts. Another one of the Southland boys. Oh, great job of getting that sock wall off. Didn't even pick up that leg. Now he does, and he shoots down the last side. Here's a bit of a tidy up. He's got number 4 on the board. He wants number 5 there. He wants to keep up with his mate on stand number 4. Oh, Hugh DeLacy lost one. Don't let it get too far away. Got to go back in his pen. No. Oh, it doesn't matter. Got rid of it. Pirata Abraham, he's got sheep number 6 out on the board now. He's only got 2 left in the pen. Angus Moore down the end there. What's he got? He's going up to sheep number 5. He knows what he needs to get into this final later on this afternoon. He needs the quality as much as the speed. When you get out in front, you can dictate terms. You can slow down a wee bit on the last couple of sheep, but the time's still pretty good. Just over 7 minutes. Just hitting the 7-minute mark now, and he's on sheep number 6. On stand number 4 is Pirata Abraham from Masterton. No worries at all. He's about to drop down on the long blow. Down the last side goes Brett Roberts. What's he got left in the tank? Does another great job of that leg. Down the last side beautifully. Hemi Braddock. He's got sheep number 5 out on the board as well. He wants to get going. Come on, Hemi. Come on, Judah Lacey. On stand number 5, the North Canterbury Young Gun. He's got sheep number 6 out on the board, and he's after Pirata Abraham on stand number 4. Hemi Braddock shoots in for his 6th sheep as well. He wants to keep up with these boys. You don't want them getting too far out in front. Lionel Tomata, change your handpiece for him on stand number 1. He's got number 6 out on the board as well. But number 7's out on the board for Pirata Abraham from Masterton. He's done a great job. Angus Moore down the end there. Don't discount him. Here he comes. He's making a lovely job of that sheep. Out it goes. Has a look at it, says, I made a really good job of that sheep. I'm going to change my handpiece anyway.
Yeah, Angus Moore backing out on the board. Sheep number 6 it is, and Hugh DeLacy well through 6. Down over the last front shoulder on stand number 5. Pirata Abraham there on 4. He's a Masterton shearer as he swings around and lays it into the long blow. He's actually a contractor up that way, got his own shearing run, runs his own cruise. Way through the long blow he sweeps. Another couple of shots and he's going to turn for home. Brett Roberts slides down onto the back leg, making a beautiful job as only Brett Roberts does. Another couple of shots for Brett. He's going to be looking for sheep number 7. And in and out of the pen he comes with it. Hemi Braddock, stand number 2. Wipes the wool off the front leg. All the slops gone and he's down into the flank. Down comes Lionel Tomata as well. Blow for blow, these two shearers having a bit of a ding-dong up in the front stands. And out to the toe they go together. Another couple of shots. I'll be looking for their 7th sheep. And it's number 8 on the board this time though for Pirata Abraham. 8th and final sheep in the middle of the field there on stand number 4. Leading the field as far as pace goes. Turns into the first hind leg. 9 and 20 gone on the clock. Out comes Angus Moore. So Angus just working his way back into contention, just as he does, just works quietly away, settles into a nice rhythm, and gets on with the job. Flicks the belly out, turns into the first hind leg. Opens it up, Angus Moore, current champion here at the Canterbury Show. Up the undermining sweeps, 1, 2, and another one for good measure. Into the base of the ear with the handpiece and steps through and up the neck. But Pirata Abraham slides around, lays it into the long blow, wraps the sheep round his back, round his left leg, and turns for home. Last sheep on the board on stand number 4. Hugh Lacey finishing touches. He'll be looking for sheep number 8 as well. The big fella on stand 5, in and out with his 8th and final sheep. Potter to Abraham, under the front leg, and away down the last side he pours, putting the acid on the rest of the field. This fella, if I mastered it on stand number 4, rolls around over the hamstring out to the toe. Another shot by Pairata. Time clock stopped, easy as that. Wham bam, thank you Lamb. He can straighten his back and watch the rest of the field come home. Lionel Tilmar still one left in the pen. He's away in to get it though. Sheep 8 on the board on stands 1, 2 and 3. Now 5 and 6 as well. So Angus Moore. Way down the belly he goes. Hugh de Lacey. Another shot and he turns round onto the last cheek on sheep number 8. They've all got their 8th and final sheep on the board, folks. Close front thing amongst these shearers. Hugh de Lacey punches his way down over the last front shoulder. Round into the long blow for Brett Roberts, chucking the steel in. Now Hemi Braddock is right there with him as they sweep up the backbone and turn for home. So strong finish from Hemi Braddock. Kept a good one for last, as they often do. He was there with Lionel Tomata. Now he's there with Brett Roberts. And under the leg, they go together. But Hugh de Lacey finishing touches. Time taken there on stand number 5. Well done, Hugh. But Hemi Braddock, he's actually not only caught Brett Roberts, he's peeled him back. Right out onto the toe for Hemi Braddock. He wouldn't mind 8 of them, that's for sure. Over the tail. Thank you very much for coming, Hemi Braddock. And Brett Roberts just has to wait to let it settle down before he can move on. And he's got another shot over the tail. Hang on a minute, Gil. And out it goes. Well done, Brett. Right down to the toe for Angus Moore. Another couple of shots and he's pulled back Lionel Taumata. Lionel Taumata cleans the wall off. Here goes Angus Moore down there on stand number 6. Well done. And Lionel Taumata, another couple of shots. And he's going to have the last say in the semi-final of the Open. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 18. Looking, of course, for a top 6, and we'll let you know who they are when the results come to hand. The top 6 will share in the big final this afternoon. Speaking of finals, ladies and gentlemen, our first final coming up right now, the junior final, proudly sponsored by Leach and Partners. And if we can get our junior finalists to assemble with me in the tunnel, please. In the tunnel, and I'll come and see you there. I'll introduce you onto the stage. The junior final will be followed by the intermediate final and then the senior. So she's finals time here at Canterbury Show, ladies and gentlemen, in the Shearing Pavilion. Finals going forward all afternoon now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 finals. And then the women's final, and then the blades and the open machines. So she's finals time all the way through now, Kerry. I hope you had a good break. Thank you, Des. And we'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, not too bad, Norman.
Sorry to wake you, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it was
Got to bring you back into doing a bit of work.
Have my feet up on the wool table. Bit of a kip, bit of R&R.
Oh, you're in the final.
I don't machines here anymore.
Well, have you got it up there yet? No.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our first of our finalists up on the stage. Give them a big hand as they come up. Big moment for some of these shearers. Down on stand number 1 from Germany via Pleasant Point, Robin Kraus, ladies and gentlemen. From Rangiora on stand number 2, Lydia Thompson. From Gore in the deep south, Emma Martin on stand number 3. Another deep south player down there from Matoda, Caleb Brooking. Also from the deep south in Gore, Cody Waihappy. And from Mighty Coorell, ladies and gentlemen, George Taylor on stand number 6. So Leach and Partners, proud sponsors of this one. And she's a boys against girls event, this one, ladies and gentlemen. Boys against girls, 3 girls and 3 boys. Well, I presume they're boys, you wouldn't know. I presume they're girls. Something these days can get a wee bit confusing for old fellas like me. Not too sure. Anyway, at this stage, let's just say it's boys against girls. So the Leach and Partners Junior. If our referee wouldn't mind stopping. Who's our referee? If you wouldn't mind stopping chatting up the girls, please, our referee, please, and just get on with the job at hand. Would be handy. Mr. Referee, sir. It didn't get you far last night. It's not going to work today, Rabbit. Thank you very much, Rabbit McLaren. Holds one of his thumbs up. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The first of our big finals here this afternoon. The junior grade final. Time keepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. 3 sheep in the pens for our junior competitors. This is the entry level grade and competition shearing. These young shearers still on the way into making themselves a small fortune at shearing sheep, hopefully. But by golly, they're going to have to work hard and invest wisely. Unlike myself, I didn't do either. And that's why I have to sit up here in the box and talk about it all day. So Robin Kraus, like I said, folks, originally from Germany, this girl, and living and operating out of Pleasant Point at the moment. Lydia Thompson on 2, Emma Martin. So we saw these girls shearing in the women's heat before. And young Caleb Brooking down there on stand number 4 from Matoda. Also from the deep south is Cody Waihappy. Comes from a very famous shearing family down there in the southern region. The Waihappy family, very well known. And Cody, he's the next generation, putting the handpiece in his hand and the sheep between his knees. George Taylor from Courier, home of the Red Devils, ladies and gentlemen. Winners of the North Otago Rugby competition this year, once again, back to back. And around the back of the head for George, he's Willie Corridors. And George, of course, great to see him shearing corridors here at the Christchurch show. His grandfather would be proud. Used to breed a top line of corridors himself back in the day up the Hacker Valley. But where's the pace coming from? Oh, the two of the girls stands 2 and 3. Lydia Thompson and Emma Martin smoking along nicely as they work their way around onto the last side. And another shot, Robin Krause is going to join them, and so is Caleb Brooking. We need some tipper-uppers out the back, please. So it should be the last heat of the open semi-final. Last heat of the open semi-final. You need to hop out there and tip the sheep up, please. You've only got 3. We'll make it easy on you. Don't want to tire you out. And Lydia Thompson just rolls the head through front just to keep it under control. Caleb's one gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle as well. So does George's, but got it under control. Emma Martin over the tail this time. Half a shot in front of Lydia. Stand number 3. Out it goes. And she's the first in for sheep number 2. Lydia Thompson. Drops 1 and out in for 2 as well. Caleb Brooking not far away. Young Caleb down there on stand number 4. Slides out the hind leg. Rolls around under the hamstring, over the tail. And out it goes for Caleb. Well done, Caleb. And for sheep number 2, George Taylor not far away. Cody Waihappy slides the wool off the front leg on the last side, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 2 as well shortly. In goes George. Robin Krause on stand number 1. Out to the toe. Another shot for Robin, or another couple of shots for Robin. She'll have 2 on the board as well, Kerry.
Junior final we are, ladies and gentlemen, and of course we will be crowning a New Zealand Corridor champion. Of course we are here at Christchurch AMP show, ladies and gentlemen, 2022. The question is, who is going to have their name on that cup? Who is going to be taking home the prize money and the red sash? Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. And away they go on their sheep number 2. 3 on the board, on the 3 on the pen to share. So Robin Krause on 2, on stand 1. Sheep number 2 on the board for her. And away she goes down the belly. Lydia Thompson, up the neck she goes. Leading the way with Emma Martin. And Caleb Brooking right there as well. Stands 2, 3 and 4 right there, blow for blow with each other. Of course 3 competition sheep in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting to get to the business end of the day. So away down the belly, Cody Waihappy breaks that belly will open. And down he works. George Taylor down there on stand number 6, shearing away pretty quietly. He's within touching distance of the leaders, but it's these 2 girls on 2 and 3, leading the way. Lydia Thompson, Emma Martin. Down the last side they come. Caleb Brooking right there as well. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank, these 2 shearers will work. Robin Krause. Working her way around that shoulder. She'll take the trimming. Fourth side of the leg. Down and into the long blow she will go. Once again, it's great to see these competitors, these female competitors, and really at the moment, they're really giving it tiger and tooth for these guys down on stands 4, 5 and 6. Down and out the flank they go, these girls, showing the boys just how it's done. Finishing touches there for Emma Martin, finishing touches there for Lydia Thompson. Okay, Norm, we've got a few finalists to come through. Who made the top 6 and who made the plate final?
Yes, so the points just come to hand from the open semi-final, the three-head open semi-final we just watched, just while their junior competitors are working their way through these sheep. We'll announce them. Top qualifier and the top 6. The top qualifier was Gavin Much, Hugh DeLacy, Nathan Stratford, Jack Fagan, Brett Roberts and Hemi Braddock. You are the 6 that will share in the final. So congratulations to you 6 shearers. And we have an open plate final as well. The open plate, which will be before the final, is Duncan Leslie, David Gordon, Martini Mason, Lionel Tomata, Braden Clifford and Tukul Hapavu. So congratulations to those 6 shearers as well. So that's our open plate final. And our big finalists, the top 6 in the open and the PGG VetMed Open are Gavin Much, Hugh DeLacy, Nathan Stratford, Jack Fagan, Brett Roberts, Hemi Braddock. Well done to you guys. But back up on the stage, that's where the focus is right now. And Robin Krause steps in and out for sheep number 3. She's got her 3rd and final sheep on the board in the junior final. This is the Leach and Partners junior final. And stepping through and up the neck is Lydia Thompson from Rangiora. She's a couple of blows back from Emma Martin on stand number 3 and Kayla Brooking on stand 4. So now George Taylor and Cody Waihapi have got theirs out on the board. So they've got all the competitors with their 3rd and final sheep on the board. This is a big final, ladies and gentlemen, a big moment for our young competitors. So don't be scared to make a wee bit of noise as they work their way through sheep number 3, the 3rd and final sheep on the board for our junior finalists. Caleb Brooking. Now he's starting to get into a bit of a rhythm on stand number 4 and stepping away from the rest of the competitors. Down over the last front shoulder he slides. Going pretty good, this young fella from Matoda. Emma Martin, Lydia Thompson, blow for blow. Oh, Emma's one, just waving to the crowd with his back legs. Wave back, everybody. It's a nice sheep. I don't think Emma will be saying that. But it's sitting there awkwardly. But anyway, she can get into the long blow. And she's a couple of shots back from Lydia now. That sheep just cost her a second or two, but that's the way it goes. Over a few sheep, just about everyone has one kicky one. So if everyone has their turn, it sort of evens things up a little bit, doesn't it, Kerry?
Yeah, that's just how things go, Norman. You got to take the good with the bad, but the question is, you got to take the bad with the good sometimes. So away they come. 3rd and final sheep on the board for these competition shearers, and down and out the flank goes stand number 4, young Caleb Booking, and ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Well done, Caleb. He does complete his 3 sheep.
Well done, Caleb. Good stuff. First man finished in the junior final, Kerry.
Not bad. Not bad at all, I've got to say. And the next one's home. Looks like it's going to be the 2 girls on 2 and 3. Emma Martin, Lydia Thompson. Who's going to be the next one to pull the cord? Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple more blows in it. Finishing touches there. Who's going to be? Lydia Thompson and Emma Martin by a whisker. By a whisker. Not much in that one. So Robin Krause coming down the last side. Cody Waihapi right there as well. George Taylor. Nothing separating these 3 shearers. Blow for blow. Down the last side they come. Finishing touches there for 1 and 5. Out to the tips of the toes. Who's going to be the first one to go for the time clock? Will be Cody. Well done, my man. And Robin Krause, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very, very well shorn sheep. And that will bring George Taylor down there on stand number 6. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand.
Well done, team.
But onto those junior machine chair finalists, of course, proudly sponsored by Leach and Partners. Okay, Norman. Intermediate final.
Yes, I will have our intermediate finalists assemble in the tunnel, please, and the sponsors for the intermediate final. Dale Taylor Shearing. Big thanks to Dale and the crew up there in Cheviot for their support of the intermediate.
You got to ride the wave on the top, not the bloody bottom. I've been sitting in the seat down there for 3 days. Oh, yeah.
He has won some opens here. Yeah, not an A-grade one.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another big final coming up. They're waiting in the wings. Let's get them up on the stage. The intermediate final, proudly sponsored by Dale Taylor Shearing from Cheviot. Like I said, a big thanks to Dale Taylor and all their sponsors across the grades. On stand number 1 from Dennyville, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Jacob Taylor. From the deep south, ladies and gentlemen, Dre Roberts on stand number 2 from Matoda. From Masterton up the north on stand number 3, Kushla Abraham. From the west coast, the mighty west coast, Jesse Sullivan on stand number 4. From Fairley in South Canterbury, Justin Anderson on stand number 5. And from Balclutha, South Otago, Will Sinclair, stand 6. That rounds up the field, folks. Get behind them, make a wee bit of noise. Is it Coke in there, Rocky Bull? Good man. Can we have our woman final? Well, Kushla's up there, but we'll get the rest of the woman finalists to come out and draw for their stands, please. Just a couple of moments, we'll let them get set, we'll let them check the sheet, we'll let the referee confirm everything and we'll be underway. And we'll be sharing 5 competition sheep, 5 of these marble point station sheep.
we've almost taken the piss.
Knowles. Thanks, Noel. Thumbs up from our referee. At your door, ladies and gentlemen, please. The Del Taylor Shearing Intermediate Final. At this time, the top intermediate shearers here today. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off this time. Jacob Taylor on one, the young fella from up north. Dre Roberts on stand number 2. Kushler Abraham on 3. Will Sinclair, Jesse Sullivan rather, from over on the coast on stand number 4. Justin Anderson on 5. Will Sinclair rounds up the field on stand number 6. 5 of these competition hoggets to share their way through from Marble Point Station up near Hanna Springs. And away we go on sheep number 1. Belly's off and into the first time leg. Who's going to be the first into the top of the head? Ooh, pretty close thing, but Kushler Abraham reaches for the top of the head first. Justin Anderson right there. Will Sinclair there as well. And up comes stands 1 and 2 and 4.
So as we make our way through the first sheep, of course, it's many a final shearing time we are, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we will be crowning the New Zealand Corridor champion for the intermediate section. The first shearer down and into the long low. Jacob Taylor leading the way. Dre Roberts right there as well. Chris Abraham just a fraction behind. And swing time. Nothing really separating the field. Of course, sheep number 1 of 5 in the pen this year. So, under that final shoulder they come. So down on the flank. Will Sinclair down there on 6. Finishing touches there for him. Out to the tips of the toes. Pusher pulls that sheep up. Finishing touches there for her. And into the pen she'll go for her second sheep. Will Sinclair, first one in for 2. Justin Anderson into the pen he goes. Jacob Taylor, Dre Roberts into the pen he goes. Abraham into the pen she goes for her second one, third one. Second one, sorry. Always handy when the cards are right. So away they go down the belly, sock wall taking clear. Of course, the belly wall track clear. Now down the first leg. Jacob Taylor leading the way at the moment. Right with the down on stand 6, Will Sinclair. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the neck over. Open, takes the cheek on there, work his way. Up and around the shoulder he'll go. Around the shoulder goes Taylor. Takes the trimming, fourth side of the leg, down and into the long blade. Roberts right there as well. Chris Abraham. Pushing her along well, the girl on 3. Sticking her right with the guys. Nothing really separating the field at the moment. Down and into the long bow. Goes Roberts, winds himself up and he'll swing for home in this intermediate final. Takes the cheek wall and down and over the brisket who will come, but it's still the boys on 1 and 6 leading the way. Under the final shoulder, Jacob Taylor down the flank, finishing touches there for him. These beautiful Shearing Marble Point Corridor Hoggets, ladies and gentlemen. Into the pen they go. Taylor, sheep 3 on the board for him. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank goes Drew Roberts, the boy from the deep south. Kushla Abraham, of course, she's from the North Island. Great to see these competitors down competing here this year at Christchurch. Under the final shoulder she comes. Takes the bottom side of the leg and down and out the flank she'll go. Sheep number 3 coming out onto the board. Change her hairpiece there for Jess Sullivan. Jesse Sullivan, of course, the boy from the West Coast. And away he goes. And down the belly he goes. Abraham into the pen. Sheep number 3 on the board for her. Will Sinclair up the neck he works. Up the neck goes Sinclair, down there on stand number 6. Rolls his way around that shoulder, Justin Anderson. Shearer there on 5, rolls himself around that shoulder, takes a trimming, fourth side of the leg and down and into the long blow he goes. Jesse Sullivan. Up the neck, breaks the neck well open, takes the cheek ball, and he'll work his way around that shoulder. Kushla Abraham, doing us out proud. Up the neck she goes, breaks the neck wall open, takes the cheek wall and around the shoulder she goes, but it's still the boy on stand 1 leading the way. Sheep number 4 onto the board. Jacob Taylor. Sheep 4. And off comes the sock wall and away down the belly he'll work. Drew Roberts, the boy from the deep south. Under the final shoulder he'll go. Jesse Sullivan. Over the shoulder, takes the trimming, top side of the leg, under that final shoulder and he'll head away home on that sheep 3. Justin Anderson, out on the board he comes, sheep number 4. Of course, 5 in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank, finishing touches there for Roberts. He'll be in there. Sheep number 4 on to the board for him. Jacob Taylor working his way up and around the shoulders. He'll work. Takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg. Rolls his way around and drops down into the long low. Kushla Abraham doing a beautiful job of that sheep, Norm. But once again, a very, very well shorn sheep by her.
Certainly is making the job, that's for sure. And she's got a speed to go with it, so sheep number 4 rolling out of the board for Kush on stand number 3, and away she goes. Sock comes off for her. The speed's coming from Jacob Taylor up there on the front stand. That's where the pace is. Justin Anderson from Fairley there as well, on hitting a long blow on sheep number 4. 1 left in the pen for both these guys. In fact, 1 left in the pen right across the board, but down comes Jacob Taylor. from Danny Verrick on stand number 1, right out to the toe. Another couple of shots if their sheep will let him. She's having a bit of a niggle at him. He'll just put a wee bit of pressure on her flank and she'll straighten her leg out. Over the tail, she's not making it easy, but he's getting there. A wee bit left on there, but he just whips it off and out it goes. Sheep number 5 on the board now, so Jacob Taylor leading the field with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Justin Anderson not too far away. The young fellow there on stand number 5. Down onto the last front shoulder comes Jess Sullivan and Will Sinclair. Will Sinclair down there on 6, punches his way down into the flank, making a nice job as he works his way out onto the hind leg. And Justin Anderson lets his one go, so he's in for his 5th and final as well. Jesse Sullivan from the coast, right out to the toe, another couple of shots. And he'll be looking for sheep number 5 as well. Out goes Dre Roberts, in for 5, the Matara boy. In goes the coaster, or Jesse Sullivan there on stand number 4. Don't see too many West Coast shearers, not too many sheep over there. Of course, the famous Sammy One resides on the West Coast, and Jesse Sullivan, way down the belly he goes. Sheep number 5 on the board. So Kush finishing touches to 4, and she's going to be looking for sheep number 5. Under the front shoulder. But the pace is coming up there on stand number 1 still. Jacob Taylor from up the North Island into the long blowy sweep, so he's got it as far as speed goes. Steps across, slides up the backbone and into the base of the ear on the far side. Turns now, brings the right foot up. Just holds his head against his right knee and down over the front shoulder. That's the story, just Jacob. He's making sure he gets it all off, keep them old judges happy. They're a pretty grumpy lot. They don't let you away with much. Kushlar Abraham in for sheep number 5. Jacob Taylor. Front sock comes off. Where's the 2 boys at the back? Stands 5 and 6. Long blow for Justin Anderson. Slides up the backbone of the sheep. Will Sinclair right there as well. He's well through the long blow himself, but down the last side. Pause. Jacob Taylor on stand number 1. Jacob Taylor it is as far as pace goes. They've got to be judged as well, but he's given himself a good chance. Right out onto the toe. Another couple of shots, and time clock stopped there on stand 1 for Jacob Taylor. This is all for the red ribbon and the prize money, ladies and gentlemen. So Jacob Taylor knows how important time is. Every 20 seconds is 1 point added to your total. The lower the points, the better. So he's in a good position right now, but of course the judges know far more about what's going on. They've got the whole story at the back. Justin Anderson, another shot over the tail. And out it goes. Well done, Justin. Young fella from Fairley there on stand number 5. And Will Sinclair. Well done, Will. He can stretch his back as well and watch the rest of the field come home. And it's going to be Jesse Sullivan over the tail. Another couple of shots. Here it is. The West Coasters clock has been stopped as well on stand number 4. Down comes Dre Roberts from Matoda. Slides the sock wall off the back leg. Another couple of shots, and he's going to be looking for the cord as well. Dre Roberts. Out it goes. Well done, young fella. Kushlar Abraham, she's going to have the last say in this, the intermediate final. This one, of course, sponsored by Dale Taylor Shearing. Big thanks to Punky and the crew up there in Cheviot for their support once again. Ooh, Kush. Bringing it up. Getting it back into position, and away she goes again. She'll leave the head forward this time. Just helps control the sheep a little bit. Better if you can leave it actually behind you and bend the sheep out, but she's got to roll it this way. No choice. Over the tail, not making it easy for her, but she's getting there. Give her a big hand, Kushlar Abraham, ladies and gentlemen, and our intermediate finalists. Well done, guys and girls. And that brings us to our senior final. This one, sponsored by Acto Agriculture and Lister. We'll have our senior finalists assemble in the tunnel, please. Hemi Paniora, we cover. Okay, senior final time this time, ladies and gentlemen. Another grade up, a step up in experience and ability. So we'll give them a couple more sheep and we'll see a difference in speed as well. Give them a hand as they take the stage. This one proudly sponsored by Lister and Acto Agriculture. Adam Gordon from Masterton on stand number 1. The other end of the country, James Wilson from Winton on 2. From Cheviot on stand number 3, Liam Norrie. From Rolliston, just down the road, our local man here, Hemi Paniora. All the way from England, ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 5, Alex Clapham. And from Rangiora, Blake Crooks. Rounds up the field there on stand number 6. Good luck, team. Give them a couple of minutes and we'll set them alight. Can we have our women's finalists please come and draw for your stands? Go and see David in the office, our women's finalists. So just while we're waiting to check through their pens there, let's give a big hand to our wool handling team and our pressing team, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, girls and guys. Big day for them. They've done a great job. And eight sheep. And while we're on the job, let's give a big hand for our judges up there, ladies and gentlemen. They've been here all day, working away as well. They come a long way, some of these people. Thank you guys and girls very much. How about our points people and our timekeepers down here? Well done to them. Really important job. Give them a big hand, folks. And just waiting for our referee to work his way through the field, making sure everyone's happy before we get going. Can we have our open plate finalists, please, to go down and draw their stands at the office? Our open plate finalists. They're the guys that just weren't quite good enough to get in the open final, Kerry.
Or the unlucky ones. Depends how you look at it.
So these are our senior finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Next stop for a lot of these shearers. Might need another year or two yet, but will be the Open. They'll be moving up into the Open from here. That's how it works. A lot of these competitors, they've worked their way up through the grades. And of course, the ultimate aim for a good competition shearer is to end up in the Open, competing up there with the big boys. And who knows, they might become one of the big boys themselves one day. They've all got the talent, that's for sure. Thank you, Mr. Evan McLaren, our referee here this evening for the senior grade. This is the Acto Agriculture Lister sponsored senior grade. We're all set for a start. 8 competition sheep these gentlemen will be shearing. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're into it. She's going off to a flying start. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 1. James Wilson, Liam Norrie, Hemi Paniora, Alex Clapham, Blake Crooks. Away we go into sheep number 1 of 8. So you'll see the pace step up from the last couple of grades. A wee bit more experience, a bit more ability. Of course, with experience comes ability. And into the first hind leg. Adam Gordon, stand number 1. Slides down and towards the undermine, but James Wilson from Winton now on stand number 2. That might be where the pace comes from, maybe. We'll see. Blake Crooks, he won't be left behind down there on stand number 6. Into the base here and around the back of the head, but James Wilson working his way towards the front shoulder. Up comes Hemi Paniora. Up comes Liam Norrie on 5 and 4, 4 and 3 rather. Ooh, Adam Gordon though, look down there on stand number 1. He's away into the long blow already. He's the first shearer to hit the long blow. Big sweeping blows up the backbone of the sheep. Sheep gives a kick and a wriggle, doesn't stop him. And he turns for home. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 1 from Masterton. Long blow time also for James Wilson. Round comes Alex Clapham. Round comes Blake Crooks. In towards the long blows, Hemi Paniora and Liam Norrie. Stand 4 is Hemi, stand 3 is Liam. But turning for home is James Wilson. But still, Adam Gordon, the sock's got to come off. The sheep's got to sit for him, and she doesn't want to. She's having a real ding-dong, Adam. Hang on to her there, Adam. Just cost him a few seconds. Allowed the rest of the field to come back. And she's not finished with him yet. Light the barbecue, ladies and gentlemen. Light the barbecue. Under the leg and down into the flank on the last side for Adam Gordon. Right out to the toe. Still leading the field, but not by much. So that sheep cost him a second or 2. But he'll be happy enough with where he's sitting right now, because he'll know over the 8 sheep, everyone will probably get a sheep having a crack at him. Out goes Alex Clapham, the young Englishman, on stand number 5. Out onto the board with sheep number 2. The rest of the field following. Blake Crooks steps in and out. James Wilson, he's going to go in and out. So's Hemi Paniora. And Liam Norrie just having a wee bit of a difficulty with that one as well. Looks a bit yellow, that fleece, Kerry, so might not be quite as good a shearing as he'd hoped. But anyway, he's bashed all off and he's going in for another very shortly.
Into the finals time we are, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are moving up a class. We are in the senior final. Of course, proudly sponsored by Lister and Acto Agriculture. Once again, thank you for your sponsor. Once again here at Christchurch, it is finals times, ladies and gentlemen. We will be crowning a New Zealand senior shearing champion here. Of course, they will be going home with prize money. They'll be going home with a bit of cash in the pocket, but of course they will be going home with that red ribbon that all of these shearers are after. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, who's it gonna be? Who's gonna be going home with the red ribbon in the New Zealand Corridor Senior Shearing Championship Cup? Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Sheep number 2 of 8 in the pen this year. And down the last side, the boy from the North Island leading the way at the moment, the Adam Gordon. Under the final shoulder he comes. Down and out the flank, finishing touches there for him. Alex Clapham, the boy from England. Down and out the flank he goes, finishing touches there for him. Shearing along pretty well too on the beautiful Marble Point Station Corridor Hoggets, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't they a stunning line of sheep? Aren't they a stunning line of shearers too? Under the final shoulder. Down and out the flank, Liam Nori. Down and out the flank will go Hemi Pongaroa. Sheep number 3 will be out onto the board. So away they go, down the belly, stands 1 and stands 6 right there with each other. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank goes the man, James Wilson on 2. Into the pen he goes. Under that final shoulder, down and out the flank, Liam Nori. Into the pen he goes, sheep number 3 coming out onto the board. The big fella Hemi, into the pen he goes. 3 on the board for him. Away down the belly they work, but it's still the man down there on stand number 1, rolling his way up and around the shoulder, dropping down into the long blow he goes. Rolling himself round. He'll finish that long blow, take the cheek well, and he'll head for home, but it's still the man. On 5, pushing the power on. Under the final shoulder he'll come. Alex Clapham. Down the last side he'll come. Blake Crooks down there on 6, finishes the long blow. He'll take the cheek well and down and over the brisket he'll come. Once again, into the pen they'll go. Sheep number, what are they on to? Sheep number 4. Sheep number 4 out onto the board for Alex Clapham. Down the last side, Blake Crooks. Down and out the flank he'll go. Finishing touches there for him. Adam Gordon, into the pen he goes. Sheep number 4 on the board. 8 in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. So off comes the Sockwell. Down the belly he'll work. James Wilson, under that final shoulder he'll come. Liam Nori. Off comes that front sock. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank he'll go. You'll be in there for sheep number 4. Finishing touches there for him. Hemi Pongaroa. Under the final shoulder he'll come. Down and out the flank. Finishing touches there for him. Out to the tips of the toes. Beautiful shearing sheep. Beautiful shearers on the job. Under the final shoulder. Finishing touches there. Hemi, he'll be in for sheep number 4. but it's still the man down on stand number 1, Norm. Young Adam Gordon going good.
He's going good, all right. He's swinging into it. Sheep number 4 on the board as we speak. He'll get this one out. He'll be halfway through the pen. Chasing hard as Alex Clapham, though. Oh, Alex Clapham, he's not chasing hard at all. He's out in front. Down over the last back leg, rather. Holy hell, I'm getting tongue-tied up here. Way into the pen he goes, Alex Clapham. And out on the board with his 5th sheep. Down comes Blake Crooks here on stand number 6. Slides all that fribble off under the leg, and there's a lot of it, and down into the flank he punches. Right down on the back leg for Blake. Another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for number 5 as well. So it looks like Alex Clapham out in front. Adam Gordon chasing hard. Adam Gordon away down the belly. Alex Clapham on 5. Up the undermining sweeps. 1, 2 big sweeping blows, and he's into the top of the head. Blake Crooks is on the board. Alex Clapham, as far as time goes, he's out in front. James Wilson turning for home on sheep number 4. Just the last side to come off, same as Liam Norrie. And they'll be looking for sheep number 5 as well. Hemi Punny just working his way quietly through the pen as he works into the first front shoulder. Another couple of shots he'll be laying into the long blow, but Alex Clapham's doing the same thing. Alex is on 5 though, Hemi's on 4. So stands 4 and 5, they're a sheep apart. They swing around and drop into the long blow together. Long blow time though for Adam Gordon, so Adam Gordon's starting to settle into a nice rhythm. He's right back there with Alex Clapham now. Adam Gordon from Masterton turns for home. Alex Clapham from England turns for home as well. Down over the last front shoulder for both these shearers, but Adam, a little bit of a kick and a wriggle, so he just goes the other way and takes the sock off. No problem to Adam Gordon. Alex is able to lift the leg without losing the sheep, and right down into the flank on the last side for Alex Clapham. Adam Gordon, flank on the last side, back leg for Alex Clapham, black leg for Adam Gordon. Rolls around under the hamstring, another couple of shots of both these shearers, and they're going to drop simultaneously. Out the hole they go together, and a change of steel there for Alex. Adam Gordon in and out of the pen with sheep number 5. Sheep number 6, I think it is, sorry. Roll that card over there, Parata. Thank you, sheep 6 it is. 5 on there for James Wilson, 5 for Liam Norrie. Sheep number 5 it is for Hemi Punny. If we can get that card rolled over, please. Thank you. Good stuff. Blake Crooks, right out to the toe, over the tail. He lets that one roll out the porthole, and he steps in for sheep number 6 as well. The big fella down there on the back stand. Sock comes off, and away into the belly goes on sheep number 6. Just a couple left in the pen now for him. Liam Norrie under the front leg and down the last side. He'll be looking for his 6th sheep. Hemi Punny making a beautiful job there, Hemi, as he works his way into the top of the head and steps through and up the neck on 5. But where's the pace now? It's Adam Gordon this time. He's pulled back Alex Clapham, and he's got out in front of him, and he turns for home. Adam Gordon down over the last front shoulder. And goes Liam Norrie in and out of the pen with sheep number 6. 6 it is 2 for James Wilson. But Adam Gordon, now they're having a real ding-dong, these two, on stands 1 and 5. Alex Clapham coming back at him again. Adam getting a wee bit out front, and Alex pulling back, but Adam still a few shots out from Alex Clapham. Adam Gordon over the tail. One more, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 7. Alex Clapham chasing hard, not letting him get too far away. He knows how important time points are. And out on the board with the sheep number 7 for both these shearers. Wee bit more tension on that handpiece for Alex, and then out the pen he goes, Kerry, with sheep number 7. 1 left in the pen for these 2 shearers now.
Sheep number 7 on the board, ladies and gentlemen, for Alex Clapham, the man from England. And away he goes. Belly will break open. 2, 3 and 4 of those shots down the belly, and the belly will chuck clear. Blake Crooks into the pen he goes. Sheep number 7 on the board for him. Chasing hard. Adam Gordon swings round the shoulder, takes the trimming, full side of the leg and down and into what we call the long blow. He will go, the man on one. James Wilson into the pin he goes. Sheep number 6 done and dusted. 7 on the board for him. One more in the pin. Liam Norrie, sheep number 6, down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches there for him. Takes the trimming, backside of the leg, and he'll drop that sheep down. Into the pin he will go. Sheep number 7 coming out onto the board right now. Hemi Pangaroa working his way around the shoulder. Of course, he's on sheep number 6. But still, your leader, a bit of a niggler. But down there on one, Adam Gordon leading the way in this senior final. Lister Agriculture sponsored senior final, ladies and gentlemen. Into the pin he goes. 8th and final sheep on the board, Norm. And what a final we've got.
Yeah, these two making a race for a Kerry, that's for sure. Test stands 1 and 5, Adam Gordon on 1. And way down into the first time league he goes. Alex Clapham on 5, so the belly's coming off for Alex Clapham. This is their 8th and final sheep. Punching down the first time league for Adam Gordon. I'm sure we would have a good one left for last for these two shearers. The rest of the field in goes Blake Crook, so that must, into the edge of the door, that must hurt a wee bit. That'll make his eyes water. Push Payne to one side, young fella. And away he goes. Sheep number 8, that is on the board for Blake Crooks as well. 7 out now for Hemi Paniora. And Adam Gordon, though, and Alex Clapham still having a ding-dong. Long blow time now for Adam Gordon as he sweeps up the backbone of his last sheep. Around comes Alex Clapham. Is he going to catch him? I don't think he is. I think as long as Adam Gordon's sheep sits, he won't. But he's not far back. Only a few shots in it between the boy from Marsden and the young fella from England. Down over the last front shoulder for Adam Gordon. Punching the wall off, and around comes Alex Clapham on stand number 5. Chasing hard, looking for the time honours. Both these shearers under the leg, though, for Adam Gordon. Nice, clean, soft sheep, this one. Not too much work around those legs for him. Lifting the leg is Alex Clapham, so he's got to get that sock wall off. But right down onto the toe for Adam Gordon. Another couple of shots for this young fella, and he's going to be looking to get his time clock stopped. Down comes Alex Clapham. Over comes Adam Gordon. Adam Gordon. Over the tail, hits the cord. Time clock stopped. Well done, Adam. Just held out Alex Clapham. Only by a couple of shots, though. Good finish by the Englishman on stand number 5. And Blake Crooks sold the phone. He come in swinging at the last one there. Well done, Blake. Very, very close. And the rest of the field, sheep number 8 on the board for James Wilson. He's down over the last front shoulder. Liam Norrie from Cheviot on number 3. Stand 3, that is, sheep 8. One left in the pen, I think, for Hemi Paniora, and he just gets the wall off the back end of this one, and he's going to be looking for that sheep number 8 as well. But James Wilson pulls the leg back, flicks the wall off the front sock, and down into the last leg he punches. Slides right out to the toe. Another couple of shots for James Wilson from Winton and Southland. And goes Hemi. Sheep number 8 it is for Hemi. But James Wilson over the tail. Time clock stopped there on stand number 2. Well done, James. Liam Norrie steps across into the long blow. Big sweeping blows up the backbone. And another one. And he just steps forward with his right foot and turns for home. Cheek wall comes off. Hemi Paniora, our local shearing contractor here, up the undermine. Couple of big sweeping blows for Hemi. Into the top of the head he goes. And away down the last side for Liam Norrie, the boy from Cheviot in North Canterbury, right out to the toe. Rolls around under the hamstring. Over the tail, looking for the cord very shortly. Judges keeping a close eye on him. There it is. He can stretch his back. Well done, Liam. And Hemi Paniora. Big, deep, long blow. Good to see. Turns for home. Cheeks off. Into the shoulder. Hemi Paniora. Another couple of shots. And he'll be looking to the court as well. But got a wee bit of wall to take off first. And then he's down the last side. Can we have our blade finalists into the office to do the draw, please? Our blade finalists to do the draw. Hemi Paniora bringing this one to a close right out to the toe. Give our senior shearers and Hemi a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Another couple of shots and the time clock is stopped in the senior final. Well done, guys, and well done to Acto Agriculture and Lister for their support of that one. Thank you very much. Help they go and into the next event, which is, Kerry? The open plate final. The open plate final. Can we have our plate finalists into the tunnel, please? Yeah, plate finalists, please, into the tunnel. David, Lionel. Lionel Tilmata, where are you, Lionel? So the open plate final, ladies and gentlemen, these are for open finalists that have never made, so the open semi-finalists rather, that haven't made an open final. I think that's how it works, but it just gives our young guys some finals experience. They're going to be shearing 10 sheep up here, and it's just going to be like shearing in the open final because all these guys are capable of making it. Let's get them up on the stage and set them off. On stand number 1 from Waikaka, ladies and gentlemen, Brayton Clifford. From Marston and up the North Island there on stand number 2, David Gordon. From Awaka, South Otago, Duncan Leslie on 3, the big fella, the Hulk. Lionel Tolmata from Gore on stand number 4. Tuku Hapoku from Methven there on stand number 5. And Martini Mason from Masterton on stand 6. This round's a field up. Good field there, like I said, they're all capable of being in that open final, these guys. But they'll share in the plate. We'll give them a bit of a run anyway, a bit of a sprint for these boys. And a big thanks to North Canterbury Vets, our sponsors for this event, the plate final. Thank you guys and girls very much, the team out there at North Canterbury Vets. I'm hoping we're not going to need you in this final. And we welcome our judges back up onto the stage. And our referee will just hop through the pins, make sure everyone's happy, and we'll set these guys alight. Bit of a sprint for these guys, 10 sheep. But there's still the ribbons and the prize money to give out, Kerry, so it just keeps things right. They don't get too carried away because they still want to shear fast, but they still want to get that red ribbon and not the last one. Who are we looking up there, guys? Referee, is it Mr. Paul Harris? Well, we won't rush him because he's very, very, very experienced and he's been around a very, 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 very long time. Thanks, Paul. Thumbs up. Let's set these guys alight. They're not here to do things with spiders. They're here to shear sheep. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off. We're into this 10 sheep final for the open plate. These are some of our open semi-finalists that have never made an open final. And away we go into the belly on sheep number 1. Braden Clifford, David Gordon, Duncan Leslie, Lionel Tolmata, Tuku Hapuku and Martini Mason. And top of the head for David Gordon this time. I reckon that's where the pace is going to come from on stand number 2, Kerry. But the rest of the boys are not going to be too far away.
Well, the start of the David Gordon on stand number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's going to be like. Come on, boys. Wind on into it. It might be the plate final, but you still don't want to finish at the bottom of the pack. as they roll around the first shoulder and down and into the long blows. The man on 2, David Gordon, going like a cut cat, the boy on 2. Over the last side and down and out the flank he'll go. All the shearers on 4, 5 and 6 right there with each other. Tuku Hapuku, under the final shoulder he'll go. Martini Mason, under the final shoulder he'll go. 10 competition sheep in the pen to share, ladies and gentlemen. And David Gordon out with 1, into the pen with 2. Braden Clifford down in there, stand number 1, down and out the flank he'll go. Finishing touches. Lionel Tomata into the pen. Duncan Leslie, and he goes for sheep number 2. Hapuku. Manson in the pen he goes. Sheep number 2, away down the belly they go. Belly wall broken open, belly wall chuck clear. Tomata down the first leg he goes. Undermines time for the boy from the deep south. Takes the top knot and steps up the neck. Breaks that neck well open, but it's still the boy on 2. Down and into the long blow he goes, rolling around the long blow. He'll finish and take the cheek wall. Down and over the brisket he'll go. Braden Clifford, the boy from the Waikaka in the deep south. Away down the first leg he goes. Undermine time for him, but it's still the boy on 2. Under the final shoulder. Baha Puku, he's coming, you better go. David Gordon, you better go. The big fella on stand number 5. He's coming and he's coming for you. Under the final shoulder he goes. Duncan Leslie, he's right there as well. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. Norman, I'll tell you what, if this is a taste of the plate final, wait to see what the open final's going to be like.
Yeah, it's going to be even better. The open final is more at stake, but these guys living it up here in the plate final. Lionel Tomata steps in and out with sheep number 3. Duncan Leslie finishing touches the 2. Tuku Hapuku, Martini Mason finishing touches the 2. And they're in and out with sheep number 3 as well. But David Gordon up the neck and around the back of the head on his 3rd sheep, so he's a quarter of a sheep away from everyone else as he swings around and towards the first front shoulder. Martini Mason backs out onto the board. Braden Clifford, another couple of shots, and he's going to be heading down the last side of 2. Difficult sheep, just not sitting there for him, and it keeps having a crack, but he'll get down there eventually. Just cost him a second or 2 in time. Top of the head for big Duncan Leslie as he slides up into the neck, and Tuku Hapuku does the same. Duncan Leslie and Tuku blow for blow as they work their way around the back of the head. Duncan Leslie shearing out of Alexandra now. Tuku out of Methven working for the Pro Share Limited team up there in mid-Canterbury as he slips around and lays it into the long blow. Tuku Hapuku, away he goes. Plate final time for him, and great to see him in there. David Gordon right out to the toe, slides over the tail, big sweeping blows, and sheep number 3 heads out the hole and he's dragging out sheep number 4 already. Gets it in between the knees and away he goes. I think you're right there, Pirate Arthur, I think. Anyway, Lionel out with sheep number 4. Duncan Leslie, Tuku Hapuku, Martini Mason. Not a lot between these 3 shearers on stands 3, 5 and 6. In goes Tuku. In goes Martini Mason in and out with sheep number 4. 10 sheep final. Lionel Tomata slides up the undermine into the top of the head, so he's closest to David Gordon. He'll have a wee bit of a look at him from time to time as well, I'll bet. David Gordon, though, slamming the hampies round the backbone, turning for home, and whipping the wool off this sheep. These sheep, of course, they quite like the shearing process, so you've got to get this wool off them. They'll be a lot more comfortable with it off. Been there for 12 months, and leaving it on over the summer months wouldn't be that great. Down the last side he paws now. Punches into the flank. David Gordon right out to the toe. Another couple of shots for him. And the North Canterbury Vet sponsored open plate final is underway here well and truly as David Gordon steps in for sheep number 5. 5 on the board this time. Where's Lionel? Down the last side he comes. He's got a wee bit of sock wool to take off there. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Bugger it, I'll get it later. How about now? Anyway, on that he goes. Beautiful job, Lionel, as he slides out to the toe, making a fantastic job, keeping the judges happy, and he's got the speed to go with it. So over the tail he steps. Sheep number 5 coming out for Lionel Taumata. Martini Mason staying there with Lionel Taumata this time. So Martini Mason's pulled ahead of Duncan Leslie and Tuggle Harpugu. In goes Tuggle, in goes Duncan. Stand number 3, Duncan Leslie, Tuggle Harpugu on stand number 5. And sock wall comes off for these guys and into the belly they go. But Martini Mason having a crack now on Lionel Taumata. Martini Mason swings into the top of the head. He's shot ahead of Lionel Taumata as they step up the neck. And David Gordon way through the long blow. The boys chasing hard as David turns for home. Cheek comes off on step. Sheep number 5 carries down over the last front shoulder. The man Fair Flyer.
That's right, Norman. As I said, it might not be the big final, but it's what we call the plate final. These guys, they still don't want to go home. And last spot, there's a prize up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. And the boy on 2, down and out the flank he goes. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank. Goes Lionel Taumata there on 4. Tuku Hapuku is right there as well, the big fella. Down and out the flank. Martini Mason down there on stand number 6. He's a-coming for you, David Gordon. He's a-coming for you. Into the pen he goes. Come on, Martini. Get it into ya, boy. Sheep number 6 on the board. 6 on the board for David Gordon. Up the neck he goes. Leading the way at the moment. Around the shoulders he goes. Takes the trimming. Force side of the shoulder and down and into the long blow he goes. David Gordon. What a share of the boy from the North Island. It's great to see these fellas down here having a crack at Canterbury. But the rest of the field, he says, you might be from the North Island, but we're from the deep south. And down and over the shoulder he comes. Lionel Taumata, up the neck he slides. Takes the cheek wall and up and around the shoulders he goes. Hapuku, up the neck he goes. But Mason, down the end on stand number 6. Under the final shoulder he comes. Down and out the flank. Come on, Martini, only a blow or 2 behind. Down and out the flank he goes. Down and out the flank he goes. Gordon into the pin. Mason, a blow or 2 behind. Come on, Martini, into the pin you go, big fella. Sheep number, what are we on? Sheep number 7 on the board. Off comes the belly for David Gordon. Away down the first leg. Martini Mason. Out comes the belly for him. Off comes the top of the leg. Away down the first leg he goes. 1, 2. They're back under mine shots. These boys, once they start sweating, they start loosening up. The sweat's starting to run. The gravy's starting to get into the eyes. The 2 North Island boys on 2 and 6. We're going hell for leather. Up and round the shoulders they go. Down and into the long blow, but it's still Gordon. By a whisker. Mason down and into the long blow he goes. Both of these shearers are almost right there with each other. Not much separating the field at the moment. On 2 and 6, they turn for home. Over the last shoulder they go. Hapuku down the first blow of the belly. Belly will chuck clear for him. Sheep 7 on the board. Sheep 7 on the board for Lionel Taumata. But it's Gordon. First one into the pen for 8. Of course, 10 sheep in the pen to share, ladies and gentlemen. Into the pen goes Martini Mason. Come on, big fella. Pour it up and keep him honest. David Gordon, away down the first leg he goes. Martini Mason, out comes the belly roll for him. The first shot, 1, 2, the big shots down the first leg. He's got a good one, ladies and gentlemen. The question is he good enough to catch up? Is he good enough to catch up to the boy from the North Island? The David Gordon, up and around the shoulders he goes. Martini Mason, into the lead he goes, ladies and gentlemen. The boy down there on stand number 6. And down and into the long blow. He told you he had a good one, Norm. He's got a good one and he knows exactly what to do with the boy on 6.
He certainly does. He's making the most of it, Kerry, no doubt about that. So he's pulled back David Gordon by a couple of shots as they turn for home on sheep number 8. Couple of sheep left for them in the pen now. Tuku Hapuku steps in and out for 8. Duncan Leslie's been there and done that. He winds in the long blow. So Duncan Leslie having a wee bit of a crack as well. Another shot and he turns for home. The big fella's got the big shoulders pumping. Down over the last side he comes. But Martini Mason steps in and out of the pen with 9. Oh, David Gordon's given a bit of a kick in the struggle. And Duncan Leslie's coming back out of them on stand number 3. The Hulk down over the last front shoulder, down over the leg he goes. Out goes David Gordon's. The Hulk got him as well. And Martini Mason slides into the first hind leg. Sheep number 9 it is. This is a hell of a plate final. Up the undermine he steps into the top of the head. Martini Mason is from Masterton. David Gordon is also from Masterton. And they're having a ding-dong battle. David Gordon's chucking the steel in. Big sweeping blows up the undermine. Into the top of the head from David Gordon. But around and towards the first front shoulder is Martini Mason. And laying it into the long blow. Big sweeping blows. Up the backbone, another one turning for home. Martini Mason. David Gordon comes around. He's a couple of shots back off the pace, so Martini Mason took it to him. Slowly pulled him back and took the lead. Down over the last front shoulder. In goes Lionel Tomata. Sheep number 9 on the board for Lionel. Another couple of shots and he's going to be, here we go, Tuku Hapuku. Sheep number 9 coming out as well, but another couple of shots and we're going to see the 10th and final sheep come out for Martini Mason. David Gordon though, right there just hanging in. Have they got a good one left for last? I bet they have. Parata Abraham and David Gordon's pen. He'll have a good one all right. And away they go down the belly together. Where's Duncan Leslie? Just dropping down over the last front leg. Into the flank on the last side. So David Gordon put the hammer down. Duncan Leslie had him for a wee bit, but David Gordon, oh, look at that. Down over the undermine, David Gordon, but Martini Mason up and around the back of the head, into the base of the ear, round over the top knot, but David Gordon chasing hard. The two Masterton boys stands 2 and 6. Round into the front shoulder. Martini Mason just holding them off. But here comes David Gordon. Wipes all off under the leg. Long blow time for David Gordon, but Martini Mason. One more shot and he's going to turn for home. Holy hell, one more shot. And David Gordon's going to turn for home too. Last front shoulder for him, Kerry. Down over the last leg they come together. And just the last side to wipe off. Who's it going to be? David Gordon, Martini Mason, David Gordon, Martini. David Gordon, right out of the back leg this time. He might have it by a shot. David Gordon on stand number 2. Martini Mason on stand 6. David Gordon it is. Martini Mason is second behind. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's final shearing.
2 seconds in it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 seconds. Absolutely nothing. And that is only a taste of what's to come. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank, goes the boy, Duncan Leslie, ladies and gentlemen. Finishing touches there for the man on 3. Get ready, put your hands together, Duncan Leslie. And that leaves the boy, Braden Clifford on 1. Lionel Tomata on stand 4. And Tuku Hapuku on stand 5. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank. Finishing touches there. Out of the tips of the toes goes the boy from the deep south, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to put your hands together. Lionel Tomata.
And Tuku Hapuku. Don't leave him out. He's very, very clean, this guy, so he can pull back a few time points on the job out the back. Down the last side he comes. One more left in there for Braden Clifford. This young fella not long up in the open grade on stand number 1, but Tuku Hapuku. Another shot over the towel. He's going to reach for his cord. That'll stop his time clock. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Braden Clifford, another couple of shots up out of the senior grade into the open. He got blown away a little bit here, but these Corridor sheep, not what he's used to, that's for sure, but he's done extremely well, and here he is in the plate final. Last sheep on the board this time now for Braden Clifford. And away he goes.
That's right, he's the first year in the Open, ladies and gentlemen. And when anyone knows the step from the senior into the Open, that is a big step. And it's got to be give credit to Braden Clifford, first year in the Open. And what a share he's had. Made that top 18. Of course, he didn't quite get into that Open plate, into the Open final, but he was good enough to make the Open plate. And I'd say he's had a pretty good day at work, ladies and gentlemen. Just a young fella in the field, but all the same, you start young and you end up coming out the top, a wise man. And look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful young shearer, isn't he? Look at that flowing freestyle. And he'll swing for home. Sheep number 10 and final on the board for him. The boy from the deep south, the Waikato country, where they know how to shear sheep and drink spates. Under the final shoulder, he'll come. Finishing touches there. Down and out the flank. Out to the tips of the toes. Takes the trimming on the top side of the leg, bottom side of the leg. Couple more blows and he'll go for the time cord, ladies and gentlemen. The man from the Waikato, Braden Clifford, ladies and gentlemen. That does complete the plate final, ladies and gentlemen. I just welcome those C Open finalists. The Open finalists go for draw for your stands, please. Those Open finalists, please go draw for your stands.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was exciting stuff. We're going to see more of it yet too. So just a quick presentation now, and then we're going to have the women's final, the Open blade shearing final, and the big Open machine shearing final. So just 3 events left. So don't go away, because you're going to see more extremely exciting shearing coming up very shortly, all final stuff. But just prior to that, we're just going to have a presentation of a very important trophy, and we'll only be a couple of minutes with that before we move into the women's final. Okay, so just before the next 3 finals, the last 3 finals, of course, of the day, I'd like to introduce you to Murray Hartnell, and he's just going to talk about this next presentation, very important one here at the Canterbury Shears, the New Zealand Corridor Shearing Champs. Murray, we'll leave it with you.
Thank you very much. This presentation is a Keith Fincham Memorial. Keith was a member on our committee, on the General Committee for a period of time. He was a past president, and he was also a chairman of the Shearing Committee. And we have got a trophy here in his memorial, and it's to go to a member of our committee that has been served on our committee and done a power of work, a little bit difficult. It goes to Tony Costa from Record. marvellous member of our committee. He hops out to Gordon Gilbert's, which is just over the river, and butchers a few sheep that was done here yesterday, and he does it very, very willingly. And it's a wee bit difficult. Tony has gone home, and I don't know how we present a trophy when he's in retire when he should be here.
All we can do, Murray, is that trophy will look very good in my cabinet. It would actually be quite lonely because it'd be the only one in there. But anyway, I'm heading to retire later on, so I'll make sure Tony Costa gets that. But yeah, so thanks, Murray, and thanks to the committee here. I know Tony will be embarrassed, but grateful for the recognition. He's a quiet achiever, that man, and
He doesn't actually know he's getting it.
yeah, he didn't know he's getting it. So, but I mean, they took it for granted he's going to be in the final here today, and 99.9% of the time he would have been. Maybe he had a wee sniff of this, and he didn't want to stand up here and get embarrassed. But anyway, we'll get that to Tony. Congratulations to Tony Costa. Thank you, Murray. So the next event on the card is the women's final. And we'll just have our women finalists assemble down in the tunnel there, please. So just give us a couple of minutes to get organised, ladies and gentlemen. Just finding the sheep. I've sent a rabbit out there to mustering. And of course we want the very best sheep for our woman chairs, don't we? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get these woman shearers on the stage, our women's finalists. Great to have this event here again today. And we're seeing a few more of them around the country, which is awesome. On stand number 1, give her a big hand. She takes the stage, ladies and gentlemen, from Rangiora, Lydia Thompson. All the way down from Marlborough, Sarah Hewson on stand number 2. From Gore in the deep south, Emma Martin on 3. From Carfield, way up north, Sky Herbert. And from Masterton, also another North Island shearer on stand number 5, Kushla Abraham. That's their line-up for our women's finals. So the pens are loaded. We'll get them a couple of minutes to get sorted and we'll set them alight.
Okay, as we wait to start in this women's final, of course we need to acknowledge our sponsor for this section. A big thank you to Canterbury A&P for putting up the prize money.
I can see the bee there. Doesn't worry.
So we're slowly making our way down. Of course, next up will be the open blade final, and then the big event for the afternoon, the open machine final.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbit. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Woman shearing final. By time. Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought you said we're ready to go, Rabbit. I can see no one listens to him. You're going to be long, Rabbit. Good thing. It's not like a block of cheese. Gets better with age. Okay, here we go. Oh, we need some tipper-uppers out the back there, please. We'll just get their previous heat to tip up out the back, please. The plate finalists. Okay, let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. My timekeeper ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go in this women's final, ladies and gentlemen, of course, proudly sponsored by Canterbury A&P. On stand number 1, Lydia Thompson. On stand 2 will be Sarah Hewson. Emma Martin from Gore will take stand 3, Sky Herbert. And Critchler Abraham will be down there, stand 5. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 competition sheep in the pen this year. And away they go on the first sheep. And down the first leg goes Critchler Abraham, sorry. Making a good start. Sarah Hewson takes the top knot and up the neck she goes.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Abraham right there as well. Sky Herbert, sorry. Up the neck she goes. Emma Martin. Away down our first leg. Undermine time for her. Takes the top knot and steps up. And she'll break that neck wall open. Sarah Hewson rolls away around the shoulder and she'll drop down into the long blow. Lydia Thompson. Up the neck she goes. Sheep number 1 to 4 in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. They're making a good start too, these young ladies. And it's great to see them up shearing in the shearing against the guys, but then it's always good for them to test themselves against themselves. Around and dropping down into the long blow. Emma Martin making a good job of that sheep too. Sarah Houston leading the field at the moment. And she'll take the trimming, top side of the leg, under the final shoulder, she'll come. Emma Martin having a little bit of trouble there on stand 3. She said, don't worry about me, don't worry about me, I've got it under control. She says, I've had a lot of these little kicky things when we're shearing in the Deep South. I know exactly what to do with it. So under control again and down and into the long blow she'll go. Kushla Abraham under the final shoulder she comes. Takes the trimming. Down and out the flank she goes. Sarah Houston right there as well. Kushla Abraham just a couple of blows behind. That's the one, girl. Get it under control again. That's the one. Pop that head forward and away you go. Well kept under control there, Kush. Finishing touches there for her. Sarah Houston into the pen she goes. Sheep 2. Of course, 4 in the pen to shear. And away she goes. The belly will chuck clear for her. Emma Martin down and out the flank. Oh, that sheep not playing the game. Oh, hold on to it, Emma. Hold on to it, good girl. Down and out the flank she goes. Finishing touches here for her. Oh, took one look at that judge and said, don't like him. I don't like him. Under the final shoulder she comes. Well kept on control there, Emma. That sheep's being a little bit naughty. Took one look at that judge and just tried to kick him. Finishing touches there for her. And into the pen she goes. Sky Herbert into the pen. Sheep number 2 on the board for her. And away down the first leg goes Krishna Abraham. And into the undermine here. And she'll step up. Take the top knot, break the neck will open, but Sarah Houston down there on stand 2, leading the way at the moment, Des. And she's shearing on well too, the girl on 2.
Away now. Yep, no, she's doing a great job. Well, Sarah's actually an open shearer, so she's had a lot of experience. Done a bit of shearing contracting up in Marlborough. And here she is shearing a Corridale sheep. Hoggett, no worries at all. Just gets the wool off nicely. Got sheep number 2 out on the board. She's going to shoot in for sheep number 3. Only 4 to shear. She'll handle those, no worries at all. Just taking her time, making sure she's got the quality. And these other girls have all had a shear today, whether it's been in the intermediate or the junior. Lydia Thompson, she's sure in the junior final. She's got her second sheep out on the board. She's had a couple of goes. She knows what these sheep are shearing like today. Probably didn't think she'd have to shear 4 in the final, but here she is anyway. Kushla Abraham down on stand number 5. She's got her second one out on the board. She's already had a shear in the intermediate final earlier today, so she knows what she's doing as well. Sky Herbert, she had a shear earlier today as well, done a bit of wool handling, so she doesn't shear full time, but she's doing a pretty good job getting around this Corridale sheep. Not easy for some of these girls, mainly used to the crossbreds, but it's good to see them having a go on the Corridales. Nothing wrong with the old Corridale sheep. Good old sheep, sits there nice and quiet for you. Emma Martin, she's already had a couple of shears today as well, so she's pretty well used to this sheep. She'll have the right game on for these ones. She knows they can be a wee bit niggly sometimes, but the rest of the time they're pretty well behaved. Crystal Abraham goes in for her third one, so she's having a real go. She's not letting Sarah Houston get too far out in front. She knows that Sarah's an open shearer and she's the intermediate shearer, but she's going to try and stick with her if she can. Gets that sock wool off. A lot of work to be done on the socks on these corries. But they're all having a go. It's good to see them having a go. That's the main thing. That's the way to get the sock off, Emma. Twist it up like that. You've been watching, haven't you? Look at the job she's making when she comes down the last side of that sheep. She's still got a couple more in her pen, and so has Lydia Thompson. She's got 2 more left in her pen. Sarah Houston's only got 1 left in the pen, and it should be finished for the day. Come all the way down from Marlborough. Probably come down this morning, her and her brother. Emma's about to shoot in for her 3rd one. Way you go, Emma. Get in there. Change your handpiece for Emma. Sky Herbert about to go in for her 3rd one, and Lydia Thompson's not too far behind either. There they go. They're all having a bit of a change of handpiece. No, Lydia's in there. Sheep number 3. She's going to have it out on the board. Sarah Houston throws the belly out the back. Heads out that first leg. About to head onto the undermine. Round the crutch. They've been beautifully crutched.
So way down the belly goes Sarah Houston. Off comes the belly, first leg, undermine, and up the neck she goes. Breaks the neck will open, takes the cheek wall, and she'll work her way up and around the shoulders. So where are we up to? Just lost my train of thought there. So Krisha Abraham down there on stand number 5. Under the final shoulder she'll come. Sheep number 3 on the board. Sheep number 4 on the board for Sarah Houston. So he finishes that long blow. Takes the cheek wall and down and over the brisket. She'll come Lydia Thompson. Off comes the top knot for her. And she'll step up. She'll break that neck will open. Up the neck she'll go. Emma Martin. Down and into long blow she'll go. Rolling round.
There's a cut on the bum of Jerry.
Rolling round that long. Under control. But it's going to be the girl on stand number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Coming down that last side. Out to the tips of the toes. And get your hands ready for Sarah Houston, ladies and gentlemen. Push on there, Sarah. So Emma Martin, down the last side she comes. Once again, making a pretty good job of that sheep. Nice free-flowing style, down and out the flank, takes the trimming on that top side of the leg. Out to the tips of the toes, the sock wall to come off. Finishing touches there for her. Into the bench she'll come. Sheep number 4 on the board, 4th and final. Krishla Abraham, off comes the top knot for her. Of course she'll step up. She'll break the neck will open. Take the cheek roll, she'll work her way. Up and around the shoulders she'll go. She'll take the trimming, back side of the leg. Down and into the long blow she'll work. Sky Herbert. Finishing touches there. Into the pen she'll go. 4th and final sheep. Onto the board. Emma Martin.
Yeah, so
Emma
they've all got
Martin.
sheep number 4 on the board, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yep.
Lydia's got 1 to go, is she? Then they'll have their 4th and final sheep on the board for the ladies. The last event for the ladies today. Lydia's going for a change of handpiece. Not happy with that one. Then she'll get her 4th and final one out. Final sheep for the day, Lydia. Kusher Abraham just working away on the long blow down on stand number 5. She did a pretty good shear. She was able to stick it with Sarah there for a wee while. Then Sarah just took off, so she's quite happy to be down the end there, just shearing away nice and quietly. Try and pick up a few quality points. Sky Herbert next to her, she just heads up the next. On her 4th and final one as well, she did quite a good shear. So was Emma Martin from Gore. Blew that last sheep out quite nicely. Just works away on the long blow. Got a wee bit of a shaker. He wants to get back out in the paddock and get a feed under him. There's no doubt about that. They'll be hungry by now, these sheep. But it's all Kushla Abrahams down the last side on her fourth and final one. Get ready to give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last time you'll see her today. So just 3 ladies left on the board now. Sky Herbert just working the way down the last side on her fourth and final one. So is Emma Martin. Lydia Thompson on stand number 1, just working her way up the neck. Sock comes off for Emma. Is she going to be able to catch up to Sky before Sky gets out that last final leg? There's not much separating these 2 girls. They're both heading down the last side. Oh, it's Sky Herbert. Give her a big hand. Emma Martin not too far behind her. Made a beautiful quality job of those sheep. Lydia Thompson from Rangora on stand number 1. She's had a couple of shears today. She's sure in the junior final. Here she is shearing in the women's final. She'll be happy with that performance. Not too many blows left that she can go and have a beer. She's kept the quality up all day, not too bad. She's done a great job really. These aren't the easiest sheep to shear, but they have been shearing quite nicely and the wool's been coming off really good. They're in good condition, these sheep from the Marble Point station over at Hamner. Very lucky to have them. Lydia just works her way down the last side, gets that wool off the sock underneath the leg, goes into the brisket, hits down the last side, brings the head forward. Got more control when you bring the head forward like that. She'll be quite happy with the shears. She made a beautiful job of that sheep. You can see it from here. Gets that sock off. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, Lydia Thompson from Rangora. The last of the women finalists to shear off. So
So once again, we're just whipping a few bellies off for the blade shearers, and we'll be underway with the open blades final very shortly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we just take a couple bellies off for the blade guys. Of course, the Open Blade Final. It's proudly sponsored by New Zealand Corridor Society. And once again, we thank them for their sponsorship. New Zealand Corridor sponsorship has supported Canterbury Shears for many a year now, so it's great to have them once again on board. So as we just put the couple bellies off, we'll get into it.
How many people do you want to tip out the back? Because Mike asked if I could do it again, but then I'm supposed to be out there, but I thought okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just the two finals left. This one, the big Open Blade Final, sponsored by the New Zealand Corridor Breed Society. And then we'll be into the open machines. So, some exciting shearing coming up. Looks like we're all set. Got the machines all sorted and the blade pots up. Sheep look loaded in the pen. Let's get these guys on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. On stand number one from Clarence up there in Marlborough, Scotty Mackay. Easy, Scotty. From Loburn, Alan Gimmel on stand number two. From Albury on three, Tony Dobbs. Fairley. From Tysel, on stand number four, Peter Race. From Geraldine, Alan Oldfield, ladies and gentlemen. And from Albury, Mike McConnell on stand number six. That's our lineup of Open Blade shearing finalists. They're going to shear 5 of these big woolly sheep, and we're going to find a winner out of these 6 men.
So we're into the open blades now. Scott Mackay from Clarence on stand number 1. Alan Gemmell from Lowburn on stand number 2. Tony Dobbs from Fairley on stand number 3. Peter Race from Twizel on stand number 4. Alan Oldfield from Geraldine, stand number 5. And Mike McConnell on stand number 6. So they've already had a go today, so they know what they're up against. They've got the blades all set up properly, all ready to go, all nice and sharp. They'll just have a look at their sheep, see what they like. Once they go through that, we'll be into it. 5 sheep to shear. 5 of these beautiful Corridales from Marble Point Station. Alan Oldfield's had a look at his sheep. He's quite happy with what he's got. He's the current world champion. So you've got a pretty good line up there. Scott Mackay did very well in the heats. He'll be quite happy with the shear he's had earlier today. These boys have just come off a big season. So they'll be finding other summer jobs now. Done all the blade shearing that needs to be done in New Zealand. And these are probably the last sheep they'll have to blade shear this year. Yes, they've got another show coming up. So we're all set to go. Righto. Timekeepers, how are you looking? Just wait till we're ready. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, set, go. So they're away now. In the open final with the Canterbury A&P show for 2022. And on stand number 1 is Scott Mackay. Stand number 2 is Alan Gemmell. Tony Dobbs is on stand number 3. Peter Race on stand number 4. Alan Oldfield, the current world champion, on stand number 5. And Mike McConnell on stand number 6. They don't make as much noise as the machine boys, but they still have to work hard to get their wool off. And they're doing it with a pair of blades. So don't take anything away from these fellas. And they're all heading up the neck as we speak. Alan Gemmell, he's going to have a real go. He looks like his blades are going really nicely. Getting that wool off. Very nice. Closely followed by Tony Dobbs on stand number 3. Peter Race, he's already up the neck. He's going up behind the ear now, working his way onto the first shoulder. Alan Oldfield, he knows what to do. They all know what to do. They've all been there before, these fellas. They've all shorn in finals. Scott Mackay's got himself quite a nice one down there. Nice white wool sheep. That's what you want for these Corridales. Seems to be cutting quite nicely. It's quite deafening the noise they make. They don't make much at all. They can talk to each other when they're shearing during the day, as long as the radio's not turned up too loud. Very knowledgeable men, the blade shearers. It's a very short season in New Zealand. It's probably only 3 months, the blade shearing season during the winter. They go up into the high country and take the wool off the merino sheep, some crossbred sheep as well, Perindales as well, get shorn with the blades. And it leaves a nice cover on the sheep. It means the sheep can get back out there in the cold, up in the snow, and still survive, no worries at all. Also leaves the little bit of extra grease on the sheep, which not also gives them protection, but gives the wool a little bit more protection, so it grows away, comes away quite nicely off the skin again. Starts growing a lot faster than it would if it was taken off of by a machine shearer with the comb. So there's a lot more to this blade shearing than what you think. But these fellas are working away quite nicely now. There's not too much separating them all. Mike McConnell down there just working his way on that down the last side. Alan Oldfield's right there with him. Peter Race is just 3 or 4 more blows and he'll chuck that sheep down the porthole as he faces it towards the porthole, as the blade shearers do. Tony Dobbs from Fairley. He's shorn for the New Zealand team in the last World Champs. Alan Gemmell from Lowburn, he's been around a fair while. He's the first one to chuck his sheep down the portal. In he goes for sheep number 2. Closely followed by Peter Race from Twizel. Tony Dobbs from Fairley's right there. He's going for a bit of a sharper. Both those boys are going for a sharper. Gemmell and Mackay didn't worry about going for a sharp. Mike McConnell's in for his second one as well. Alan Oldfield's got a couple more blows and he'll be going in for sheep number 2. Five sheep this year. There he goes. The current world champion. Probably gets sick of hearing that, but that's what he is. He is the current world champion. Up the neck on stand number 2 goes Alan Gemmell. He did this last time, he got out in front a wee bit. Likes to get out in front and dictate terms if he can. And if he has to slow down and make a better job, he will, but at this stage he's making a beautiful job. Blades seem to go in very nicely indeed. It's pretty hard work what they're doing up there. This is how they originally shore sheep, with the blades. These blokes are still doing it. The sheep seem a lot more relaxed too, don't they? They don't seem to want to get away from these fellas. Good way to spend your winter months, shearing the sheep out in the high country with the blades. Get out there with your mates, spend a bit of time in the snowy country, shearing the merinos. Peter Race from Twizel just working his way onto the long blades. See here, he's aiming it up nicely, puts in a couple of snips, drives those blades in right up to the top, up behind the ears. He's making it look easy too. Goes back and trims up a little bit, smooths it up over the back, leaves a nice even cover on the sheep. Judges keeping a close watchful eye on these shearers, looking for any second cuts they may do. If they do cut them, they'll get judged out the back for that. They don't seem to be doing too bad a job, these boys. They're all working away there nicely. 6 in the final at the AMP show at Canterbury for 2022. They all want that red ribbon, don't worry about that. They've had a couple, they had a share at the Rangora show, they had a share down at the Ashburton show. The results were different both times. Mike McConnell made the final down at Ashburton. Here he is again today in the final at Christchurch. He'll be happy with that. So will Scott Mackay from Clarence, just working his way down the last side. Who's going to be putting their sheep out first? It's going to be stand number 2 again, is it? Alan Gemmell, he goes in for sheep number 3. Away he goes. Blades go in the pot. Didn't go for a sharpen. He must be happy the way they're cutting. The Corridales from Marble Point Station must be combing all right. Next to go in is going to be, it's going to be Alan Oldfield. He made up a bit of ground on that last sheep. He must have had a good one. Scott Mackay's right there with him too. Going for a quick sharpen on stand number 1. So is Tony Dobbs. He's going for a quick sharpen as well. Peter Race had to go down and pick up his stone. Got kicked away. This is what they have to do after every sheep when they're in the shed. They have to give them a quick sharpen and get back into it again. Mike McConnell's got his 3rd one out on the board. I don't think he went for a sharpen. So they've all got sheep number 3 out on the board now. Alan Oldfield trying to make a wee bit of a break for it. He heads up the neck. Alan Gemmell's already there. Up the neck he goes, up behind the ear. Oh, he picks the wool up there. Does a beautiful job of heading up there over that shoulder, making sure he doesn't cut it. He knows what he's doing. He's been there before. He's probably shorn close to, I don't know, a couple 100,000 sheep with the blades. Who knows? They don't shear all year. Oh, he threw the top notch out there. Peter Race. Up the neck he goes. Got a wee bit of a mover and groover, but he'll sort that out. Just poetry in motion when they go up the neck. Having to avoid the ears and the eyes. They do it, no problem at all. Well, he did a little snip between the eye and the ear. So it's Alan Gemmell now on stand number 2. He's working his way nicely. He got out in front of Alan Oldfield again. He was there before, but Alan Oldfield caught him up down that last side, made up a lot of ground because he was pretty slow over that first one. Just took his time. The ball got sheep number 3 out on the board. We've got the open finalists, machine finalists up next. That'll be the last event for the day. But don't take anything away from these boys. They're working pretty hard up there. If you don't think they are, go and grab a set of blades and grab a Corridale sheep from Marble Point Station and have a go yourself. They're working away there nicely. The blade shearings are here today. The points are going towards team selection for the New Zealand team. The shearing the world champs. Whenever they are next. Sorry, I don't know. So this is quite an important show for these shearers. There's not many blade shows. This is probably, I think there's one at Reefton on the west coast in February. That'll probably be the last one. A wee bit out of season for these fellas, but they'll probably go towards team selection as well. They're all having a go here today. Alan Gemmell from Lowburn on stand number 2. Alan Oldfield from Geraldine, the 2 Allens. And he goes for, oh, he get a change of blades. That's what he's done. That's quite crafty. Gemmell's just gone for a change. Didn't worry about a sharpen. They're allowed to have 2 sets of blades up there. Oldfield's going in for another one too. He didn't worry about going for a sharpen. He's got sheep number 4 out on the board. There's only one left in the pen. McConnell's going for a change of blade as well. No, he was going to give it a quick sharpen, but he looked at it and thought, no, that looks pretty good. Give me that sheep. Scott Mackay's got his 4th one out on the board. Didn't even see Scotty go in there. He was looking down the other end. Peter Race about to go in for his 4th one as well. Closely followed by Tony Dobbs. There won't be much separating these shearers when the points come in. There's no doubt about that. Up the neck he goes on stand number 2. Tony Dobbs going for another sharpen. He likes those set of blades. He's going to hang on to them. Gives a little rub on both sides. He's quite happy with them. He's not changing anyway. In he goes. Sheep number 4 out on the board. They've all got 4 out on the board now. McConnell down there now on sheep on stand number 6. Up the neck he goes, round the ear. Little slip between the eye and the ear, takes the top notch off. Scotty Mackay down on stand number 1. Just working his way round onto the long blow. Pulls the ball out in front. Gemmell's already there. On stand number 2, works his way on the long blow. More of a round blow with these fellas. Then they lay the sheep out. Put the big blows in from the reaver to the sneezer. Or the other way around. Oh, he trimmed it up nicely. Didn't worry about mucking around too much on that long blow to Alan Gemmell. Heard he sorted it out. Didn't have to lay it out too much. Just works his way around that last ear. Down the last side he goes. Oldfield's the only one that's close to him at the moment. Mike McConnell's having a go. He's on the long blow. Putting in the big blows there. Mike McConnell down on stand number 6. Really threw some nice ones in there then. Scotty Mackay's doing the same. He's got his blades going really well down there on stand number 1. Peter Race on the long blow. Tony Dobbs is already there. The man from Fairley. Very experienced blade shearer, very experienced show shearer as well. He's been in the New Zealand team. Don't worry, when they get up against the rest of the world, they do very well. They've had the South Africans given it to them over the last few years, but they've been able to claw them back just lately. Alan Oldfield's working his way down the last side. World champion, as I said before, current world champion. Scotty Mackay, come on Scotty, they're yelling out for you down there. Alan Gemmell in for sheep number 5. He's the first one in. He's going to have this last one out on the board first. He's had a good share as Alan Gemmell. He's really given it to these boys. Alan Oldfield about to go in for his 5th and final one as well. He's only about 2 blows behind. Didn't worry about going for a sharpen. Got the sheep out as quick as he could. He's going out after Alan Gemmell. He knows Gemmell's about 2 or 3 blows in front. Maybe more. Mike McConnell's about to go in for his 5th and final. Scotty Mackay down on stand number 1. He's going in for his 5th one as well. As Tony Dobbs comes down the last side. So does Peter Race. There's not too much separating all these 6 shearers. There's nothing between them really. And he goes, Mackay, going for a sharpen. McConnell didn't worry about it. And he goes and gets it out on the board. Alan Gemmell's out in front at the moment, up the neck he heads, gets the top notch off and shoots round down onto the, drops down onto the long blade, picks the wool up. As they do before they hit the long blade, works his way on that 3rd leg, picks it up, already got the socks off. No, he's got to take the sock off. Oh, he's got to be a bit of a mover and a groover. Peter Race is going for a sharpen before he goes in for his 5th and final. Scotty Mackay about to go up the neck. Mike McConnell's already up the neck. Oh, he throws the wool out. Works his way up the neck there. In behind the ear once again. Alan Oldfield from Geraldine. About to drop onto the long blade. Puts in the big snips. They're really firing the steel around these fellas. No mucking around for the blade boys. Throws the wool out on stand number 5 and he works his way on the long blade. Oh, it's a lot quieter than the machine boys. It's beautiful, isn't it? Up the neck he goes on stand number 4's Peter Race from Twizel. He just blew that one up the neck out. Beautiful job there. Wee bit of a crusty one, but that won't stop him. As Alan Gemmell comes down the last side, working his way down on the last sock. Second to last sock, the last shoulder I should say. Here comes Alan Oldfield. What's he going to do? Is he going to be able to catch up to Alan Gemmell? Mike McConnell's really made a real go of it down there on stand number 6. He's not letting these fellas get too far out in front. Scotty Mackay's there as well. He's working his way down the last side on his 5th and final sheep. But it's all Alan Gemmell at the moment on stand number 2. Just punching through the wool there nicely. Putting in the nice blows down the last side. He'll be quite happy with his share. He's gone out in front. He's tried to force these other blokes into making mistakes. Catch me if you can, he said. And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand. Stand number 2, Alan Gemmell. First off in the final of the Blade Shearing to the Canterbury AMP show for 2022. Mike McConnell's right there. So is Alan Oldfield. There's not too much separating these 2 on 5 and 6. Scotty Mackay's having a go on stand number 1. Who's going to be next? It's going to be Alan Oldfield, is it? On stand number 5, the current world champion. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves it. Scotty Mackay, there he goes. Mike McConnell. Nothing separating these men. Give them all a big hand. Only 2 sharers left on the board. Tony Dobbs from Fairley and Peter Race from Twizel. Just both working their way down the last side. There's not a lot separating these 4 men, the first 4 off, and there's not a lot separating the 6 of them. Just over 13 minutes so far for 5 sheep. That's pretty good going. 16 minutes, I should say. It's still pretty good going. No mucking around there. Peter Race puts his one out the port. I'll give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Dobbs just working his way down the last side. When he finishes, that'll be the end for the blade shearers for 2022. One of the last sheep, Sean in New Zealand with the blades. Oh, you got something to say about that, have you, sheep? It wants to go out in the paddock with its mates. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. He's about to come down the last side. Tony Dobbs from Fairley. So there you go, Scotty Mackay, Alan Gemmell, Tony Dobbs, Peter Race, Alan Oldfield and Mike McConnell. They're your blade shearing finalists for 2022. So Norm's going to be back here in a second. That's it for me for the day. Leave you in the capable hands of Norm and Kerry.
As soon as the sheep are loaded into the pens, if we could have the open finalists, please, down to the office to draw for their stands. We'll just load their sheep up first.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we just await a start, of course, the sheep are getting penned. First of all, we need to acknowledge our sponsors in these open. Big thank you will go to VetMed, they're fantastic sponsors, and it's good to have them on board, along with PGG Wrightsons. And a big thank you to Marble Point Station. Once again, a beautiful line of corridor hoggets. Yeah, it's good to have Marble Point back on board. It's the third or fourth year with GC sheep, and beautiful sheep they are. So we're just waiting a start.
Are we looking down there, Paul? Are they loaded in the pens? Can we do the draw? Okay, we'll get all our open sharers out, please, to the office and draw for your stands, and we'll get you up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the big one, the open final here today, and a big thanks to VetMed and PGG Wrightson for sponsoring this one. This is a round of the National Shearing Circuit, and we do appreciate all the input those two companies have into our competitions. We'll get them up on the stage. The pens are loaded. We've seen some good shearing finals just leading up to this, but this is going to be a cracker, believe me. On stand number one, ladies and gentlemen, from Rangiora, give him a big hand. Hugh DeLacy, your local man here. On stand 2 from the deep south, Brett Roberts. On stand number 3, originally from Scotland, ladies and gentlemen, the Flying Scotsman, Gavin Much. On stand number 4, from Invercargill in the deep south, Nathan Stratford. On stand 5 from Ikitahuna, Hemi Braddock, ladies and gentlemen. And 6 from Tikwiti, Jack Fagan. That's their lineup here this afternoon, so what a lineup, folks. You won't get any better anywhere else in the world. Looking forward to seeing these guys in action, and we're going to witness this very, very shortly. Big final coming right up. Fourteen of these very, very good, extremely woolly Marble Point Station Corriedale Hoggets. We need some tipper uppers out the back, so our ladies and a couple extras probably. There's only 14 for our old blade shearers to tip up. So once again, a big thanks to VetMed, PGG Rights, and a big thanks to all of our sponsors here today. Without our sponsors, of course, we wouldn't be having a competition. But they're just one cog in the wheel. Without the support of everyone involved, we wouldn't have a competition. It would only take one section of the outfit to not be there, and there'd be nothing. So whether it be our judges, our wool handlers, or our sponsors, or whatever, all vitally important in running a shearing competition, and lots of people, as you can see, involved out the back, but it's only a fraction of the people involved in total in running a shearing competition, ladies and gentlemen. It's all voluntary, and these people put a lot of time and effort just for a day's competition that goes on for months and months. And a big thanks, of course, to Marble Point Station, the suppliers of these Corriedale Hoggets. Beautiful line of sheep, and they're a real credit to them there at Marble Point. Ellesmere Transport for the trucking them to and fro, so they've had a couple of units tied up in this competition, which cost them a lot of money. We do appreciate that. And the teams that went up there and crutched the sheep up for us, got prepared them all and selected them for us, so thank you guys very much. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes, like I said, and it all culminates in these big finals we've just been witnessing this afternoon. And this, of course, the open grade, not taking anything away from the other grades, but this is where all those competitors want to be, in the open and in these big open finals. Hugh DeLacy, Brett Roberts, Gavin Much, Nathan Stratford, Hemi Braddock and Jack Fagan. What a lineup, ladies and gentlemen. They're big name players internationally in the shearing world, and some of the finest athletes you'll ever see anywhere. Super fit, super focused, and no different to any other sport. Everything's got to be just dead right for them to perform on the day. Shorn a few up till now, but now they're going to shear 14 in a row. Let's see, you keep an eye on the times as we move through. The time, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is just one part of the judging setup. Our judges on the board are looking for shearing faults on the board, and then we've got another set of judges out the back. They look at the finished sheep. So any little tufts of wool or ridges of wool left on, they'll get penalised for. And the shearer with the lowest overall points will be the winner at the end of the day.
Get their attention.
Our referee, Mr. Paul Harris. Thank you, Paul. The shearers are set. We're all set, ladies and gentlemen. At your door, please. Timekeepers ready. Competitors, set, go. And away we go into the big final of the day. The VetMed PGG rights and open. Away we go. 14 sheep in front of them, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see a blistering time. Gavin Much, bellies out already. Nathan Stratford, Hemi Braddock, Jack Fagan. Now Hugh DeLacy and Brett Roberts into the first line league. Gavin Much slides up into the top of the head and up the neck he goes. Up comes Nathan Stratford from Invercargill. Gavin Much, the flying Scotsman, round the back of the head. Up comes Brett Roberts, snaps the neck well open. Up comes Hemi Braddock and Jack Fagan. There you go on hammer and tongs, ladies and gentlemen. 33 seconds on the clock. Gavin Much, that's where the pace is coming from early on. Way through the long blow, he sweeps another shot. He's going to turn for home. You've got to remember, take into account the amount of work on these sheep. All that sock wool and the wool inside the legs. Not there on a bare crossbed, but of course the Marble Point team, their genetics are fantastic and they have bred very, very well wooled sheep. That's what they want. And of course the shearers are there to remove it, and off it goes. Gavin Much, 1 minute flat, ladies and gentlemen. 1-0-0, he hits the door and heads in for sheep number 2. In goes Jack Fagan down there on stand number 6. Down comes Hugh DeLacy, down comes Brett Roberts. Hemi Braddock, oh, that's a yellow looking sheep there, Kerry. Mightn't be quite as good, but in goes Nathan Stratford, Hugh DeLacy, Brett Roberts, stands 1 and 2. And Hemi Braddock finally gets that one off. Don't know that that's sure that well for him. And then I now won't go down the hole, but there he goes, cost him a couple of seconds. But everyone will have the same problem sooner or later. Kerry, as away they go into sheep number 2, but Gavin Much setting the scene. And around into the long blow he is already.
That's right, Norman. Looking at the time clock, 1 minute 40 gone, ladies and gentlemen. And the big fella, Gavin Much, he's already on to sheep number 2. He says, boys, catch me if you can. They don't call him the Flying Scotsman for no reason, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes, finishing touches here. And into the pin, 2 minutes flat. 2 minutes flat for the Gavin Much. Oh, too much, Gavin Much. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we waited all day to see these top 6 shearers. How good are they, ladies and gentlemen? Hugh DeLacy on 1, Brett Roberts from Atara on 2, Gavin Much from Whangamama, Nathan Stratford from the deep south, Hemi Braddock, where's he from, Norm?
Ikatuna, that young fella's from.
And Jack Fagan down there from the King Country, ladies and gentlemen. What a final. Hold on to your hats, because by crikey, these boys are flying. Down and out the flank goes Roberts, but it's still the Gavin Much. 2 minutes 45 gone. And he'll swing for home, Norm. What a start from the Gavin Much.
Yeah, certainly is. This is the way Gavin Much likes to play the game. He comes out flying right from the word go. As soon as he start him, he's into it. Hammer and tongs, chucking the steel in. So he's got to work that sock wall off under the leg. Everyone else has got to do the same though. Down the last side he paws. Another couple of shots. That sheep just a wee bit slower. Now it's got its leg cocked up. Doesn't want to straighten it out, but he'll get it. Open grade shearers, they're vastly experienced over the tail. Another couple of shots, 3 minutes and 20 seconds gone on the clock, and out goes sheep number 3. In and out of the pen for Gavin Much. The rest of the field chasing them. Nathan Stratford, right round through the long blow, but Jack Fagan on stand number 6. Keep an eye on this young King Country gun. And he goes, Jack Fagan, in and out with sheep number 4 as well. 3 minutes 38 seconds gone on the clock. A fantastic time for these woolly hoggets. And down over the last front shoulder for Hemi Braddock, down over the last front shoulder for Nathan Stratford. Brett Roberts is right there, down over the last front shoulder. So is Hugh DeLacy up there on stand number 1. Down the last side they pour together, but still the Flying Scotsman, Gavin Much, works around in towards the long blow, but keep an eye on Jack Fagan, ladies and gentlemen. Is he coming for a wee look at the lead, Kerry?
Jack Fagan up the neck he goes, rolls himself up and around the shoulders he goes. Takes the trimming. Top side of the leg, fourth side of the leg, and he'll roll down into the long blow, the boy from the Tikawiti. Winds himself up. Hemi Braddock, Eknahuna, all the way from the North Island, ladies and gentlemen. He's not going to go home with no prize money, but the question is he going to go home with the red ribbon? Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin said, Much said, no way. No way, I've come all the way from the North Island as well. I want to go home with the red ribbon. And Brett Roberts said, bro, it's going down to the deep south. The deep south is where it's at, he goes. And Hugh DeLacy, well, he hasn't said anything because he's still trying to catch his breath. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. roll around the long blow he goes. Takes the trimming, backside of leg and over the last side goes Brett Roberts. Q-Dog Lacey right there with him under the final shoulder, but it's Gavin Much rolling around and dropping down into the long blow. Jack Fagan up the neck he goes. What do you got in the tank, Jack? What do you got? Have you got the power to bring in the Gavin Much? He said, yeah, brother, I've got it. He's been out of the box like a little jackrabbit, but I'm going to catch him up. 14 in the pen this year, ladies and gentlemen. We are on sheep number 5. We have waited all day for the big guns to come blasting. And Norm, these boys are not disappointing.
They're definitely not, that's for sure, Kerry. Gavin Much, the Flying Scotsman over the tail. 5 minutes and 50 seconds gone on the clock. Sheep number 5 out the hole, in for 6 of 14. It's not going to take long, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to be here long watching this final. Around into the long blow for Hemi Braddock, but finishing touches now for Jack Fagan. So Jack out the hole and in for 6. And he's just the belly and a wee bit of the hind leg behind Gavin Much now. Jack Fagan, is he coming at him? I reckon he's come back a couple of blows in the last sheep. Into the top of the head for Gavin Much and up the neck. Throws the big uppercut under the chin, into the base here. Around the back of the head for Gavin Much. And Jack Fagan, first hind leg. Gavin Much into the front shoulder just as Jack hits the top of the head. So Gavin Much finishing touch with the front shoulder as Jack comes through and up the neck. And Hemi Braddock steps in from Miki Tahuna, way up north, way down the belly he sweeps. Hemi Braddock, he's on stand number 5. Finishing touches for Nathan Stratford. And round over the tail he goes. Brett Roberts, round over the tail he goes. But down comes Gavin Much, looking to get one round these guys. And you know what, Kerry? He's got to. He knows he's got to because he knows who's behind him and who's in front of him. Nathan Stratford right there behind him. Brett Roberts in front of them. They're both very well-known quality men. You've got to get a fair old lead on them or their quality points are going to kick you in the bum.
That's right, Norman. It's a game of cat and mouse at the moment. But the question is, who's the cat and who is the mouse? We all know that Nathan Stratford, he's the quality man in the field. We know that Gavin Much, he comes out a swinging. But I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, he does a pretty good job of that sheep. And Brett Roberts, he's no slouch either. He's a quality man. He's a speed man, ladies and gentlemen. Hugh DeLacy, he's just happy to be in this final. But Hugh Dog, come on. We know that you've got the goods. Come on, brother. Bring it on in. Sheep number 6 on the board for him. Rolling round, undermined side for him. Steps up, breaks the neck wide open. But it's still the go man on stand number 3, Gavin Much. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. How you going down there, Jacko? How you going, Jack Fagan? Wind it up, big fella. Wind it on up. Rolling around the the long blow, sorry. Down and over the brisket he comes. Sheep number 8 out onto the board for Much. Jack Fagan, down the last side he comes. Takes the trimming, backside of the leg. And under that final shoulder, down and out the flank. Hemi Braddock rolling round the shoulder and dropping down onto the long blow. Sheep 7 on the board for him. Once again, beautiful shearing sheep here from Marble Point. Fantastic sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. VetMed, PGG Wrightsons. Wow, what a spectacle we have. Everything has rolled down to the open final, Norm. And wow, what an event this is turning out to be.
Yeah, certainly is. Just flick that card over, Lionel. Cheers, mate. Up into the base there and around the back of the head for Brett Roberts on stand number 2. Chasing hard is Hugh DeLacy there on the front stand, this young Canterbury shearer. Great to see him in these big finals. He's going great guns at the moment. He's got a wee way to go yet, but he's definitely going to get there. A real good shed shearer, and now he's starting to prove his worth in the competitions as well. Out goes Gavin Much. Sheep number 8 gone and 9 on the board for Gavin Much. 9 minutes and 23, so just a fraction over a minute of sheep, but not much. Gavin Much, I think he's getting stronger, and he turns into the first hind leg. Gavin Much, Ho Flyer of Scotland, into the hind leg and up the neck he goes. And Nathan Stratford chasing hard, but Nathan Stratford on sheep number 8. Up the undermine he sweeps. And Jack Fagan steps in, change of steel there. Change of colour actually for Jack. He's liking the way that comb's running, but he needs a fresh colour or a fresh comb on and he's opted to change the colour. Very quick too, and he's in and out for Brett Roberts. Sheep number 8 on the board this time for Brett Roberts, and 9 it is for Jack Fagan. I can't actually see that card down there, but anyway. And around through into the long blow for Nathan Stratford. Hemi Braddock there as well. Hemi Braddock might have a shot on Stratty as they step across, but Hemi Braddock turns for home on 8. Now Nathan Stratford on stand number 4 does the same. So Hemi Braddock on stand 5. The North Island Shearer there on stand number 5 works his way down off the last front sock. Nathan Stratford from Invercargill does the same. And a change of steel there for the Scotsman on stand number 3. Out he comes onto the board. Gavin Much. And away down the belly goes. So he's leading the field. He's got sheep 10 on the board. The first man into the pen, or out of the pen, was sheep number 10 into the first hind leg. He's fair chucking the steel out of this guy. And he throws the handpiece down in and up the undermine and into the top of the head as Nathan Stratford and Hemi Braddock go blow for blow in and out of the pen with sheep number 9, I think. Keep those cards rolling over, guys. Sheep 9 it is. Jack Fagan slides down out off the back leg. Another couple of shots for Jack, and he'll be looking for another sheep. Change of steel there for Hugh DeLacy up on the front stand. Brett Roberts just a couple of shots behind. Another 2 or 3, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 9 as well. Brett Roberts from Mataura in the deep south. Out that sheep goes and into the pen. Brett's been over in Australia shearing just recently, back for the show, and he'll head back again. Way down the belly he goes, Brett Roberts. Punching the wool off right to the base of the belly. He'll flick it out behind him and he'll work his way through into the top of the leg. Turns into the side of the sheep and fires a couple of big shots down towards the backbone. Up he slides and into the top of the head. Gavin Much though, sheep number 10 it is. Finishing touches for Gavin Much. Over the tail to Kerry, and wee bit of wool left on, but it comes off with a quick tug with the left hand, Kerry.
Oh, nothing like a bit of plucking as it goes down the Port Old Norm. Every good shearer's done it. Hemi Braddock into the pen he goes. What's he got? Sheep number maybe 9 on the board for him. And away down the belly he goes. Nathan Stratford finishing touches there for him. Sheep number 9 into the pen, ladies and gentlemen. Only 4 more in the pen for the Stratford. Sheep 10 on the board for Hemi Braddock. Into the pen, Jack Fagan. 11 done and dusted. Out onto the board he comes. 11 on the board for Jack Fagan. Rolling round into the long blow. Goes Gavin Much. Rolling round and takes the trimming. The cheek wall down and over the bracket he comes. Brett Roberts into the pen he goes. Sheep maybe number 10 on the board for him. Keep those cards right, guys, please. What are you up to, Brett Roberts? Sheep number 10. Off comes the belly for him, and away down the first egg he goes. 1, 2, with a big undermine shot. Bang, bang he goes. Gavin Much up the neck goes Brett Roberts. Gavin Much out onto the board. He comes. Sheep 12. 2 more in the pen, ladies and gentlemen. 14 sheep final. Undermine time in this Bet Med PGG Wrightson's final. What a show we've got, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the best shearers in the world. We've got an ex-world champion. We've got a world record holder. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what an event. Come on, get them behind these boys. The last event for the day. We're almost here, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost fair time, but we've got 2 more sheep to shear. Rolling around into the long blow goes Gavin Much. Brett Roberts down the last side. Hugh DeLacy. Sheep 11 on the board for him. Undermine time and takes the top knot. Sets up, breaks the neck wall open. Rolls himself round the shoulder. Takes the trimming and down and into the long blow he goes. Change of handpiece there for Brett Roberts. Away he goes down the belly, but it's still the man on 3. Down and out the flank goes Gavin Much. Rolling round that long blow, Nathan Stratford, the boy from Invercargill. Up and over the cheek wall he goes. Under that final shoulder, down and out the flank, the boy from Ekaduna. Hemi Braddock, undermine time for him. Jack Fagan, out the flank he goes. Finishing touches there. Sheep 13 on the board. Sheep number 13 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Up the neck goes Gavin Much. Oh, down the valley goes Jack Fagan. The question is, how's the diesel tank right now? How is the diesel tank? This is when these boys start sweating. The muscles start aching. The sweat cell is starting to get used. The sweat's coming into the eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, what a final we've got in Norm. Cracking shearers, aren't they?
Oh, no doubt about that. So Gavin Much still out in front. Jack Fagan working hard down there on stand number 6. So way through into the first front shoulder just as Gavin clears off the last leg. Another couple of shots for Gavin Much. Long blow time for Jack Fagan over the tail for Gavin Much. Into the pen he steps. That must be sheep number 14 for Gavin, is it? Yep, 14. Last sheep on the board for Gavin Much. He is led from the start, ladies and gentlemen, and he's still in front now. Turns into the hind leg. Good performance from Gavin Much. Good solid share on good solid sheep. Way down the back leg. Sliding up down the mine for Muchie. Another couple of shots in. He's into the top of the head. Finishing touches for Jack Fagan. Now Jack's in for sheep number 14. That's his final one on the board as well. He's chased hard all the way. He hasn't given up, and he's still there or thereabouts. All way down the belly, Jack Fagan goes. So Gavin Much slides around into the first front shoulder, knocks all off the leg, and drops into the long blow. 1, 2 short blows. And a big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Just got hooked up a wee bit there, cost himself a second, but punches across into the ear, wraps a sheep round his left leg. Last sheep on the board for Gavin Much. Down he comes off the cheek and onto the shoulder. Up comes to around the back of the head comes Jack Fagan. Round comes Hemi Braddock. Up goes Nathan Stratford. Down comes Brett Roberts. In goes Hugh de Lacey, but Gavin Much, folks. Down the last side he goes. Stand number 3 we're looking at. Punching into the flank. Right out onto the hind leg, sheep number 14. 16 minutes and 40 seconds gone on the clock. Another couple of shots, and over the tail he rolls. Gavin Much, and out it goes. Well done, Muchie. Give him a big hand. 16 and 46. Well done, Gavin Much. Brett Roberts out onto the board with sheep number 13, is it? Is there one more left in there for him? 13 it is. Right out to the toe for Jack Fagan, though. The young fella from Te Kuiti in the King Country. Over the toe goes Jack Fagan, about to straighten his back. Give him a hand, folks, as he stops his clock. Nathan Stratford, another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for another sheep as well. Is there one more left? Last one, Jeff. And he goes. The sheep's gone. The last one coming out for Nathan Stratford. Have these other boys done enough? Have they got enough time points on Strady to get him in quality? Because Strady's quality will come back to bite you. Hugh de Lacey. Another couple of shots down there on the front stand, and he's in and out. That's his last sheep, Lyle, is it? Last sheep on the board for Hugh de Lacey. Down comes Brett Roberts. Another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for his last one as well. But Hemi Braddock, time clock stopped there. Give him a big hand, the young man from Mikitahuna up in the North Island. Hemi Braddock, well done, Hemi. Great to have these North Island boys in the South Island Corridor final. And Brett Roberts out on the board with his last sheep as well. So away we go. Nathan Stratford, long blow time. Hugh de Lacey round the back of the head into the front shoulder, and the belly comes out for Brett Roberts into the first hind leg he punches. Turning for home though is Nathan Stratford. Won many finals from this position in time, believe me, folks. Out onto the last front leg. Sock comes off. Very quick hand, very precise. Very few mistakes this man makes. Down into the back leg he drops, and another couple of shots from Nathan Stratford. Master grade shearer, very few master grade shearers in the world. Nathan Stratford is one of them. Give him a hand, folks, Nathan Stratford, as he stops his time clock. And Hugh de Lacey, great to see this local man in a big final. Another one for Hugh out over the tail, and he rolls it out. Give Hugh de Lacey a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, our local man on stand number 1. Well done, Hugh. Brett Roberts, another very well-known Southland quality man, so don't count him out. Look at the finish on that sheep, folks. Bring him home. Give him a hand, folks. Brett Roberts straightens his back. Well done, guys. A big hand for all our open shearers. I'm sure you've enjoyed that final, as we have. So we shall wait with bated breath and see just a couple of minutes, and we'll be into the prize giving for all our finals we've seen this afternoon, including this one. We're going to find some winners this afternoon here, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go away. Let's see who took out the red ribbon on each of the grades. Okay, can we have our judges assemble with me, I guess, our shearing judges, please? Just come down here. We'll have all our shearing judges down here, please. Or just where you guys are, it'll be fine. Just handier than that. Yeah. So these guys just finishing off 2 or 3 for the farmer, ladies and gentlemen. And while we do that, we just want to acknowledge our shearing judges. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so just while we're shearing these last few sheep, we'd like to thank our shearing judges here today. I'd like you to put your hands together for our judges, a big day they've had. Thank you very much. And our chief referee, Mr. Paul Harris, is just going to hand out a wee gift package on behalf of the New Zealand Corridor shears here. And they'll just receive that. So thank you, judges, very much. And thank you, Paul, as chief referee. You're very, very experienced, and you've been around a very, 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 very long time. So thank you very much. So the judge is just receiving a wee gift package from the Canterbury Shears, so thank you very much for all your time and effort. They've come a long way, a lot of these judges, ladies and gentlemen. It's all voluntary, and they come from all over the country. And just while we're on the job, I'd like to thank our resident wool handlers. Give our team a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, down on the front here. And our presses out the back. Thank you, girls and guys, very much. Big day for you, and much appreciated. So just as well, I might as well tick another wee job off the list. We're going to draw the raffle, and the raffle Dave's got there was for the Lister Scorpion handpiece, and a huge thanks to Lister for putting that handpiece up. We raffled it off, and we're going to get Sarah Black to find a winner for us, and a big thanks to Sarah and Matt Black, of course, from Marble Point Station. You guys' input's invaluable, and he's got number 73. If I see 73 drawn out of that bucket, I'm going to be asking questions. Okay, so Once again, a big thanks to Lister Shearing for that handpiece, that Lister Scorpion handpiece, and we have a number. And the winner is, I think his last name's Coley, but Matt Coley from Anson's Road. If you'll hear Matt, come up and grab your Lister Scorpion handpiece, because that's a hell of a prize worth about 900 odd bucks, Tom, is that right? Yeah, be thereabouts, won't it? Close to 1,000. So we have got Matt's phone number. We'll get in touch with him. So congratulations to Matt. Thanks to Lister, and cheers, guys. Thanks, Sarah, for not drawing out your husband's number. He could have maybe won that and crutched the sheep himself next year for the show. How about that? So thanks, Dave. Okay, so thanks for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to the shearers for finishing those sheep off, and the wool handlers, of course. Always good to send the sheep back all shorn to the farm. We appreciate the input from our farmers, and we like to do the job we started. So I'm just going to introduce you now to James Dwyer. He's the chairman of the shearing committee here at the Canterbury AMP show. So James, once again, another great show. A little late, but that only reflects all the entries we had here today, which has been fantastic. Everything else has run smooth as silk, so it's a real credit to you guys. Well done.
Thank you very much, Norm. It's definitely a bittersweet. Amazing entries. The support from our competitors today was just absolutely fantastic. Been sitting there losing a bit of sleep over the last week or so on how many people are going to turn up, but yeah, it was awesome. And then just slowly working out how long it was going to take to get through everything, and then just watching the seconds tick by. To my wool handlers and my judges and to everybody that's helped today, you guys have put in the most amazing effort. This is a huge day for volunteers, and it is just and so incredibly humbling that the work that you guys do for this show, and just to know you guys are there and helping me out, and to make this event run as well as it has is just absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And we'll get through this as quick as we can so we can get a beer down us and get everyone on their way.
I like the sound of that, James. Thank you.
What's first? Junior?
So the first prize giving will be for the Colin King Challenge. Let's get the points for that. So that was the regional challenge we witnessed earlier on in the day, and we'd like to invite Colin himself up here to give the prizes out. Thanks, Colin. So this was a regional challenge. Marlborough held the challenge. Marlborough held the shield. They were that confident that they were going to win it again. They kept it up there, but we have got one here for the occasion. And of course, Southland and North and the North Canterbury regions were the challengers. And it gives me great pleasure to announce the winners as Southland. Ladies and gentlemen, go the South! So just even a rep from those teams if they're not all here, but well done to our Southern guys. So the teams consisted of a junior shearer, an intermediate shearer, a senior shearer and an open shearer. Southland coming on. So you guys are the holders of the Colin King Challenge Shield now. Well done. Second place, the Canterbury team, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, a couple of the team members anyway, and third place was the Marlborough team, the holders of the shield. They had to relinquish it this time, and it couldn't have gone to any more worthier team than Southland, of course. And our Marlborough team So just an interesting note, so 4 shearers, 8 sheep I think there was. The winners Southland team points were 72.68. Second place were 73.98, which is the Canterbury team, and the Marlborough team was 74.49. So only 1 point separating those 3 teams. So it's pretty close for 4 different shearers. Well done. So once again, give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, our Colin King Challenge Shield winners and place getters, and this year's winner, Southland. Moving on to the junior machines, sponsored by Leach and Partners. I'd like to invite John Jarman up onto the stage, please, to help present their prizes. Cool, thanks, John. Thanks for your input and support of the junior. And the points. We had a 41.52, the winners' points, 42.27 in the second place, 43 for third, so very, very close. And the winner today was Lydia Thompson, ladies and gentlemen, from Rangiora. Was a wee bit of boys against girls things, and one of the girls come out on top. Well done, Lydia. So not a lot in it, just a point between you and second place, Lydia, so a close win, but another win for you. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks to all the sponsors and Marble Point for providing the great sheet we had today, and the volunteers and all the time and work that goes into the show, and also everyone at the shows, like other competitors that help and support with trying to improve on at the shows. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Congratulations. Second place, just a point behind Lydia, was one of the other girls, Emma Martin. Well done, Emma. And thankfully, one of the boys come in third. Caleb Brooking was third. So well done, Caleb. Fourth place this year, Robin Krause. Well done, Robin. Fifth place, Cody Waihapi from the Deep South. And sixth place in the big junior final here today was George Taylor. Well done, George. Whoa. Well done. Give them a big hand again, ladies and gentlemen, our juniors, and this year's winner, Lydia Thompson. Moving on to the intermediate. A big thanks to Dale Taylor Shearing, and big thanks to Punky and the crew up there in Cheviot for their support of the intermediate. And we're going to get James Dwyer to pop up and present the prizes for our intermediate. James? Put down the box of beer, we'll deal with that later. Oh, I see. Yeah, what a great idea. It's going to get lighter if I've got anything to do with it. So the intermediate. Once again, close. There's only a point between first, second and third. This year's winner of the intermediate, Will Sinclair, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Will. Well done, Will. So just a point between you and second, but a red ribbon for you. Congratulations. Come back over here, buddy. You get to say a few words now.
Thanks to all the supporters and Dale Taylor for sponsoring the event, and the judges, all handlers and everyone. Cheers.
Well done. I'm looking for another commentator. We'll just keep you in mind. Well, that's right. Watch your head. Second place, Jess Sullivan. All the way from the West Coast, this fella, El Coaster, coming in second. Well done. Dre Roberts from Matoda in third place, ladies and gentlemen. Fourth place this year, Jacob Taylor. Fifth place, Kushla Abraham. And Lionel's going to get Kushla's one, so They're away, had to get on the plane, so congratulations to Kushla. Lionel, get that tour. You better get a photo, Lionel. Go on. You're not quite as good looking, but we'll let you. And sixth place, Justin Anderson. From Fairley, Justin, well done. A big final. Well, you're well trained, good man. So squeeze in and grab a photo, guys. And our 6 finalists or 5 finalists, and the very good looking Kushla Abraham. Give them a hand, folks, our intermediate and this year's winner, Will Thompson. Moving on to the Senior Machines Final, sponsored by Acto Agriculture and Lister. Can we have Tom Wilson to the stage, please? Cheers, Tom, for all the support of Acto Agriculture and Lister throughout the competition season. Congratulations. So once again, very close, just a point between first and second, so pretty consistent, folks. And the winner in the seniors this year, all the way from England, ladies and gentlemen, Alex Clapham. Total points of 61.18, second place 62.42. So 1 point in it, Alex, and a red ribbon from New Zealand to take home. Well done.
Cheers, Norm, and thank you to all my supporters and the judges and the wool handlers. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done. Second place getter, Blake Crooks. Pretty close, Blake, just a point behind. Keep working at it, mate. You'll be your turn next. Third place, Adam Gordon. I think Adam might have gone home too. Martini's going to grab Adam's prize. Fourth place, James Wilson. Fifth place from Cheviot, Liam Norrie. And coming in sixth, local committee man here, Hemi Paniora. Quick photo with their finalists and of course their sponsor, Mr. Tom Wilson, representing Lister and Acto Agriculture. And they also put a lot of support into shearing sports around the country, so thank you to our sponsors. Give them a hand, folks. This year's winners, Alex Clapham, and the rest of our finalists. Well done, Alex. And the open plate. The open plate, folks, a bit of a burn-up for these finalists. They're sure in the semis, but haven't won an open final. And the winner this year, Craig Patterson. Sorry, well done, Dave. Nicely spotted. So that was sponsored by North Canterbury Vets. Can we get Craig Patterson to the stage, please? Is Craig here? James will do it. Top man, James. So a big thanks to North Canterbury Vets for their support of the open plate. And the winner this year was Martini Mason, all the way from Masterton. Well done, Martini. So just for a change, Martini, you're about 3 points ahead of the second place getter, so congratulations, good clear win.
Oh yeah, not too bad. I'd like to thank all the sponsors and competitors and all the behind the scenes work. Thanks, Ed.
Cheers, Martini. Second place, Tugu Hapuku, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Tugu. Third place this year, Lionel Tomata. Tugu, of course, he's got his going out gumboots on. Well done, buddy. Fourth place, Duncan Leslie. Well done, Lionel. Fifth place, David Gordon. David might have gone, so we'll get Martini to take that one. And sixth place this year goes to Braden Clifford. Braden just a couple of minutes behind on time on that final, but that's what these finals are all about, to give our good young competitors a wee bit of finals experience. So well done, Braden. Well done, folks. The open plate this year's winner, Martini and Mason. Our sponsors, North Canterbury Vets. So the women's final, proudly sponsored by the Canterbury AMP Association. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Bryce Murray and Anne Rogers up here, please. Anne is the Vice President of the Canterbury AMP Association, and Bryce the Junior Vice President. And they'll give out the prizes for our women's shearing final. Cool. So the winner. So of course this women's final, folks, was different grades. All shearers in the final were, from different grades. So we're a bit one-sided, but Sarah Hewson was the winner of this one. So well done, Sarah. But hopefully when we get some more, women competitors, we'll have a grade each for them. So if we've got time. She's a big old day, but well done, Sarah. So just of note, Sarah, our shearing, the sport of shearing is one of the very few sports in the world where women compete on an equal footing with men, even though we have a women's event because we like to celebrate women shearing in our industry, but you also compete, equally with the men in an open grade. So, and you do very well yourself competing against the men. You kick some ass, so well done.
Thanks, Norm. Just a massive thank you to Canterbury AMP Committee for putting this on and including it in the program. It's really cool to see, and I look forward to seeing all the other girls progress and stay dedicated, make it to the Open. It's pretty cool when you do. And hopefully we'll see more women here next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Second place this year in the women's final was Emma Martin. Well done, Emma. Third place, Lydia Thompson. Fourth place goes to Kushla Abraham. Not here, but we'll get Brett or Martini or someone to grab that for Kush.
Oh, thank you.
Well done, Lionel. So be great to get a photo of you in the women's final. Cool. And fifth place, Sky Herbert, ladies and gentlemen. I don't blame you, mate. Sky, well done, Sky. Quick photo. We'll get our junior vice president, to jump in there and get a photo with their girls. Kushla would love to be here, but they had to catch a plane home, so just cutting it a wee bit fine.
Is there another one for Kush? Oh, did he grab it? Oh, sweet.
Keep fighting for it.
So we have a prize for the overall best quality, and that's sponsored by the New Zealand Corridor Breeders. I'd like to invite Matt and Sarah Black up here to present our prize to our winners of the overall best quality. So overall grades, and our winners, joint winners, on six points, quality points. So our joint winners together are Emma Martin and Tuku Hapuku. So they are joint winners in the quality prize. They're both exactly the same quality points. So well done, Emma. Well done, Tuku. Congratulations. We'll get a quick photo of that one as well. It's a very important prize. And thanks to Matt and Sarah. On behalf of the New Zealand Corridor Breed Society. Well done. So just a second, we're just waiting on our blade points. Here they go. Thankfully, because I was going to have to fill in with a joke or something, and some of my jokes aren't that funny. And I didn't want to get Rabbit up here to tell a story, because some of his jokes aren't that funny either. So the Open Blades, ladies and gentlemen, sponsored by the New Zealand Corridor Breed Society. I'd like to get Mark Sidey up here, please, Mark. And Mark's going to present our prizes to our winners and our place getters. So on behalf of the Corridor Breed Society, thank you very much, Mark. And so pretty close. So 58 points for our winner, 59 for second, 59 for third, 60 for fourth, and 2 64s. And the winner this year with 58.06 points goes to Mike McConnell. Mike.
Well done, brother. Excuse me.
Well done, Mike. So, Mike, not a lot on it, as you can see on the points and time. Not a lot in the board faults. But out the back in the pen, you kicked their ass. So, well done, mate.
Cheers, Norm. I'd like to thank our sponsors and the show, the organisers, James Dwyer, putting on a good show, matey. Well done. And all the helpers, shed hands, everyone that's here supporting. Brilliant. Thank you.
Cheers, Mike. Good one. Second place, just a point behind Mike, was Alan Gimmel. Well done, Alan. Third place, also, so Alan's points were 59.09, and third place was 59.93, and that was Alan Oldfield. Well done, Alan. Fourth place, just a point back from those guys was Scotty Mackay. Well done, Scotty. Fifth place, Tony Dobbs. And that leaves sixth place this year for Peter Race. Well done, Peter. A quick photo of our finalists there. Mike McConnell, the winner, Alan Gimmel, Alan Oldfield, Scotty Mackay, Tony Dobbs, Peter Race. Well done, guys. And Mark Sidey, of course, our sponsor on behalf of the New Zealand Corridor Breed Society. Thank you guys for your support. Well done, guys. So just before we get our sponsors up for the Open Machine Shearing Final, we have the 7th to 12th place getters, if they'd like to come forward and receive their prize. In 12th place, ladies and gentlemen, was Angus Moore, if Angus is still here. In 11th place was Martinia Mason. 10th place, Stacey Tahuya. 9th place, Ringakaha Pawai. 8th place, David Gordon. And 7th place, Duncan Leslie. Now, I know some of them have gone home, but the prize money just goes in to save the commentator fund. if they're not here, that's where it goes. So we'll get their prize money to them, so congratulations, Angus, and all those place getters from 12th back to 7th. Well done. And as sponsors of the big open machine shearing final, as they always are, there's rounds for the national. Can we have Neil Pryor, please, from PGG Wrightson, and Emma from VetMed to come up, their co-sponsors. So thanks very much for your support once again, PGG Wrightson's and VetMed, of course, big sponsors of shearing sports events nationwide. We appreciate your support.
Yeah, no problem. G'day everyone. Look, I'll keep this pretty brief because I'm pretty conscious that it's me and a microphone standing between the competitors and the cold beer, so I'll keep this pretty brief. Look, we're really proud to be sponsoring this event as part of our DNA, isn't it, Emma? So on behalf of PGG Wrightson and AgriTrade, our partner, and VetMed, which is a fantastic product. It's New Zealand made, but it's world class. Congratulations to all the competitors. Thanks very much to all the people involved. As James said, these events don't just simply come together. It's the culmination of a lot of bloody hard work by a hell of a lot of people. So thanks everybody from behind the scenes to make it happen.
Thanks, Neil, and thanks, Emma, also. Moving on to the prize giving for the PGG Wrightson VetMed Open. So the winner's points were 65.09. Second place, 65.46. Third place, 66.26. Fourth place, 66.60. And then a 69 and a 75, so pretty close. And he was a silent assassin, ladies and gentlemen. This year's winner in 65.09 was Jack Fagan from Tikawiti. Well done, Jack. So down here in the south and shearing these corridors, you just worked away quietly and did what you needed to do and come out on top. So that was pretty cool. Well done.
Thank you, Norm. Yeah, it's dream come true to win this one. I've been down to this show for the thick end of the last 10 years, and this is actually my first ever win in the South Island. And yeah, to do it on these corridors, I've actually never ever shorn them at work. I've only ever shorn them in the show. So yeah, it's very special. And huge thanks to Righties and VetMed. I know you guys sponsor our national circuit too, and we love chasing it all over the country. And big shout out to Martin for doing my pen wherever you are. Thanks, bro. And to all the other guys for kicking my ass these last few years. That's what we do it for, is getting back up on the stage and having another shot. We're always hungry to go again. So yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, Jack. Congratulations. Big win for Jack. Second place, so close. Nathan Stratford, ladies and gentlemen, from Invercargill. Well done, Stratty. Third place, Gavin Much, ladies and gentlemen. A North Island farmer, originally from Scotland. Well done, Muchy. Fourth place today, Hemi Braddock. Oh, yes, so someone will grab Hemi's. Is Hemi gone? Yep, cool. We'll just, do you want to grab that, Gav? So that was fourth, Hemi Braddock, so unfortunately Hemi had to hit the plane as well, so congratulations to Hemi. Fifth place, Hugh DeLacy, ladies and gentlemen, your local man. Well done, Hugh. Great to see these guys in the big final. And coming in sixth this year, Brett Roberts. Well done, Brett. So once again, a huge thanks to PGG Wrightson's and VetMed for this sponsorship of the Open, as they do quite often around the country. And congratulations to Jack Fagan and our next 5th-place kidders. Well done. Give them a big hand, folks.
Thank you very much, Neil. That's what we were shooting off at the end. It was all the ones you didn't get to see. Thanks, Dave. Cheers. Thank you very much.
So once again, folks, that's it. So thank you very much for your patience. Thanks for attending. Thanks for your support. Saw some great finals here today, and a huge thanks to all our sponsors and people working, like James said, all our wool handlers, our points keepers, our timekeepers, Des Fitzgibbons and Kerry Irvine for helping me on the microphone, all the people out the back, Tom for the machines and everything else, and that's about it. So big thanks to our judges, of course, and our farmers, Matt and Sarah Black, and their trucking company, Ellesmere Transport. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you for a great show. It's dragged on a little bit, but that just relates to the good entries. Thank you. Sorry?
Get some information about it, whatever you want to talk about. Yep. Then good night and thank you for good night from Christchurch at the end.
Yep. Where do I look?
Aye. Just at the camera, or me. We'll look at each other and then the camera. All good. So Jack, congratulations. A big one for you down here on the South Island. Like you said, it's the first time you've won here at Christchurch, obviously. So corridors aren't really your thing, but man, you come out on top in fine form today. Well done.
Yeah, cheers, Norm. It was a great final, a good race against Gavin, and of course the previous national champion here, Nathan Stratford, and it was the biggest final I've done in New Zealand, and to come away with the win, I'm still shivering with goosebumps. It was amazing. Yeah, really pleased. So it puts you in good stead heading through to the national final at the Golden Shears. You know, the national's a big thing, and it's an all breeds final, of course. You'll be feeling just quietly confident about making the top 12 up there and hopefully getting through into the final yourself. Yeah, definitely. Fitness training and everything's paying off, and giving up drinking and coffee and all that carry on, and it's nice to get the cherry at the top of the cake for a change instead of getting a boot down the board. You know, we get a boot for several years and then something like this happens and it just makes it all worthwhile. So
congratulations for your commitment. I've given up coffee if it's any consolation, but so where to from here, Jack? You'll be, is there any more competition for you before Christmas?
Yeah, so we've got YL Speed Share tomorrow, Stratford Show and Stratford Speed Share, Martree Speed Share, and then I've got a world record attempt on the 22nd of December, 8 hours on lambs. I'll be trying to beat Ivan Scott's tally of 744, so no mean feat. It will be a very hard day, but they're very rewarding too if you can pull it off. For sure, and look, huge good luck for that, you know, from all of us in the shearing world. We're really backing you. Of course, your father, well-known shearer, many records to his name, and you're following hard in his footsteps, making your own way, of course, and doing the things that you need to be doing to get on top and stay on top. So, you know, well done, and good luck for that. We'll all be watching that big record attempt, of course, but that's only part of what you've got to do over the next season. We've still got the rest of the shearing sports season to get through, so good luck with all that as well. So, hoping that you do well in all the shows coming up, and of course your big record. Yeah, thank you very much, Norm. It's been a great day, and looking forward to doing it again next year. Yep, so yeah, thanks Jack, and thanks to everyone. Thanks from sunny Christchurch once again, and look forward to seeing everybody at the next Shearing Sports event. Well done.